concur with the basic finding. But I'm not going to get any more specific than that. Okay, Court.
Can you talk, I just want to be clear on the repositioning, the 20%, you're not saying that all of those have gone to Belarus, and if not...
I'd say less than 20%.
Less than 20%. Less than 20% of what's been arrayed around Kyiv has now moved out. But all of those...
Has now been, they've started to reposition. I don't know that I'd say all of them moved out. We've seen them begin to reposition less than 20%, our assessment on today. And we think some of them, not all, but some of them have already moved into Belarus.
What do you mean by reposition then? Are they're moving further away from Kyiv?
Yeah.
Like how?
Yeah, they're leaving. They're leaving Kyiv and heading more towards the north. Yeah, away from the city.
And are they continuing as they're moving away? Are they continuing to launch attacks on the city? I mean, are they launching artillery from further away still? I mean, what would you characterize that?
No, I think the troops that we're seeing move away, that's their focus, is moving away. But we still assess, as we did yesterday, that Kyiv is still being attacked by bombardment, artillery fire, as well as airstrikes. There's still, as I said yesterday, I mean, there's still a majority of the forces that Mr. Putin put around Kyiv are still there. Now, as I said a couple of days ago, they're largely in defensive positions. We several days ago stopped seeing any advancement on their part. They weren't moving closer to the city. From a ground effort, there was no more advancing on Kyiv, but the airstrikes have not stopped, not at all. So Kyiv, as I said yesterday, is still very much under threat.
Had you said how many total BTGs there were around Kyiv before?
We never actually gave a number of the total, and I want to be careful about that. But again, our best assessment is less than 20% over the last 24 hours now. We've seen to start to reposition, and I want to hit it again because I think it's an important point. If the Russians were really serious about de-escalating and the way they spun this yesterday, that they're trying to take the pressure off, well, then send them home. And that's not what they're doing, at least not yet. David?
So just to be clear on what troops you're talking about here, there were basically three lines of advance on Kyiv: northwest, northeast, and east.
I would say from the north and northwest, those groupings are the ones that they're drawing from now.
So does that include Chernihiv?
Yeah, it does. We do think some troops that were arrayed against Chernihiv have also been part of this repositioning. And as well, further to the east, there's a town called Sumy, S-U-M-Y, and we think some of those troops have also repositioned into Belarus. Bonnie?
So John, is it wrong to say that, I mean, you're using the word reposition, I'm trying to understand the situation. Is it wrong to say that Russia withdrew some of its forces from around Kyiv?
They are beginning to move some forces away from Kyiv. If you want to call it withdrawal, I'm not going to argue with you on the verb. I'm using reposition on purpose because the way it's being spun by the Ministry of Defense is that they're pulling back and they're trying to de-escalate and depressurize the situation, and we just don't believe, we haven't seen any evidence of that right now.
If we separate it from the whole de-escalation, because clearly you're saying there's still bombardment, they're using missiles, they're using artillery.
That's right.
Not necessarily the center of the city, but the Kyiv Oblast.
I don't know where they're landing.
No, this is according to our reporting. But the forces, regardless of the escalation, Russia is withdrawing some of its troops away from Kyiv.
They are repositioning some of their troops away from Kyiv, yes. Sylvie?
Yes. Do you see more troops going in the direction of Donbass, as they say they would refocus on Donbass?
Again, we haven't seen, of the small percentage of troops that we have observed that they are repositioning, we haven't seen any of them go elsewhere inside Ukraine. All I would tell you is that the Russians have said themselves they're going to prioritize the Donbass region. We have seen them become much more active there in the last few days. For instance, we think that the Wagner Group now has about 1,000 people dedicated to the Donbass. We have seen an increase, I shouldn't say an increase, we have seen them prioritize airstrikes in the Donbass area. So if you look at again, I'm not, I can't count every single, and I'm not going to count every single artillery shell or missile strike, because they continue to bombard population centers through the air. That's Mariupol, that's Chernihiv, it's Kharkiv, it certainly is Kyiv. But generally, where we see them prioritizing the airstrikes now, it's in the north, with the exception of Mariupol. It's largely in the north. It's Kyiv. It's still Kharkiv. It's still Chernihiv, and it's in the Donbass. So when we're talking about what they're doing in the Donbass, we know they've added now private military contractors. We know that they're prioritizing some of their airstrike activity there in ways that they weren't doing before, and we know that they're considering other ways of reinforcing, as well as what I said yesterday is we can see them make a concerted effort to try to occupy more territory in the Donbass. Yeah.
Can you explain what the reason would be for them sending troops from the Wagner Group into the Donbass
Sure,
region?
but you have to tell me who you are and what.
Oh, I'm sorry.
outfit
Thank you for taking my
represent.
question. My name's Liz Fried, and I'm with Fox News.
Okay.
Can you explain maybe the concerns that the U.S. would have about them sending those private troops to the Donbass region and their reasons for doing it?
Well, I mean, think couple of things. They have used Wagner contractors in the Donbass over the last 8 years. So this is an area where the Wagner Group is experienced. So it's not a surprise that they would try to look at using private military contractors there. Number two, we think it's a reflection of the very tough fighting that continues to go on there in the Donbass, and Mr. Putin's desire to reinforce his efforts there. You guys asked me yesterday, show me how we think he's prioritizing. That's one of the ways why we think he's trying to prioritize the Donbass region. Yeah.
So the department.
We are listening in live to the Pentagon briefing. Do you want to let our viewers know some of you are going to be seeing the last 2-minute break of this hour as we continue to hear more about the war happening in Ukraine.
Vis-a-vis Russia and this new reality of Russia invading Ukraine and being an acute threat, what will be the department's response to Congress? How will it describe what it's doing to kind of counter this new reality with Russia?
I think if you look at the budget itself, and the reason why we wanted to do a national defense strategy in concert with the budget was to show that the budget is strategically aligned with what we're trying to do in this department. And of course, China remains the pacing challenge, the number one concern for the department. There's no doubt about that. But as you said, we refer to Russia as an acute threat. You don't have to look any more than what you've been seeing over the last month to see the threat, the kinds of threats that Russia can pose to international security. And so, if you take a look at the budget and the investments we're making, for instance, in research and development and scientific and technology, $130 billion, the highest watermark ever for this department in terms of R&D investments. A lot of those capabilities, cyber, space, 5G, artificial intelligence, hypersonics. You look at all that stuff, and yes, it will certainly help us against the pacing challenge of China, but it absolutely will help us against what we consider the acute threat of Russia. Let me go to the phones here. Tara Kopp.
Hi, John. Thanks for doing this. So with the movement of the forces away from Kyiv, are you also seeing a movement of equipment and artillery, or is it just personnel that's departing? Thank you.
No, I mean, when we're seeing units go, so it's our assessment that they are also bringing much of their equipment with them, again, for refit, we believe, for refit and repurposing for future operations inside Ukraine. But look, I mean, Tara, I can't count every vehicle, every rucksack that these guys are moving with them. But it's our assessment that their intention is to reposition these units so that they can refit them for future operations. Oren Lieberman, CNN.
A question specific to Mariupol. Given the destruction that you're seeing there, would you characterize that as the Russians carpet bombing the city or conducting a scorched earth campaign there? Or would you not use that sort of terminology in terms of what you're seeing?
It's devastating what we're seeing there. I'm gonna, I'll let experts decide how they want characterize it or label it, but it is obviously devastating. You don't have to look any further than the imagery that your network is showing, as well as so many other news outlets, to see just how significant the damage the Russians are doing in Mariupol, and the devastating effects that it's having there on what can only be described as the civilian infrastructure, residential buildings, hospitals, recreation parks, everything. I mean, the place is just being decimated from a structural perspective by the onslaught of Russian airstrikes. Caitlin, Stars and Stripes.
Hi, Don. I'm just trying to break down some of the jargon I'm noticing in the budget and the NDS explainer. Can you just describe for us what's the difference between an acute threat and a pacing threat?
Okay, we'll try this again. We call China a pacing challenge because in many of the military kinds of capabilities that we know we are going to need to respond to what is an increasingly aggressive China in the Indo-Pacific specifically, and the potential threats that those capabilities mean for us, that we're going to have to stay ahead of those capabilities. And again, you look at the budget, you can see the kinds of capabilities that we're investing in for the future to make sure that we are not just keeping a pace with China's military modernization, but that we are staying ahead of it. We are ahead of it now, we believe. We need to stay ahead of it. And as for an acute threat, what we're talking about here with Russia is this is a military that remains potent, and if you want proof of being an acute threat, a specific threat, a relevant, timely threat, if that's the way you want to describe acute, that's the way we would certainly look at it. Look at places like Mariupol. Look at the question that Oren just asked. You can see it for yourself that they're very much posing a threat right now, in this time frame, acutely on the European continent, and that's what we refer to when we talk about an acute threat. Megan.
General Walters at UCOM told lawmakers this morning that there needs to be some sort of repositioning of permanent and rotational forces in Europe. And he said that he talked to lawmakers about it. You've said in the past couple of weeks, the Pentagon, that's a discussion in the Pentagon. Is that part of the posture review that was completed last year? Can we expect in the next few months or this year any announcements about moving permanent basing around or having different kinds of rotational deployments in Europe?
I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made, but I think it's safe to assume that given what Russia has done over the last month and the ways in which the security environment on the European continent have changed, and I use that as past tense, not present tense, you can bet that senior leaders here at the department are going to take a look at our European posture going forward. Now, again, I can't tell you, when a decision is going to be made one way or the other, or what that's going to look like. But the Secretary absolutely wants to keep an open mind about European posture going forward, clearly because of the acute threat of Russia, and clearly because of the way the security environment in Europe has changed. So could it mean more troops, more permanently based in Europe? It could. But again, no decisions have been made right now.
It sounds like this has been a discussion with UCOM for a lot longer than these last couple of months with Russia.
Well, it was part of the posture review, sure. I mean, when we put the posture review together, we absolutely spoke to General Walters and our allies and partners as we sort of game that out. But of course, that was completed well before Mr. Putin decided to invade Ukraine. So we're going to keep an open mind, Megan. The security environment is different now. And however this war ends, and we don't know when, and we don't know what that's going to look like, I think we are working under the assumption that Europe's not going to be the same anymore. And so, therefore, we probably shouldn't have the same outlook to our posture in Europe. Now, again, what's the blend going to be between temporary and rotational deployments versus a permanent posture? We don't have that figured out right now. The other thing I'd say, because it's really important point to make, whatever decisions we make, they're going to be in lockstep with the allies and partners. I mean, we're going to do this in full consultation because some nations are simply going to be more eager for additional U.S. force presence than others, and we have to respect that.
Right. So my question is, this discussion's been going on a lot longer than just the Ukraine conflict. So have you already begun some of those consultations and those negotiations with those countries, keeping in mind that you've been having this discussion for a lot longer than just this year?
Yes, we've had these discussions going on before the invasion, clearly, but in terms of post-invasion posture decisions, no. Now, look, we've been to Brussels twice in the last couple of weeks. The Secretary has visited Poland and Germany and Slovakia and Bulgaria. And in every one of those conversations, when he meets with his counterparts, there's a discussion about U.S. leadership in the region and what it means and what they want it to look like. So, I mean, I'm not going to walk you away from the idea that informal discussions are happening. Of course they are. You would expect that to be the case, I mean, given what Mr. Putin has done. But in terms of hard-nosed negotiating, you know, sitting down and with pen and paper and mapping it out, what it's going to look like long-term, no, we're not at that point right now. Yeah.
Assistant Secretary Wallander told the House panel today that the DoD is working with Slovakia to identify the requirements for meeting Slovakia's need in case they provide their S-300s to Ukraine. Could you please detail that work a little bit? What are you guys doing with the
The Secretary said as much when we were in Slovakia, Kasim. That's absolutely right. We are doing that. I'm not going to detail from the podium consultations we're having with an individual nation state about capabilities that they might be willing to provide Ukraine and what the offset might look like. But we are absolutely having discussions with them about that.
Also, General Walters, responding to a question today, acknowledged that the U.S. pulled out its destroyers out of Black Sea just before the Russian invasion, and he added that the U.S. should return to the Black Sea as soon as possible. What was the calculus of pulling these ships out of Black Sea then? And do you have a plan or is there a discussion in the department to send back some ships to the Black Sea?
I think, look, we move ships in and out of the Black Sea routinely. It's not unusual. I mean, we don't keep them permanently in the Black Sea, but we absolutely have moved them in and out as needed. And it was a prudent decision to do it as we continue to see an invasion is more imminent, to make it very clear to everybody that in enforcing a conflict by some posture decision that we were making. So it was the prudent thing to do at the time, and I don't have anything to announce with respect to if and when U.S. ships will go back into the Black Sea. We watch and monitor this every day, and we'll make the best decisions based on what's in the best interest of our national security and that of our allies and partners as well. Over here, way in the back there. Kelly?
Okay, yeah. Thanks. I know you can't go too much into this, but how dangerous is it that Putin is not being informed by his advisors on what is happening on the ground? And are we in touch with the top Russian military leaders yet? I know you had said that they had declined to engage just last week.
Yeah, no conversations to speak to yet. We maintain our willingness to have those discussions, but it's a two-way street. The Russians have to be willing to pick up the phone, and thus far they've not been willing to do that. Obviously, it understandably would be an issue of concern if for not just our European allies and partners, but certainly for Ukraine, if Mr. Putin is misinformed or uninformed about what's going on inside Ukraine. It's his military. It's his war. He chose it. And so the fact that he may not have all the context, that he may not fully understand the degree to which his forces are failing in Ukraine, that's a little discomforting, to be honest with you. And it's certainly one outcome of that could be a less than faithful effort at negotiating some sort of settlement here. If he's not fully informed of how poorly he's doing, then how are his negotiators going to come up with an agreement that is enduring? Certainly one respects Ukrainian sovereignty. The other thing is, I mean, you don't know how a leader like that's going to react to getting bad news. So yeah, it's disconcerting. Felicia.
Hey, John. Thanks for taking my question.
Yeah.
Any notable observations or assessments since it came up yesterday on Ukrainian counterattacks? And I'm wondering if you had, or like efforts to take cities back, and I'm wondering if you have some sort of, I don't know, top-line assessment about how they're doing overall.
I don't have anything today in terms of specifics. Just broadly speaking, Felicia, we've seen them counterattack and retake territory to the west and to the northwest of Kyiv. As we see some Russian troops reposition and move away, we have seen indications that the Ukrainians are moving forward, as you might expect them to do. Where it's really notable is in the south. I mean, when we were talking early on, remember these are sort of three lines of axes that the Russians have used, north, east, and south, generally speaking. And in the south, they had made the most progress in the first couple of weeks. And now the Ukrainians are literally clawing back some of that territory, particularly just to the northwest of Crimea, so the Kherson area and the positioning of the Russians around Mykolaiv, which they now have lost a lot of footing there. So we've seen the Ukrainians very tough in trying to get back territory there in the south. Now, Mariupol, again, I don't need to tell you this because you guys are all covering it, but that obviously there is a lot of heavy fighting going on right there. We think that there are some Russian forces that are very, very close to city center. The Ukrainians are fighting very, very hard. It is the town is just being shellacked with airstrikes and bombardment, as we talked about earlier. Both sides fighting very, very hard over Mariupol. From a geographic perspective, clearly it's very important to both sides because of where it's located, right there at the southern sort of end of the Donbass region.
Thanks. 3 today. That's okay.
You had 3 yesterday.
I know.
I counted.
First, thank you. A clarification. You had said that there had been more airstrikes in the Donbass and increased activity there. And you'd said that there were still airstrikes in the Kyiv area and that they had pulled back. Would you call it a decrease in activity in the Kyiv area, or is there significant reduction in airstrikes? Like, how has that changed, or has it changed, aside from the 20% that kind of pulled back?
I don't, we weren't counting missile strikes on Kyiv, so I can't give you an honest answer in terms of like whether it was more today than yesterday. What I would just say is generally the city continues to be under threat of airstrike and bombardment. We are continuing to see that. So even as the Russians reposition some of their troops, and before that, before they started to reposition, they were in a defensive crouch, basically. They weren't advancing from the ground anymore in the city. But even with all that, we continue to see that the city is very much under threat from airstrikes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Secondly, how many missiles has Russia launched into Ukraine at this point?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it's, as I said yesterday, it's definitely more than 1,000.
Okay, and then finally, I apologize if I missed this, but when you were talking about the Wagner Group, do you know where they're coming from? General Townsend had told VOA earlier that there was recruiting going on in Africa. Can you tell us where they're coming from specifically? Is it Syria, or they being?
I couldn't give you their roster and where every single employee of the Wagner Group are coming from. All I can tell you is that we do think they are going to prioritize the Donbass area. That we have indications that they plan to put 1,000 or so of their contractors in Donbass. Where they're all coming from, I don't know. We have seen indications that the Wagner Group is recruiting in places like Syria, in places like Northern Africa, Libya. But how many are of that 1,000 or so? I don't have that level of detail. The point is that it's just another example of how Mr. Putin is gonna throw more energy into trying to occupy the Donbass. Now, to what end, we're not exactly sure. Certainly, so far, he has not been successful in that either. But we believe that they are going to prioritize that part of the country.
John, did you say Wagner is recruiting in Libya to fight in Ukraine?
I said we've seen the indications that they want to recruit out of places like North Africa and Syria. Yes.
Specifically Libya.
I said Libya. Yes.
To fight in Ukraine.
Yes. Mike.
Question about the 20%. Refitting a mechanized unit is a significant logistics challenge, requiring maintenance, munitions, POL. Everything. Are you seeing any examples of that happening with, the support elements coming in to refit, or are you just assuming at this point that they will be refitting?
Too soon. No. As I said, we've only just. Yeah, we've only just beginning to see this repositioning. It's a minor percentage of the total force that they had to the north and northwest of Kyiv, and we believe the intent is to in many of these cases to bring them into Belarus so they can be refit and resupplied. But it's just now starting, Mike. So I don't really have anything more specific to speak to. And look, Mike, I mean, we may never have that level of detail for you. I mean, it's, we do the best we can to tell you what we're seeing, but we're not going to see everything. Yeah.
How close are they going back from? You say the repositioning from.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, again, they were, again, Mike, I mean, we're only just beginning to see this. So we assessed that the closest that their advanced elements got to the city center of Kyiv was about 15 to 20 kilometers. So it's the forces that were arrayed around the hostile airfield that we believe those were the ones that have begun. They're the first ones to begin this movement north. But again, I couldn't tell you where they are on the road right now, or where exactly they're gonna end up. Tony.
Can you give a status report of the latest tranche of Stingers, Javelins, and Switchblade drones that the president authorized when he signed?
What I can tell you is that material is getting into the region every single day, including over the last 24 hours. We are in the first half a dozen shipments of what will probably be around 30 or so of this $800 million that the president signed out. So it's already moving into the region. I don't have an inventory list for you, Tony, about how many are on every flight, but we're doing the best we can to prioritize the kinds of material that we know the Ukrainians need the most. And so obviously that includes some of these anti-armor and anti-air defense systems. But I don't have a shopping list for you today.
Are those little drones starting to be shipped?
They have not shipped in yet, but we think that will change relatively soon.
I need to ask you about this acute, the use of the word acute. I know I don't want to be cute, but you've mentioned a few times here. I need to ask you this. General Van Herrick, the Northern Command commander, said 5 days ago that Russia is the primary military threat to the homeland, and their focus on targeting the homeland has provided the model other competitors are beginning to follow. And then General Walters last year, about a year ago this month, said Russia is the primary threat, it's the existential threat against the United States. And I'm just asking you, acute sounds like a step down from existential and primary threat, and almost a deliberate attempt to de-emphasize Russia and overemphasize China. This is going to come up as an issue, so I'd like you to address it.
No, it's a fair question. I mean, it's not about de-emphasizing Russia. Nobody's de-emphasizing Russia. We've said many times here, certainly you and I have talked about this many times. I mean, nobody's taking the Russian threat lightly, nor should we. Now, yes, they've underperformed. They've made pretty big mistakes in Ukraine. Planning and execution-wise, of course, they've also faced a much stiffer resistance than they anticipated. But nobody's shortchanging the kind of threats that they continue to pose. And you can see it for yourself. My goodness, just take a look at the video and the imagery coming out of Ukraine, and you can see the damage that this military is capable of exerting and causing. But the secretary has been nothing but completely candid from literally day one that the pacing challenge, in his view, for this department is China. In the manner in which, the expense at which China continues to modernize their capabilities, continue to bully their neighbors, coerce other nations in the region, and to continue to expand the militarization of the Western Pacific. That cannot be ignored, nor will it be by this department. I know everybody wants us to rack and stack. We've been very honest. China remains the pacing challenge. Russia, we still assess as an acute threat. I understand the interest in the adjectives here, but it would be imprudent for us not to try to characterize the threat that Russia poses and to try to deal with it. And again, look at the budget. I mean, my goodness, how many budgets have you reported on? Take a look at it, and you can see that the kinds of capabilities that we're investing in are not just going to help us with the pacing challenge of China, but they will also help us deal with the threat that Russia continues to pose.
Why are you mentioning that? The Nuclear Posture Review cancels the sea-launched nuclear cruise missile that the Trump administration pushed. That doesn't sound like beefing up to deter against Russia. You're cutting a nuclear weapon. What's the rationale for that cut?
I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the Nuclear Posture Review. It remains a classified document, Tony, so I'm just not going to go there. But I'm not going to go there, except to say, look at go look at the budget we just submitted, and look at the billions of dollars that we committed, more than 30, I think, $billion, just to keep modernizing the triad. So, thank you. I should have figured you'd have the exact figure more than me, but nevertheless, more than $30 billion to modernize the triad. Nobody's sloughing off or taking for granted the fact that we need a strong strategic nuclear deterrent, and that we're willing to invest in keeping it strong. Yeah.
Joseph Bush at Autovia English. You mentioned China being the #1 threat.
I said China is the pacing challenge for this department.
Can you talk about any conversations with Chinese counterparts in recent days here? And have you seen any signs or indications that of Chinese military assistance to Russia? Is that still a concern?
We've seen no indications of Chinese military assistance to Russia. I don't have any conversations at the very, very senior levels of the department to read out. It's like Russia. It's not like we don't have a military-to-military, multiple communication channels to speak with the Chinese. It's not like there's a blackout there, but I don't have any conversations at the secretary's level to speak to today. Alex Horton, Washington Post.
Yeah, thanks, John. In testimony the last couple of days, there was some talk about the intelligence picture on the lead up to the war, and Walters, suggested that there could have been, gaps in intelligence, both underestimating the Ukrainian fight and overestimating the Russian ability to win this thing quickly. Have you guys started your post-mortem on that thing? I mean, it definitely has an end. Once the war started, you can close the book on it. So I know it's ongoing, but it seems like you guys can start doing an assessment of how, on one hand, you got it very right about their intent to invade, but on the other hand, you got it very wrong in your assessment that, Kiev would fall within days and the Ukrainian military would dissolve. Can you?
Look, I want to make a couple of points here, Alex. This is not a war the United States is fighting. So I wouldn't expect that there'll be some formal after-action review, the way we are conducting one, for instance, on the last year or so in Afghanistan. Obviously, the intelligence community, the interagency will, I'm sure, informally, at the appropriate time, take a look at what we have learned by watching and seeing how Russia has underperformed and how, quite frankly, amazingly, the Ukrainians have performed. I mean, obviously, we all want to learn from things as we see them, and we're going to learn from our own behaviors here. Our efforts to help defend Ukraine, or help Ukraine defend itself, We'll certainly, at the appropriate time, take a look at how we performed in that regard. We'll certainly, at the right time, take a look at how hard we worked to bolster NATO's eastern flank. And to Megan's question, I'm sure there will be lessons we'll learn there about what the posture in Europe ought to look like going forward. But I think it's too early right now, Alex, to sit down and wring hands over specific intelligence assessments. You're right. We did say for a long time that that we had indications that Russia was going to invade. While certainly the performance of the Ukrainians on the field of battle has been amazing and incredible and inspiring, it's not, and I've said this before, it's not like their performance it came as a shock to people here at the Pentagon. It wasn't by accident. I mean, we are all focused, and rightly so right now, and as they're in the middle of a fight, on the security assistance and the materials, the weapon systems that they still need to have that fight. But let's not forget the training and the support that we have been giving the Ukrainians for the last 8 years as they've been engaged in a hot war in the Donbass. And it's not just us, the Brits, the Canadians, and other nations in Europe who have also lent training support to the Ukrainians. So their success on the field of battle is not an accident. It's the result of a lot of hard work over the last 8 years. Phil Stort, Reuters.
That up front, I mean, why didn't that change your calculus that Kiev would fall very quickly?
To get into specific intelligence assessments over Kyiv falling or not falling, Alex. So I don't think we ever publicly acknowledged a certain range of dates or hours or weeks with respect to Ukraine. I understand that there are officials out there that are talking like that and did talk at the time, but there was never an official position by the department about how long Kyiv would hold out. Phil.
Hi, thanks. Two quick questions. One, has there been a date to reschedule the ICBM test, the Minuteman test? And secondly, there have been a lot of videos out there filmed by Ukraine of Russian POWs. Have there been any discussions between the Pentagon and the Ukrainian military about any concerns that the Pentagon might have about doing that? Thanks.
Rescheduled. On prisoners of wars, I'm not going to get into individual discussions and conversations with Ukrainian leaders over that issue. I would just say that that our expectations and the expectations of the international community is that all prisoners of war will be treated in accordance with the international law and the Geneva Conventions. John Ismay, New York Times.
Hi there. Has the Pentagon determined what kind of weapon was used in the attack on the Mariota theater, such as like an ice scanner, ballistic missile, or a cruise missile? And can you say which airfields Russian warplanes, both their fast movers and their heavy bombers, have been operating from?
John, in all honesty, I can't answer either of those questions. I don't think we have details on the theater attack in terms of what munitions were applied, and I couldn't give you a list of airfields here today. I would just say that the vast majority, and I mean the vast majority, of air strikes that are being conducted in Ukraine, at least from aircraft, are taking off and landing in either Russian or Belarusian territory, and it's largely Russian. They're returning to largely, returning to base. Very, very few are actually being launched and recovered inside Ukraine. Yeah, I'll take one more, and then we're gonna have to call it a day. Go ahead, Gordon.
Thanks, sir. Two questions. One, Ukraine was invaded by one of the most powerful nations on the earth, and Ukraine is a very tiny nation. The war goes on over a month, still going on. Is there anybody, any leader or any country or any prime minister or president who can tell Mr. Putin to stop killing those innocent people? Because when there is a war, only innocent people are the victims, not politicians, not rich and famous. And where do you put this war as far as Mr. Putin's invasion or Russia's invasion of Afghanistan and now Ukraine's?
Look, I mean, President Biden has, on numerous occasions, had the opportunity to send that message directly to Mr. Putin. We all have, but President Biden has had that, certainly warned Mr. Putin against invading, and made good on severe economic consequences for the result that he made that decision. Other European leaders, President Macron, for an example, has had recent conversations with Vladimir Putin about this. It's not like the international community has not, with small exceptions, has not rallied to the side of Ukraine, and other leaders have tried to impress upon Mr. Putin to end this war. And I would just add, we've called it a war of choice. It absolutely was. He had diplomatic options left to him on the table before he invaded and as he invaded. Those options are still there. He just has to pursue them in good faith. And again, if they're serious about de-escalation, as they claim to be, then send those troops home rather than into Belarus to resupply. Did you have one more?
John, as far as the United Nations is concerned, there are almost 200 members of the United Nations around the globe. Many of them are rogue nations still in the UN. What is the future of the United Nations and where the UN stands as far as the invasion of Ukraine by Russia?
You've seen the UN Security Council hold many sessions in just the last couple of weeks about the situation in Ukraine. In fact, I think they just did one the other day, Monday, I believe, on the humanitarian catastrophe that Mr. Putin is causing inside Ukraine. The UN is engaged on this issue, as they should. I can't speak for every nation state inside the UN, but again, I think obviously not every nation has taken the same stance on Russia that the majority have, but the majority have, and the UN continues to stay engaged on this.
Finally, you think Russia and China should remain on the United Nations Security Council?
That's not a decision for the Department of Defense to make, but I appreciate the question. All right, thanks everybody. Got to call it there.
So we've been listening in to the Pentagon press briefing with the press secretary, John Kirby, there mentioning what the latest is from the ground in Ukraine. And stay with us as we'll be speaking with the youngest ever Ukrainian MP at the top of the hour. There's a lot of questions as to movements from Russian troops, if they are backing off, what the status of Kyiv is, as other locations in Ukraine, Mariupol, are getting really hit hard by Russian military, Russian forces, and attacks here, as you can see from this video. This is specifically in Luhansk. And then the humanitarian crisis, still an issue as millions of Ukrainians are flooding into Poland here. A lot to be getting to when it comes to this. Also, a lot to be getting to at the White House, as that press conference just wrapped up. But no worries, we'll bring it to you here in full after this commercial break. I'm Daytona Everett. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 12:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. 3:30 out on the East Coast. We were just in that Pentagon press briefing with Press Secretary John Kirby. He was outlining next steps from the U.S. when it comes to the situation underway in Ukraine. I want to pull up a tweet for you from Ukrainian President Zelensky as he says he just finished an hour-long conversation with President Biden. They shared an assessment of the situation on the battlefield, and at the negotiating table, they say that they talked about specific defensive support, a new package of enhanced sanctions, macro financial and humanitarian aid. As we know, the humanitarian crisis is still very extreme, especially out in Poland, which is one of our allies. So we've been sending support over there to help out with these millions of Ukrainians that are flooding across the border. We'll also be speaking with the Ukrainian MP at the top of the hour to talk about that, also to talk about just generally the emotions and pride of the Ukrainian people at this time as Kyiv is still standing. There was a lot of disbelief when it comes to how well Ukrainian forces have done in holding back Russian forces, specifically in the capital there, but other locations just continuing to really get hit hard by Ukrainian troops, or I'm sorry, by Russian troops and Russian military as well. So it'll be interesting to have that conversation with the Ukrainian MP to explain really what is going on, the sentiment underway in Ukraine. Well, the White House briefing talking about the war, also talking about inflation. You'll remember President Biden proposing his budget earlier this week, and there's been a lot of pushback on that, what that's going to do for the American people as prices continue to rise, although we are hopefully going to see a little bit of settling of gas prices here pretty soon. So a lot to get to in this press conference. We'll listen into it in full.
Everyone, good afternoon. Thanks for having me back. So I have a little bit I'd like to do at the top here, and then I'm not going to take that personally. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So I have a little bit at the top, and then I'm of course happy to take your questions. So as the president remains focused on lowering costs for American families, we have a number of announcements today that will help households save money on utility bills. First, the Department of Energy announced over $3 billion from President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law is now available through the Weatherization Assistance Program for states and territories to retrofit households, make homes more energy efficient, and save families money. The president's infrastructure law increased this program's resources tenfold, which means more homeowners will be able to improve insulation, upgrade lighting and appliances, and electrify heating and cooling systems, all of which save families hundreds of dollars per year while making homes more resilient to climate change and extreme temperatures. Second, the Department of Energy is proposing new energy-saving standards for household appliances and equipment as part of a roadmap to complete 100 actions this year that would save families more than $100 annually on their utility bills. And that's actually a very conservative estimate, $100 annually on their utility bills. To give one example of the impacts, U.S. households buy over 7 million room air conditioners every year. And today we're proposing a new efficiency standard that would save consumers up to $275 over the life of the product. Energy also announced new codes that will make federal buildings more energy efficient, reduce operating costs, and ensure we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Together, these efforts can save more than $15 billion in net costs, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and advance environmental justice. From implementing his infrastructure law to updating important standards, these actions show the president following through on his mission to lower costs for working families and help them save money each month on their energy bills. And then secondly, I'd like to say, yesterday, the full Senate took its first vote on the nomination of Lisa Cook, an important step forward toward confirming her and our other qualified nominees for the Federal Reserve. We need to confirm Dr. Cook, along with the other 3 qualified nominees, Jerome Powell for chair, Lael Brainerd for vice chair, and Philip Jefferson for a seat on the Board of Governors, so that the Federal Reserve can move ahead in its work to help address inflation. We call on senators on both sides of the aisle to support these nominees because they are eminently qualified to serve. This is important, and we hope the Senate can get it done soon so they can get to work. So thank you very much. And with that, AP.
Thanks, Kate. AP is reporting plans by the administration to end Title 42 by May 23rd.
Is the Biden administration prepared to deal with the aftermath of ending Title 42 and the expected influx of migrants?
So first, what I would say is that this is a decision that we have long deferred to CDC. Title 42 is a public health directive. It is not an immigration or migration enforcement measure. So the decision on when to lift Title 42, we defer to the CDC. That being said, of course, we are planning for multiple contingencies, and we have every expectation that when the CDC ultimately decides it's appropriate to lift Title 42, there will be an influx of people to the border. And so we are doing a lot of work to plan for that contingency. I think you saw yesterday the Department of Homeland Security did a briefing walking through some of the planning that they're doing to increase efficiency, to ensure that we have the capacity, to ensure that we are operating in a way that is treating migrants humanely, fairly. So you heard from them yesterday on some of the planning that they're doing more broadly. Now, not specifically tied to Title 42 or an ultimate decision to lift it, but just more broadly to the work that they're doing to continue to build up our migration system and ensure that we are restoring order at the border.
And then secondly, if Putin has bad information per declassified U.S. intelligence, what does that mean for the war in Ukraine and the prospects for negotiations right now?
Well, I certainly am not a spokesperson for the Kremlin and cannot speak to what is in Vladimir Putin's head. What I can say is, of course, we have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military, which has resulted in persistent tension between Putin and his military leadership. We believe that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing and how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions because his senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth. So it is increasingly clear that Putin's war has been a strategic blunder that has left Russia weaker over the long term and increasingly isolated on the world stage.
On that, I mean, in the lead up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the administration declassified information like this to sort of lay out what Putin's intentions were. You seem to be doing that again now by making it clear that he's being misled by his advisors. Can you just discuss what's the hope and the goal in going public with this now?
So again, I think what this does is paint a picture of what a strategic error Putin and Russia have made here. We saw from the outset that they, for example, made an aggressive push toward Kyiv at the beginning of the invasion. They are now publicly trying to redefine the goals of their invasion to be different than they were at the outset. I think putting forward this information simply contributes to a sense that this has been a strategic error for them. Again, I'm not going to characterize what they are thinking. I'm certainly not going to characterize how they may or may not use this information to make decisions. That's not my place. But I do think that making this information public contributes to an understanding that this has been a strategic failure for Russia. Obviously, we will continue to pursue our strategy of imposing severe costs on Russia and trying to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield and at the negotiating table.
And if Putin is being misinformed like this, then who is really pulling the strings here?
That's not a question that I'm able to speak to from this podium. I think this is again, I don't speak for the Kremlin. What I can speak to is what the information that we see, which again, as I say, shows that he has felt misled by the Russian military and has resulted in this persistent tension.
And just lastly, how does this impact concerns about whether any deal that may be negotiated with Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, can be trusted?
Well, again, we are not negotiators in that process. We are obviously in close contact with the Ukrainians as they work through this process. Again, our role is to do everything we can to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield, as we've done with the security assistance, the unprecedented amount of security assistance and weapons that we've flowed to Ukraine, and also to strengthen their hand at the negotiating table by continuing to apply incredibly severe costs and sanctions on Russia.
On the intelligence, is your expectation that releasing this information are you hoping that it changes Putin's calculus or the military's calculus as they approach these things?
That is not our intent. Our intent is simply to make the information available so that there is a full understanding of what kind of strategic blunder this has been for Russia and for the Russian people.
And is there anything more that you can share just about whether this is an assessment that you're extremely confident in. I know, typically there's a range of views among analysts across the intelligence agencies about how solid information is. Is there anything you can tell us about how solid this is and what is underlying this that gives you the confidence that this is the right reading?
Well, I can't speak more specifically to the intelligence because we obviously do not do anything to compromise sources or methods. I will simply say we have made it public and allow you to draw a conclusion from that.
Thank you.
So does the U.S. believe that Putin is now fully aware of the misinformation, that he now has a clear picture of Russia's military operations and how badly it is performing?
Well, again, I would just say that we obviously have information, which we have now made public, that he felt misled by the Russian military. We believe he's being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing and how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions because, again, his senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth. Beyond that, I can't characterize any further than that.
Are there any examples that you might be able to offer us other than Putin not knowing initially that his military was using and losing conscripts in Ukraine that show how Putin was potentially being misinformed by his advisors?
I don't have any detail beyond what we've made public already.
Just fine. One more. U.S. officials have obviously been saying since yesterday that the U.S. is not going to be fooled by Russian claims about a withdrawal from Ukraine until you all see it happen on the ground. Does President Zelensky share in that skepticism?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Ask that one more time.
You all have been saying that you're not going to be fooled by Russia's assessment or promises that it is going to start withdrawing and start pulling back on military attacks in Ukraine. Right. Wondering if President Zelensky, since he spoke with President Biden, does he share in that assessment?
Well, I won't characterize President Zelensky's thinking, but I will say that we continue to see evidence today of Russia attacking in places where they had previously said they would not. So I think that is self-evident, and obviously we continue to do everything we can to flow assistance, security assistance to the Ukrainians.
Hey, Kate. Back to Title 42 for a minute. Back in the spring of last year, there was a very large surge of families, record surge of children at the migrant children at the border that overwhelmed Border Patrol stations. Took a long time to get them moved into HHS, into sort of temporary shelters, and then ultimately to HHS. Since then, there hasn't been a major overhaul of the immigration system. Legislation that the president proposed is completely stalled in Congress. There have been some sort of tweaks and changes around the edges, but there hasn't been a wholesale kind of rethinking or change of the asylum system at the border. The MPP program that Donald Trump put into place is back in place by a court order, but it's also at a very low level. So what is there in place now, if there is another surge in the next month or two when this is lifted, what is there in place that gives the administration confidence that some different result will happen than happened a year ago?
Well, I think if you look back to the spring, to the time period you're referencing, there was an effort to move those unaccompanied minors as quickly as possible out of Border Patrol custody and into facilities that were more suited for children. And we were able to dramatically reduce those numbers. They were in the thousands over the course of a couple of months through the work of DHS and others, and HHS, I should say. We were able to dramatically reduce those numbers, move those kids quickly out of Border Patrol custody and into the system. So I think if you look at what we were able to do last spring, there was an ability to move those numbers and move those children quickly into into facilities that were better suited for them. Writ large, I would again point to the things that the president has done to try to rebuild what was, if you remember when we came into office, a system that was decimated by the previous administration. The previous administration spent 4 years trying to tear apart a lot of the pieces of our immigration system. And so we were in many ways building from, I won't say scratch, certainly, but we were building from a place where a lot of these pieces have been torn down. So What we focused on and what the president has focused on is working with the Department of Homeland Security to give clear guidance for internal enforcement, extending and newly designating TPS, temporary protected status, for a number of countries, restarting the Central American Minors Program that the previous administration ended, putting together the Family Reunification Task Force, which we have made some progress on, reunifying some of those families who were torn apart under the previous administration. Of course, ending the Muslim ban and the public charge rule, and protecting DACA recipients. So this president has taken numerous important substantive steps. Of course, there is more work to do. There is absolutely more work to do, but we've taken serious strides forward since we took office last year.
Okay, and then one quick follow-up. You said again the line that the administration has used a lot, which is that the Title 42 isn't an immigration policy, it's a public health policy. Has the president, has Ron Klain, has anybody else in the senior administration tried to overrule the CDC during the past year in its efforts to lift Title II prior to now?
No.
Thank you. On COVID, can you help us understand, you guys have laid out sort of what happens if the money runs out that you're requesting. Can you remind us what, in the view of the White House, is the most urgent item on that list that runs the risk of not being funded? And Republicans again today are saying the money for this is there in previously passed legislation. There's one figure they're saying is $160 billion is there from the COVID relief bill. What is the White House response to that suggestion?
So firstly, this is funding that's going to be used to provide tests. It will fund additional vaccines. For example, as we were talking about yesterday, should there come a time where a fourth shot is recommended for the broader population. It will also fund life-saving treatments and also our ability to additionally provide vaccines around the world, which is another piece of ensuring that the virus is not able to move around the globe. So, this is critically important funding. The stakes are very real and very high. You have heard the president state this repeatedly, that this is critical in order for us to continue our progress. The other thing I would say about this funding is that it will allow us to prepare for the eventuality, the possibility, I shouldn't say eventuality, the possibility of another variant, another wave. It will give us the funding that we need to be prepared for the future. So it is critically urgent in that way. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
The idea that they say the money's already there, that there's unused funds from previously passed legislation.
So obviously, we initially proposed this as emergency funding, but we are working with the Congress. The Congress is working to get this done. The president's been very clear that it should get done. How the mechanism of finally coming to an agreement on this works out, we'll leave that to the Congress. But the president's been very clear that we need this funding and that it's urgent.
And to follow up on something he said earlier, that he may have a meeting with the family of Trevor Reed. They're trying to make that happen. Is that happening today or some point soon?
Don't yet know if it's happening today, but I spoke to the president about this earlier. You obviously all heard from him. He is very eager to meet with the family, and we're working through when that's possible.
Thank you, Kate. I want to ask you about the call with President Zelensky, but just a couple more on this new information about Putin being left in the dark by his military advisors. Who authorized the release of that intelligence?
That's not something I can speak to. Obviously, it was declassified and put forward into the public sphere.
Can you say, did the president sign off on this?
I cannot speak to that, except to say that this is information that we declassified and made public.
Okay. There has been so much discussion about the concerns over whether Putin would use chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, biological weapons. Does this increase the administration's concern that Putin might lash out in that way?
Well, as I say, I'm not going to characterize what Vladimir Putin is thinking, what the Kremlin is thinking, or how this might impact their calculus. That is not the intent of putting the information forward. What it does is underscore that this has been a strategic blunder for Russia. But I'm not going to characterize how Vladimir Putin might be thinking about this. I will say that we are prepared for any and all contingencies. As you know, there's a lot of work going on to be prepared for contingencies, and we've also been very clear that should Russia act in that way, there will be severe consequences.
On the call, Kate,
So once again, the White House continuously saying that there are blunders within the Russian communication, saying that many of Putin's advisors are misleading him when it comes to the situation underway in Ukraine and Russian forces there. And so we'll be getting into that later. Wanted to bring to you a live look, though, at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. as senators are meeting with the Ukrainian parliament. I think that meeting just wrapping up here. We have some video to show you from earlier today as that conversation is underway. Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin calling Russia's war on Ukraine, quote, unprovoked and barbaric, and commended the Ukrainian people for their bravery and courage defending democracy. Durbin's goal of the meeting was to learn how else the U.S. Senate could support the needs of Ukraine as the country enters week 5 of the war. As you know, we have already provided substantial aid to Ukraine, but the humanitarian crisis still horrific. That's as one family here in Ukraine finding their home reduced to rubble. This is in the village of Yasnohiraka, some 30 miles west of Kyiv. The Malyshenko's family finding debris spread around a site that used to be their home. Siri, the father, served in Afghanistan as a soldier for the Soviet Union. Now the charred metals that he was awarded for his service are the only remains that he found at his house. Fierce fighting continues between Ukrainian and Russian forces, as we've been talking about for over a month now. Russian forces have concentrated strikes on civilian sites. According to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, over 1,100 civilians have died since the Russian invasion into Ukraine began. Moving out to the Vatican now, where Pope Francis renewed his call for an end to the war in Ukraine. During his weekly audience at the Vatican, the Pope called war a, quote, monstrosity, and asked followers to pray for its end. After his remarks, Pope Francis met with Ukrainian children and stood for photos. His Holiness plans on traveling to Malta soon, which has been a country committed to helping migrants seeking refuge. You can see those conversations with the children there, showing off some drawings and holding up the blue and yellow Ukrainian flag on the right. This right here, just more video, drone footage showing the aftermath of war in Donetsk. As we'll be diving deeper into what it looks like down on the ground, we'll be speaking with an MP for Ukraine, having him on the show, talking about the latest when it comes to Ukrainian pride at this time, as sights and scenes like this are covering the entire country. So more on that and more from the White House when we come back. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost the top of the hour, 1 o'clock here in Phoenix, 4 o'clock out on the East Coast as we've been taking you out to these live looks across the country. This is at Capitol Hill as senators here at home speaking with Ukrainian parliament members about what they can do to better serve and help the Ukrainian people at this time. That's as in the next couple of minutes here, we'll be speaking with Svatoslav Yurish. He is the youngest ever Ukrainian MP. We'll talk to him about what he expects to be next out in Ukraine, especially as the capital of Kyiv is where a lot of the focus has been. As we're hearing from the Department of Defense that Russian forces are repositioning. So how true is that and where are they going? More on that coming up. But let's listen in to senators as they address us. Hopefully we'll listen in to the conversations that have been had.
The initial plan was to take over the government in Kyiv. He thought Zelensky would run. He thought the government would collapse and that he could install a puppet and turn him into Belarus. It didn't work. So this is his backup plan. And his backup plan now is to focus on eastern Ukraine and probably the coastal southern cities to turn the Black Sea into a Russian lake. And that's what you're seeing. I believe it's the slow withdrawal of troops so they can retrofit and then come back in and concentrate those forces on the east to achieve his backup plan. And he believes that that'll give him the leverage to ultimately negotiate with the Ukrainians, probably, enforced neutrality and territorial gains, recognition of Crimea, recognition of the Donbass, probably Kharkiv as well.
What's your assessment of the state of peace talks between Ukraine and Russia at this point?
I think the state of peace talks is until Putin has the battlefield advantage and the clear momentum, he's not going to agree to anything. And then ultimately he probably wants to force Ukraine into some agreement where they agree to never join NATO, agree to become officially a neutral country through some mechanism, and where they recognize his annexation of Crimea and some level of direct control over what happens in eastern Ukraine.
The public U.S. assessment that Putin is not getting straight answers from his subordinates at the Kremlin, that he's not getting a full picture of what's happening. Do you agree with that? And
that's typical. It's typical of totalitarian regimes that the top leaders don't get clear information. This is the history of totalitarian regimes, is that their intelligence agencies and others around them give them information that reinforces what they want to hear or what their preconceived ideas are. So that would not be unusual for that to be the case as well in Russia. I believe that's the case in China, and it was certainly the case in the old Soviet Union. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Senator. So there you have it, the senator saying that President Putin likely will not entertain peace talks until he has the momentum, which the White House kind of reiterating that sentiment, saying that Russian forces and advisors are misleading President Putin, saying that they do have the advantage right now and that they do have the momentum. And they are saying that this is just simply untrue as Russian troops are repositioning. There's still a lot of questions as to what exactly that is for, what the strategy is of President Putin here. Until we have our update from our Ukrainian MP who's going to be on the show here in just about 3 minutes, we're going to go back out to the latest from the White House as they are talking about not only the situation underway with Russia and Ukraine, but also COVID-19 with new booster shots newly approved from the FDA.
But I'm not going to characterize how Vladimir Putin might be thinking about this. I will say that we are prepared for any and all contingencies. As you know, there's a lot of work going on to be prepared for contingencies, and we've also been very clear that should Russia act in that way, there will be severe consequences.
On the call, Kate, the readout that the White House put out says the leaders discussed how the United States is working around the clock to fulfill the main security assistance requests by Ukraine. We don't know what specifically the president of Ukraine asked for of President Biden, but publicly at least he has called for those Polish MiGs. He's called for anti-aircraft. Has the president changed his decision in that space? Is he now potentially more open to providing those Polish MiGs given that statement?
We have provided an unprecedented amount of security assistance to Ukraine, including anti-air, anti-tank systems, small munitions, things that our military have assessed are the most impactful weapons on the battlefield in Ukraine. So as the president is making a decision about what to send, he takes into account two things. First, the assessment of our military about what is most impactful, what is best able to help the Ukrainian armed forces turn back Russian aggression. And we've seen that the weapons that we have provided have been instrumental in helping them. And then secondly, as he has said many, many times, he is not looking for direct American military conflict with the Russian military. He's been clear that providing the planes makes this, there are logistical complications to providing the planes, and he is not going to make decisions that is going to lead to direct conflict between the United States military and the Russian military.
And President Zelensky has been clear, including when he addressed NATO, he doesn't think it's enough. He doesn't think that NATO is doing enough. He thinks that there, yes, has been a lot of assistance, but it doesn't go far enough for him to achieve the goals.
Again, the scope and scale of the assistance, the security assistance that we have provided to the Ukrainians is unprecedented. We have worked very, very closely with them. Again, as they discussed on the call today, we've worked very closely with them to provide them with the weapons that they need. And again, the president takes into account those two factors that I was just talking about when making decisions. But that being said, we have sent $2 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, and we continue to supply them. Those deliveries are happening daily, every day. Those weapons are being delivered. So we are doing everything. The president is making every effort to ensure that they are getting what they need.
Very quickly, any reaction to former President Trump calling on Putin to release information about Hunter Biden? Are you concerned about that?
So what I would say about that is, what kind of American, let alone an ex-president, thinks that this is the right time to enter into a scheme with Vladimir Putin and brag about his connections to Vladimir Putin? And there is only one, and it's Donald Trump.
Thank you, Kate. Earlier today, Germany said it is willing to act as a security guarantor for Ukraine as part of the peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. Is the U.S. willing to become a guarantor of Ukraine's security or considering that option?
So we are in constant discussion with the Ukrainians about ways that we can help ensure that they are sovereign and secure, but there's nothing specific about security guarantee that I can speak to at this time.
Do you have any more information on the $500 million in budgetary aid for Ukraine that was mentioned as part of the readout between the president's call with President Zelensky? Did President Zelensky specifically ask for this to help pay for salaries and other government functions? And is it coming out of the $13.6 billion in Ukraine-related funding in the omnibus, or is it separate from that?
So it is financial assistance the Ukrainian government can use to bolster its economy and pay for budgetary expenses such as paying salaries and maintaining government services. We don't yet have additional detail on where the money is coming from. That is being worked through, but it is a commitment that the president made today.
And lastly, what is the administration's current view of whether the U.S. Embassy in Moscow should remain open, and how is the administration going about evaluating whether or not to keep the embassy open?
So I don't have any additional news to make on that at this moment. Obviously, we will come back to you if there's development on that front, but there's nothing new that I can announce from this podium at this moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. On the economy, the yield curve for the 10-year Treasury note has inverted. Historically, this is viewed as a sign that investors are pessimistic about the long-term view of the economy and they expect a recession is nearing. So can you tell us what the White House believes is the prospects for recession nearing and how concerned you might be about it?
Sure. So, as Chairman Powell said after the last Fed meeting, all signs are that this is a strong economy and the probability of a recession within the next year is not particularly elevated. Our team looks at a broad range of indicators to understand the health of the economy now and going forward. This is one, but there are many, many others. And the other important indicators to include as we are assessing where the economy stands are things that, frankly, because of the president's economic plan, we're able to confront from a position of strength. So that's, for example, the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years, a record 7.4 million jobs created, the fastest decrease in unemployment on record to 3.8%, and the first major economy to return to pre-pandemic levels. So while historically this has been one indicator, it is far from the only one, and many of the other fundamentals that we look at to assess where we are economically are incredibly strong and getting stronger.
And then on the meeting later today between President Biden and moderate and progressive House Democrats, what should we see as a sign of this meeting? Should we expect that there's going to be some kind of consensus around a plan on the domestic side that is going to be ready to ship over to the Senate, or can you tell us more about what they're going to discuss in the executive action front?
Sure. So this is part of his continued engagement with the Hill. He's been meeting with a number of different caucuses over the course of the last month. He and our senior team here at the White House. We are obviously constantly in close contact with the Hill. I would not view this as a decision-making meeting. This is a discussion of our shared priorities. I would not anticipate a deliverable coming out of it. This is, again, a continued discussion of our strategic priorities as we try to move forward on our agenda.
And then just really quickly on India, Dilip Singh is there for the next couple of days meeting with officials. Is the U.S. frustrated with India's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and what kind of message is Dilip and his team going to be delivering to the Indian government on that front?
Sure. So as you note, Dilip will be in New Delhi to continue our ongoing consultations with the government of India and advance a range of issues in the U.S.-India economic relationship and strategic partnership. He will meet with the government of India to deepen cooperation to promote inclusive economic growth and prosperity and a free and open Indo-Pacific. He will consult closely with counterparts on the consequences of Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine and mitigating its impact on the global economy. He will also discuss the priorities of the Biden administration, including the promotion of high-quality infrastructure through Build Back Better World and the development of an Indo-Pacific economic framework.
Okay. I know this was asked yesterday, but in the last 24 hours, has this White House learned anything about why there is that gap in call logs on January 6th from the Trump White House that was given over to the Select Committee?
We have not. My answer has not changed from 24 hours ago, which is that I would refer you to the archives on that. But certainly where we can cooperate, where we are needed to cooperate to fill in that gap, we will. But I would refer you to the archives on that.
Okay. And then regarding the $500 million to Ukraine, what is the current explanation of why the president hasn't sent over a nominee to the Senate to be the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine right now? What's the current thinking on that?
That's an excellent question, and I'll have to circle back with you on. Thanks.
Hey, on the pandemic, the president got his second booster shot today, but more than half of adult Americans have not gotten their first booster shot, even as public health officials warn about a fall increase, a BA2 variant. I wonder, is the White House concerned about that? Like, what is the White House doing to sort of help close that gap? What's the message to Americans?
Well, our message to Americans first and foremost is to get vaccinated and get boosted. It is the best way to protect yourself from the virus and to protect against the spread of the virus. What I would say about BA2 is that it is certainly more transmissible than the original Omicron strain, but there's no evidence that it's more severe than Omicron. Our vaccines continue to work well against BA2, particularly again with the high level of protection provided by boosters. So we continue to both encourage people to get boosted, but I would also point to all the work that we've done to make boosters available, to make vaccines available. There are 90,000 free locations nationwide where you can get vaccinated and boosted. And then lastly, I would revisit something we were talking about earlier, which is that we need Congress to pass the $22.5 billion in emergency COVID funding immediately, so that we can maintain our tools to protect people and to be fully prepared for the possibility of any new variants.
Yeah, one more on that last part. Mm-hmm. Has the president or the White House reached out specifically to any of these legislators who have lobbed criticism that you haven't used the money that's already been allocated for the fight against the pandemic?
I don't have any specific engagements to read out, but obviously we continue to work closely with the Hill. The president has stated very clearly that there's an urgent need for this money and wants to see it done.
Well, how after printing trillions of dollars, taxpayers might want to know, is there not enough money to continue fighting the pandemic? Trillions of dollars.
We have
You're out of it? Is all the accounting done, every single dollar?
So we have the resources that we need in this current moment. What we need is this funding to be able to plan for the future, to prepare for, as I say, the possibility of a new variant, the possibility of a new wave. We don't want to be caught flat-footed. We currently have, for example, all of the vaccine supply that we need to vaccinate and boost every American. But what we need to have this money for is to prepare to be ready for the future. As we know, the virus can be unpredictable, and we need to be prepared. And there's an urgent need to do that.
Right, but can you see where taxpayers would be skeptical? I mean, trillions of dollars, and all of a sudden, billions more.
I think taxpayers want to be prepared for the virus, and they want to make sure that we have the resources that we need to keep them safe, and that's what this administration is focused on.
Why no high protection?
Sorry, Jack. Yep.
Kate has called, the president has called Putin a war criminal. He said that he believes he will meet the legal definition of a war criminal, and the U.S. has vowed to pursue all accountability measures, including prosecution. Sentencing for war crimes is long-term imprisonment. So how does all of that not equate to calling for regime change?
The president has been incredibly clear about this. He is not advocating for a policy of regime change. What he said a couple of days ago was a statement of personal moral outrage, but we do not have a formal policy of regime change. What we are doing is continuing to impose unprecedented costs on Russia. We are ensuring that Russia is paying for this choice. Putin himself has said that the costs, the impact of the sanctions has been significant. So we are continuing to focus on our strategy of making sure that we are providing security assistance to Ukraine and imposing significant costs on Russia for these choices.
So when he said that he believes Putin will meet the legal definition of war criminal, was he not saying that he believes he will be convicted of that crime?
He was not, in fact.
And then does the president and the national security team here believe that Ukraine can win and push Russia out of its borders? And if so, has the U.S. adjusted its strategy at all in helping Ukraine since they started to win?
Well, I would argue that from the outset that we've done everything in our power, a tremendous amount to provide Ukraine with what it needs, to provide it with the resources to turn back Russian aggression. That has been the focus of our strategy. Again, a two-pronged strategy to impose costs and provide both the security assistance and the humanitarian assistance to support Ukraine.
Is there any reason why no one from this administration has just plainly said we think Ukraine can win this war?
I think in our actions and in the support that we've provided, we've been very clear that we're doing everything we can to stand with Ukraine and ensure that they are able to push back against Russian aggression.
And just one more on the southern border. Has DHS requested National Guard troops to be sent to the border? Is that something the administration is considering?
As far as I know, that is not currently under consideration, but I'm happy to check in on it and come back to you. Yes.
Thanks. First, Senator Susan Collins came out and in support of Judge Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court today. Do you have a reaction to the kind of confirmation that you'll have a bipartisan vote there? And then also, in her statement, she said that the process is broken and it should go back to kind of being based on qualifications, experience, and not ideology. I'm curious what you think of that.
The president is incredibly grateful to Senator Collins for her thorough and fair consideration and her support. The two of them spoke earlier in this process, and he appreciated her thoughts and her insight. Obviously, her support speaks to the qualification of Judge Jackson to sit on the Supreme Court. Judge Jackson has been working hard to earn support and, as you well know, responded to Republicans' requests for in-person meetings by promising to sit down with any senator who wanted. And she has engaged very directly. She answered over 20 hours of questions. And, she has earned the support of some of the most respected retired conservative judges in the country and the Fraternal Order of Police and so many others in law enforcement. So she is an incredibly qualified nominee for the Supreme Court, and the president is very grateful for Senator Collins' measured, reasonable, thorough, and fair consideration and ultimately support for her.
What did he make of the other part of the statement, or the White House make of the other part of the statement, that the process as a whole is broken?
Well, I think what we're seeing in the immediate case is that the process is moving forward. She's receiving fair consideration. I think the president was incredibly proud of the way she handled herself during the hearings and thought she very effectively spoke to her judicial philosophy and handled incoming criticism. So I won't speak to whether the process writ large is broken, as we are focused narrowly in this moment on the process in front of us. And I would say the process in front of us is working, and I think, again, Senator Collins' support today, the president was very grateful for it.
Yeah, back to the intel release. I'm wondering if this is partially just an effort to embarrass Vladimir Putin, to sort of publicly shame him or something. It comes across as, you say that you can't speak for the Kremlin, but then you're saying he feels misled by his advisors. It seems like there might be something going on here.
No. Our aim is to show that this has been a strategic blunder for Russia, that there is ultimately this is going to leave them weaker. It is not going to leave them stronger. And I think making this information public simply contributes to the picture that strategically they are having to reorganize, to refit, and that shows that again, this was a terrible decision for them. And at the end of the day, as we've long said, as we've said from the outset, as we said even before they invaded, we said that this would be a strategic mistake for them, and I think that is borne out.
Going back to the COVID funding, I think it was your answer to Ed. I'm trying to read between the lines just a little bit, but you had said previously we asked for $22 billion as emergency funding that wouldn't need any offsets. Now we would like Congress to get us this money. Are you saying that you're willing to accept offsets? And also, are you willing to accept less than the $22 billion?
Well, what I would say is we have been very clear that we need this money now, and we're hopeful that Congress is nearing a solution. And again, the president called for this initial $22.5 billion as emergency funding. But at the end of the day, we need the money. It's important. It's critical for our preparedness for the next, the next phase of COVID and being prepared so that we're not caught flat-footed. So ultimately, we are hopeful that Congress is nearing a solution on this.
So we should take that as you're willing to accept the offsets.
You should take it as what I said, which is that we're hopeful that Congress is reaching a solution on this, and Congress will determine ultimately where we net out on this.
Thank you very much, Kate. Going back to her question, who the White House believes is winning this war?
I think that the White House has fought valiantly, has been incredibly brave and of atrocious, brutal invasion from Russia. I think what you've seen in the actions from this White House is that we have provided weapons, we have provided assistance, we have been there every step of the way and will continue to be, and we have put enormous economic pressure on Russia in order to hopefully drive this conflict to a solution. So, I think again, I don't know that I have to say it. I think that our actions show, and the support that we provided shows that we believe that Ukraine has been incredibly brave, incredibly strong, and we're going to continue to support them as they move forward.
I just want.
Do you want to know?
Yeah, do you mind? Because President Zelensky just tweeted also that President Biden him talk about a new package of sanctions. Do you have anything more specific on that?
So I don't have anything that I can preview in this moment, but certainly we are continuing to look at options to expand and deepen our sanctions, and I anticipate that we would probably have more for you on that in the coming days.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Two quick ones, hopefully. Could you give us any steer on the additional capabilities bit of that readout from the Zelensky call? Is there a shift in thinking perhaps that Ukraine needs a different category of weapons, not just enough to hold the Russians back, but actually to push them back?
So One of those additional capabilities, something that we talked about a little bit last week while we were in Europe, ship-to-shore capability, anti-ship capability. That's just one example. Beyond that, I'm not going to go into further detail on what's being discussed, except to say that we're doing everything we can to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs on the battlefield.
Thank you. And the other one is today Boris Johnson said, very black and white, he said sanctions, Western sanctions, not just British, but all G7 sanctions should stay in place until the Russian troops are all gone. That was a lot more black and white than anything that's come out of the White House. Does the White House share that kind of maximalist goal with sanctions? Are they going to stay there until the last Russian troops are gone?
That's not something that I'm going to be able to pre-state in this moment. I will let Boris Johnson and the UK government speak for themselves.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Kate. There have been some reports recently that some Democratic senators on the Hill have expressed concerns about Eric Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India. Does the White House still have confidence in him and its ability to get him confirmed?
We do. The president has confidence in Mayor Garcetti, believes he will be an excellent representative in India. I would remind you that his nomination advanced unanimously with bipartisan support in committee, and we're continuing to engage with senators and working to earn bipartisan support for his nomination, and believe he should receive a vote in the Senate expeditiously.
Yeah, and earlier this month, President Zelensky signed a decree to combine Ukraine's national TV channels into one platform, saying he wants to create a unified information policy. Ukraine also announced that it was banning 11 political parties with ties to Russia. Is the White House concerned at all about these moves by the Ukrainians?
So this is the first that I'm hearing of it. I will look into it. I'm happy to talk to our national security team and get back to you. Thanks.
Kate?
Thanks, Jen. Seriously.
High praise.
You had mentioned that the administration encourages boosters. You talked about the work you've done on that. But given that COVID cases are down and that the pace of boosters has been sluggish, will there be an actual public campaign by the president or the administration, more of an outward effort to get people to get their boosters?
Well, I think we will continue to do the work we've been doing. And today we launched a new website, covid.gov, which gives people what they need to track transmission in their community, to find a test to treat location. So an opportunity, location where you can go, you can get a test, and if you're positive, you can get an antiviral. So this website is part of our effort, our continued and ongoing effort to make sure that people have what they need to deal with COVID as we move into potentially the next phase of this disease. From the outset, we have said and continue to believe, because the science shows, that getting vaccinated, getting boosted is the best thing that you can do in order to protect yourself from the virus. So that has been a big piece of our public messaging. That's been a big piece of our message to the country, and it will continue to be.
The president today described this new moment where he said COVID no longer controls our lives. How critical is it that Americans get boosted to stay in this new moment right now?
It's important, and our message has consistently been that it is important to get boosted. The science shows it is the best way to prevent the spread of the virus and to protect you and your loved ones and your family and your friends from getting sick. So our message will always be: it is important to go out and get boosted. We are doing everything in our power. We have done everything in our power to make sure that boosters are free and available to everybody in the country.
Yes.
Thank you. Regarding the president's budget proposal, which was released earlier this week, Senator Manchin is already saying that he can't support this so-called billionaire's tax because it would tax unrealized gains on certain assets. I wanted to hear your response to that, and I'm also wondering if he sticks with that. Given his opposition, does that mean this proposal is DOA?
Well, what I would say is that the president's budget is a classic Joe Biden budget. It is focused on security. It is focused on security in our communities, security abroad, and it was designed in order to help ensure that we have the money in reserve to pay for and bring down the deficit, even after Congress sends us whatever they ultimately send us on the proposals that he very much wants to see passed to lower prescription drug costs, to lower the cost of child care, to tackle the climate crisis. So the key priorities in this budget are those, and ensuring that the wealthiest pay their fair share. Obviously, I think Senator Manchin and President Biden share a belief that the rich should pay their fair share, and will allow the process of negotiation to work itself out. I'm obviously not going to negotiate from the podium, but I do think that Senator Manchin and President Biden share that fundamental belief that the rich should pay their fair share, the wealthiest, I should say, should pay their fair share. And so we'll continue to work with him and to work with Congress to move these forward.
21 states have filed a lawsuit against the government because of the mask mandates on transportation. I wonder if the White House is prepared through the CDC to issue some new guidelines to lift these mask mandates.
So I don't have any news to make on this at this moment. I will say these are conversations that are underway, and certainly when we have news to make on this, we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Kate. When I asked Jake Sullivan the question of whether no one in the administration had said definitively whether or not the White House thinks that Ukraine can win this war, he referred me to the Pentagon. And moments ago, when the same question was asked to you, you said, I don't know. I don't know. I have to say it. The president has said, I don't care what Putin thinks. So why isn't the administration being more definitive on this question? Is it for fear that this might provoke Moscow? Is it that you don't have a clear definition of what victory might look like over there?
I think what is important here, as I said in my previous answer, I think what's important here is our actions. I think we have provided the security assistance, we've provided the weapons to Ukraine. We continue to support Ukraine. We continue to do everything in our power to ensure that they have what they need. So I think if there's, I don't think there should be any question about whether this White House and this president is doing everything in his power to support Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression.
But towards what ends? Thank you, Kate. Two questions, one on Iran, one on electric vehicle. So on Iran, today Secretary Blinken announced a new sanction against Iran over the ballistic missile activities. Will this endanger the nuclear talk?
Sorry, the second part. Second part.
Will this endanger the nuclear talk?
No, not at all. In fact, these sanctions are not connected to the Iran deal. They demonstrate, in fact, what we have always said, which is that we will continue to hold Iran accountable for its missile proliferation and support to proxy networks as we work diplomatically to place strict limits on its nuclear program. So that will be true whether we are back in the nuclear deal or not. And the sanctions that we're applying today will remain in place whether or not we're back in the nuclear deal. But as you know, it is our firm view that getting out of the deal was a disaster. And second, that these other problems, missiles and proxies, are better addressed without Iran at the nuclear breakout threshold. So ultimately, we are able to hold Iran accountable on issues like the missile program while continuing to work toward a potential deal to limit their nuclear program.
Second question on the electric vehicle. So yesterday, you announced investment in electric vehicle, and this week, actually, a Chinese company called Semcor, which is Shanghai Energy New Material Technology, just announced a new electric vehicle battery investment in Ohio, which will create around 1,200 jobs. We know pushing cutting-edge technology and preserving supply chain is Biden administration's priority. But would you also worry about national security aspect and future supply chain concern over the Chinese investment on those items?
Well, as you say, a significant economic priority, a significant plank of the Biden economic agenda is bringing our supply chains to America, making more in America, manufacturing in America. The president has been very focused on taking steps to ensure that we're doing that, and we're seeing existing investment. You'll all remember the investment that Intel announced a couple of months ago. These are investments that are happening in part because President Biden is creating an environment where companies feel like they will get the support and they will therefore bring their jobs here. On the national security question, I would only say, of course, we would always review and undertake all of the necessary steps, but I don't have anything beyond that to say. Oh, okay. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
So a lengthy White House briefing right there as we brought it to you in full here on Live Now from Fox as they are talking strategy from Russia when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Obviously, $2 billion of security assistance already being given to Ukraine. That's as talks are underway between President Biden and President Zelensky. Zelensky tweeting out and saying that they had an hour-long conversation. They talked about the situation on the battlefield, and at the negotiating table, they talked about specific defensive support, a new package of enhanced sanctions, macro, financial, and humanitarian aid, and more. But when asked about winning, the White House said that Ukraine is brave, unable to provide a specific answer on that because it's just too hard to know right now. So we'll talk about possibility of a deal, possibility of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine, although that seems quite bleak at this time. We're also going to be speaking with the youngest ever Ukrainian MP after this commercial break. Svatoslav joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We've spoken with him previously. He's going to be joining us from Ukraine, talking about the situation underway, Ukrainian pride at this time, Russian propaganda, and so much more. So we'll see you back here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at a photo of Svatoslav Yurish. He's the youngest ever Ukrainian MP. He's worked directly with President Zelensky out in Ukraine and even went to school at University of Warsaw as a student. So needless to say, he knows what is going on down on the ground. Joining us now from Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to the White House, we've been listening in to the Pentagon, and there's a lot of developments underway and a lot of questions about the status of war. If you could just explain to us what you're seeing and what you're hearing from down on the ground.
There's lots of talk about some scale back and such. The reality is very different. I've been to the front line north of Kyiv today, to the front line west of Kyiv today, and these are the main front lines for the last week. And the reality is there's plenty of fighting happening, going on. I just in the other day, so speaking of my commander about what he has seen clearing different small towns of the Russian forces, it's by no means a scale back. Russians are losing ground, basically, near Kiev, and it seems much more like they are trying to explain than losing the battle around Kiev by saying this is kind of a scale back. By no means that.
Okay, so this is just a scaling back and a repositioning. There's questions of possible communication between the U.S., Ukraine and Russia. Peace talks, are they even possible at this point? And should they be trusted from President Putin?
From the very beginning, I mean, Mr. Zelensky, the president responded to Mr. Putin's hour-long speech that he published a week before the invasion, with calls for talks and for negotiations and for discussions. But instead of that, we got a full-scale invasion. Russia hoped to win very fast. Your intelligence services were predicting that they will, and everybody was mistaken. And we are basically pushing them in different sectors that they've been trying to advance time and time again. The reality is that we are seeing right now that Ukraine can hold its own, and with the support of the world, we can essentially even win this. The reality is that in those negotiations, Russians are essentially issuing demands which amount to capitulation, which we are not going to accept, as we are fighting and losing people every day in the battle for our independence, sovereignty, and our integrity. So the point here is that as far as negotiations, I am quite pessimistic, and not to mention that what we have agreed on in these negotiations, such as humanitarian corridors, are in battled cities. The Russians were shelling those corridors every chance they've got. So it's not as if Russians are following any of their promises.
Well, reporters asking the White House point blank who they believe is winning the war, Russia or Ukraine, unable to answer that question, but saying that the Ukrainian people are, quote, brave. How would you answer that question right now?
Well, as far as the battle itself, the battle is something that we see very much all the steps towards victory from our side. I mean, we are capturing Russian POWs by the hundreds. We are essentially destroying the tank columns one by one. We are showing the world as Putin's military might is nothing but a bluff. But again, winning against the biggest country on earth and trying to defeat the second biggest army on earth is very much an uphill battle, a David versus Goliath battle, if you allow me. And in the support that we're getting from the world, we welcome all, but it's by no means enough, as again, such a battle demands essentially uniting that we've never seen before.
Do you think it's correct that Russian advisors to President Putin are misleading him and saying that they're far more successful than they actually are on the ground?
I mean, what we are getting from Russia is a very Stalinesque approach, where he is trying to detain his own chief of intelligence. When we see Minister of Defense disappearing, at the moment of war being fought, largest war that Russia fought since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the fact is that we are seeing as the Russian state basically disintegrates under the weight of its own propaganda. And we think the world needs to support that process, because Russia has forsaken every place, every avenue it has, the international community, as it basically breaks every promise it made to the world. So the point here is, let us help dismount this Russian behemoth which is trying to impose itself on the world.
Well, I want to pull up this tweet as we move into what actually is needed for Ukraine right now, as a conversation is underway between President Biden and President Zelensky about defensive support, a new package of enhanced sanctions, macro financial and humanitarian aid. What does Ukraine need right now amid this ongoing crisis?
Basically, the president has made very clear that as far as the humanitarian plight of millions that we are seeing all around Ukraine, not to mention the refugees that are leaving Ukraine or have displaced within Ukraine, there is a great deal of needs in that regard. But also there are innumerable questions on the military support, and we are thankful for all that we are getting. We need so much more. As I'm hearing the anti-air guns in Kiev work day in, day out, I understand that there is plenty that we need to do to essentially destroy Russian capability that they are throwing into Ukraine. So I'm very keen to see more support and more help, not to mention that point which we mentioned every single time, that is no fly zone over Ukraine, which is something the West has done previously for humanitarian reasons. And when you see footage coming from various embattled cities around Ukraine, you see that case very clearly.
Well, we have conversations underway between the Ukrainian parliament and senators here at home on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. What do you perceive as those conversations being, and what do you think could come out of this?
Well, I mean, it's very clear that Congress has a unique situation. Ukraine has a bipartisan consensus in Ukraine, had that even since before the war. In that time, we get delegations from different parties, all of them basically trying to talk with us about various steps we can take in reforming, improving Ukraine, bettering Ukraine, and allowing us more firepower in case of potential Russian aggression. So the point here is that we are basically very glad to see that on Ukraine, even the extremely partisan American politics can unite, they can join forces. Because again, Ukraine is not about political debates, it is about a uniting that the world needs to see when it sees the largest state in Europe that is that Russia tries to destroy for the sake of its imperialistic ambitions that don't belong in the century. So I'm glad to see that America is the champion of that unity the world needs to show.
Well, this is a photo of you that you've now posted on social media, giving an idea of what it looks like in not only that location, Ukraine, but several other cities, although Kyiv still standing. Explain the pride, the continued emotions of this war, of the people in Ukraine that are still there, still standing.
Well, it's numerous cities in Ukraine actually, and it's the city of Makariv that's on the road west from Kyiv to the border with the European Union. And basically, as far as the city of Makariv, none of the streets in that city are as they were before the war. And this lovely small town that was quite a joyous destination in between traveling from my hometown Lviv to Kyiv is now in ruins, and the battles there are ongoing, and having been shelled in that city and having basically been as close to death as I have been in this war in that city, I can tell you that it's a prime example of murderous tactics by the Russians as they shelled me in a hospital that I was delivering aid to, and as they have destroyed so many lives there. And I was just going back home with one of the checkpoints, and they had their close friend has lost her sister in that city recently. So the point here is that Makariv is just latest and the closest example that utter destructions the Russians are causing on the civilians and all the lives that were going on as normal until the Russians decided to destroy our nation. Again, and Makariv gives us all the more reason to fight to the very end, because all these lives cannot be lost in vain, and we cannot just go back to business as usual with Russia at any point.
Yeah, some of the stories coming out of what is happening in these towns, people returning to their homes that are no longer homes, and then also reports of, occupiers raping the women and taking advantage of the children. Just devastating to be hearing. If you could give one message to all of us here in the United States that are just watching it from images, from videos, what would that be?
Stop it. The West has awesome might that it can deploy at any point it wishes to try and stop this madness. The West can do that. It can try and pretend that Putin's bluff is real, or it can look at the facts of the ground. That is, Russia's economy is the size of Italy, that Russia is nowhere near even the Soviet Union's level of capabilities, and that Russia is trying to basically masquerade its corrupt, vindictive, murderous state and to basically try and hide behind it as any kind of a global threat. It is not that. The world can step in here and show Russia that it cannot do what it does right now to all of these stories which you've been listing and so many more. Just if you look at the city of Mariupol, port city, which is basically leveled, not a single building in the city is without harm or destruction. And the reality of that can be stopped at any point if the West chooses to.
All right, Svatoslav Yurish joining us live from Ukraine right now. We appreciate you, and we'll continue to report what's going on from down on the ground. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much for your interest and care.
Yeah,
Till later.
Stay safe. All right. Well, we are, as we said, monitoring the conversations underway between Ukrainian parliament members as well as our own senators here at home. A rare bipartisan moment of Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell walking out of those talks. We're going to hear from some of the senators who were inside of that closed-door meeting, their reaction and next steps from the United States in aiding Ukraine after this break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A rare moment seeing Senator Mitch McConnell and Senator Chuck Schumer, Republican and Democrat, walking together in Capitol Hill following a conversation with Ukrainian parliament members who have come to Washington, D.C. to discuss the possibility of further aid for Ukraine at this time. Many senators speaking to reporters right after the meeting. We're going to play out some of that reaction here in full.
So your question was, what's my assessment of what's going on based on the classified briefing? My assessment of the whole thing is that the United States has a somewhat clumsy bureaucracy, and the need on the ground in Ukraine is urgent. And while we, I think have approved, and when I say we, I mean the country as a whole, the president included, has promised and is providing a lot of lethal assistance that's arriving late, or at least creating enough uncertainty that it creates some anxiety. I think there's a sense in Ukraine, from Ukrainian leaders, that we are implementing a strategy to prolong their defeat as opposed to help them win. I think that shift is taking place. I sense that shift certainly in Ukraine, but here as well. So I do, it's a complicated issue. With regard to sanctions, what we're doing, I think, is having an impact. My sense is that, at least in Ukraine, they'd like us to do more. While the 10 largest banks have been blocked and certainly have diminished their opportunity to do international banking, there are still a lot of smaller banks. My concern is that they're able to shift some of that burden to smaller banks. They don't have a regulatory regime. A simple call from the Kremlin can make a lot of things happen. And so, my question's focused a bit on that. The other thing I would say is that the Ukrainians have been very clear, and as you know, I was in the briefing or the meeting this morning with the Ukrainian members of parliament, the Ukrainian caucus gathering. They are expressing loudly and unanimously urgent need for lethal aid. The other thing is there's a humanitarian crisis, and I know you know that, but it's quite major right there in the breadbasket of the world in terms of a food crisis. So we're hearing it all. But the good thing is, I think you're seeing again a further unification of the West. In fact, some of what was said today was even more encouraging day by day. Our allies, NATO allies, European allies, and others are in the fight with Ukraine.
So what specific things do you think the U.S. should be doing right now to, in your words, not just help prolong the defeat, but actually help them win?
To the degree we can, expedite the arrival of weapons systems that can defend the skies. And of course, there's a lot of discussion about the MiGs and fighter jets and those things, but just setting that aside for a moment, their ability to take out incoming further away from the target. In other words, Stingers are good for close up. They're medium range and long range missiles, as we know, attacks coming from the Black Sea, coming from Belarus and Russia, inside the countries, that can travel great distances, hundreds of kilometers. I think we need to do all we can to get more advanced defense systems in, and I'll leave it at that. I mean, there's a lot of published information, of course, about what those systems are, but that every time a system comes from somewhere else, we have to restock that, and that's a growing concern, especially in light of the president's budget, the defense budget.
President Zelensky, when he came in there, he made the same case.
He did.
A few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And the Ukrainian officials today did, the senators as well. So what's the reason? What are they explaining to you why they're not able to provide the systems that the Ukrainians say they need?
Well, I said bureaucracy up front. I mean, it is obviously it's complicated, and I'm not making excuses for them. It is complicated. A lot of these systems exist in many places throughout the country. Again, there needs to be these assurances to our allies that we can replace the systems that they would contribute to the fight. But I think I want to leave it at that for now, because again, there's plenty of published reports, but there's also some classified stuff that we just heard. But again, I want to get back though to we need to look at the overall defense budget, and having a budget come in below inflation. It's backwards, as the president's budget really does not address the threats of the day, and so we need to get back to talking seriously about how to increase that defense budget to make sure that we don't leave ourselves vulnerable in other theaters. We want to help Ukraine all we can, obviously. We ought to have a winning strategy for sure, but we also have to make sure that we recognize the reality of the current situation in the world. All right?
We said one other thing.
Sure.
You guys are all talking about Putin in here and how bad Putin is. Yesterday, the former president asked Putin to reveal dirt on Biden.
Yeah, I heard that.
What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know if he has dirt on Biden. If he does, he should reveal it, but he is a war criminal, so I don't expect that he's right now sitting around thinking about ways that he can, reveal other information, if in fact he has it. I don't know of any that he has, so I don't know what the president might be talking about.
I mean, you're saying that he should reveal information if he has it?
I think that anybody that has information about crimes that have been committed, all the rest of us would obviously reveal that. Criminals don't generally do that. In other words, I think it's perhaps amusing to you that he requested it. I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for it, if in fact it exists at all, which I'm not sure it does.
Was it appropriate though for Trump to even ask that?
The appropriateness of things that Trump asks for is more amusing to you than it is to me. We have a current president who's, way more concerning to me, frankly, than what the former president might be doing.
Thanks.
Appreciate the briefing. So we're still talking about things that are going to come. If you believe they were going to invade weeks before they did, remember all the warnings we had from the administration, this is real, it's going to happen. I'm astonished that we're 5 weeks in this and we still don't have the equipment flowing that will make a difference, and Ukraine can win this thing. The jets. The administration is all over the board Poland has decided not to send them. We don't care if Poland sends. The truth is, we don't want those jets to go because Putin's backed down this administration. The jets would make a difference. Every time we ask a question about jets, it comes back, well, they don't know how, they can't really use them effectively. That's bull. And we're worried about escalation. We cannot let Putin tell us how to help the Ukrainians defend themselves. So I came out of there very frustrated. We're 5 weeks into this thing, and it seems like nothing changes. Every briefing's the same. And the Ukrainians have taken this 5 weeks. The same people that told us this would last 4 days are giving us excuse after excuse, so why can't we do more?
Were you satisfied with the briefing?
Again, as a member of the Intelligence Committee, we are briefed on a daily basis. I thought it was important to have the balance of the members here about the number of allied nations, more than 30, that are sending aid to the Ukrainians, where we stand in terms of getting additional systems to the Ukrainians. And clearly we're seeing, and we're in the process of seeing whether Russia is redirecting its forces. They've been unsuccessful. The Ukrainians' will to fight, the Russians' frankly ineptness on even just getting the logistics right for the invasion. I mean, there still remains questions I have that about the dog that didn't bark in terms of cyber attacks more massively in Ukraine or against NATO countries or our own, but we're still in this conflict.
Did you get any information, or did you get any information or insight into how President Putin is being misled by?
Well, again, I think one only needs to have looked at the images of Putin. Well, they speak 1,000 words. The pictures of him sitting at one end of the table and his ally, even his advisors being removed. This guy's been a guy that's been removed for the last 2 years, COVID phobic. The question is he, how accurate the information? This is a group of people who don't want to tell bad news to the boss. But clearly, some of this is getting through since you're seeing the Russians redeploy their forces towards the east.
Did y'all talk at all about the appropriations money that you guys provided for Ukrainian aid and where that's going, what that's been used for?
Well, there was some discussion about how those resources are being drawn down in various presidential draws. The fact that the president today announced another $500 million of direct economic assistance to Ukraine. The question of how we, in many cases, backfill as we get these resources to the Ukrainians. So there was some discussion.
Graham was just at the mics, and he was really fuming about the ability to get planes there and to get weapon systems there. Do you share his concerns, or is
I think that the actual numbers of the Ukrainian planes in the fight, I think, are even greater than we thought 10 days ago. In terms of the really critical longer range anti-aircraft systems, I know there's a sense of urgency, but some of these systems are not systems that we own. We have to get another nation, and there's been a lot of speculation about Slovakia, but then how you backfill, obviously the Slovaks aren't going to give up that system unless there's something that maintains the protection of their territory. And getting that backfill, I think that is all in process. And the sooner that system gets there, the better for the Ukrainians. As well as, remember, the Ukrainians have their own S-300 systems. So can we get them additional spare parts and other items to make sure they're replenished as well?
Are we moving fast enough on that backfill?
Because I think, listen, you can't help, as somebody who's hears regularly from the Ukrainian ambassador and other Ukrainians, you see the images, you want to move heaven and earth as quickly as possible. Every Ukrainian would say, we want everything yesterday. I do think when we are looking at the amount of material, and not just from us, but with our allies, literally tens of thousands, for example, of anti-tank missiles that have gone into the field, literally getting air defense systems and getting them appropriately replaced. I want this to move as expeditiously as possible, but it's got to be done in concert with our allies. Nobody's going to give up their own air defense system until there's something tangible there to replace it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Were you satisfied with the briefing?
All right, guys, so we've been listening to a lot of those different reactions coming to us from senators after they had some closed-door meetings with some of our members of parliament from Ukraine. Those are going to continue on here into the evening, so we'll also be bringing you more of that reaction right here on Live Now from Fox. But the stories have continued to pour in of those who have been fleeing. United Nations does say more than 4 million Ukrainians have fled since the invasion. Joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Fox 29's Jeff Cole, who has more on some of those refugees who have now made it to the United States. Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here in Philadelphia where a Ukrainian church has raised some $20,000 to try to bring refugees to the city of Philadelphia. 2 women arrived in New York last night and made it here to Philadelphia overnight. The women are here to seek peace. They have left Kyiv. They left Kyiv in early March, crossed into Poland, and had quite a journey to get here. We spoke to them during the day today, and here's what they have told us about their journey.
I was very afraid not to have time even to try to escape. And I called my colleague Veronica. I insisted that bombing and Iskanders, these are cruel techniques that they are not choosing who will die.
Veronica Matvienko and Alla Putetska find sanctuary in the St. Nicholas Orthodox Cathedral of Northern Liberties. The rectory of this Ukrainian church will be where they find peace after fleeing war in Kyiv.
But there were districts where people saw flames from destroyed rockets in the sky falling on the houses.
The women, friends and colleagues in a Ukrainian cathedral left Kyiv on March 7th, crossing into Poland the next day. They're thankful for how neighboring Poland has welcomed refugees, but remember the stark sadness there.
There were a lot of moms with children without men, without any additional assistance, without any finance. So it is real a tragedy of Ukrainian people.
They found shelter for 2 days in a McDonald's in Warsaw until the 100 families of St. Nicholas used some of the $20,000 they've raised to bring them to the U.S., the pair arriving in New York last night.
I feel that I am lucky, that I am in a safe place, and I don't hear those explosions.
Alla, 42, with an advanced degree in law, and Veronica, 50, and the leader of a large church choir, have long known the Bishop of St. Nicholas. He helped bring them here.
I tell you, Jeff, the parishioners, we very happy for help them. And I say this is your house now.
Do you fear for your country? Do you cry for your country?
Yes,
what will happen?
We are sure that victory will come. We are sure because we have additional assistance of the United States.
St. Nicholas Cathedral is now working to bring a family of 6 here. The bishop hopes to place other refugees with area families, while Alla and Veronica dream of their return to Ukraine.
Do you fear what will be left of your country?
I think we shall resist.
And
we
rebuild?
shall reconstruct.
And rebuild?
Our students will rebuild. We love our country.
They loved their country. Both women believe that they thought the Russians would really never invade Ukraine. They could not believe that the Russians would bomb the cities in which we have seen in the video and the pictures that are coming out of that country. But as you heard them say, they believe that the Ukrainian army, the people of Ukraine, will continue to resist, and they firmly believe that in the end they may take a pummeling, but they will achieve victory. Jeff Cole, live here in Philadelphia.
And Jeff, I just have to ask, I know so many people have been fleeing the country. Have they been able to stay in contact with anyone who may have stayed behind or maybe have relocated to other neighboring countries as well?
So Alla, the blonde woman that you saw in the piece, has a 20-year-old daughter. She left the Ukraine before her mother did, and her mother said she was quite upset to see her daughter go, but she wanted her out of the country, so she did leave. She's living in a village in France with Alla's sister, so she's in touch with her. But most everyone else that they had contact with, they seemingly are out of contact now with, because theirs was a harrowing journey. They had to make their way to the Polish border. They were received quite well, they say, from the people in Poland, but then they had to hold up for a couple of days in a McDonald's in Poland, and finally got to Philadelphia overnight here. My sense is that they will now reach back out. They certainly have contacts with a cathedral in that country. They worked there. They're very close to the people there. I would imagine they will have contact, but the last time I spoke with them, they are resting, they were washing their clothing, and they were very happy to be in a place where there is relative peace here in Philadelphia, and not in a country being pummeled by the Russians.
Right, and it is just so impressive to see, though, overall, a lot of these people, their attitudes still standing strong with their country and hoping for that day of victory to come soon. So thank you again, Fox 29's Jeff Cole, for joining us and sharing their story. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more of them like this coming up here on Live Now from Fox. So thank you again, Jeff. And as we continue to bring you more news surrounding Russia and Ukraine, I do want to take us out to earlier here today. We had some of our Ukrainian parliament members speaking about their meetings that they've been having on Capitol Hill. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Have to be closed, and we understand that sanctions can work if they are not individual from one country on Russia, but definitely in the unity with all the free world, and definitely with the European continent as such. So at this particular moment, we were raising the issue that we have to get Europeans on board in terms of finally introducing embargo on Russian oil and gas and coal, because the numbers that they are paying each day to Russian Federation, they are incredible, and thus they are supporting further basically terrorist activities of Russian Federation against Ukraine. Since 24th of February, 21.5 billion euros have been paid for Russian fossil fuels. We understand that the U.S. can do more in terms of providing supply of oil and gas to those countries, and also working with OPEC countries with regard to pricing of these fossil fuels. But we also hear that it is difficult to get everybody on board, that there are more chances for embargo on oil to be introduced by also EU countries at this particular moment, and the gas is still a problematic issue. But we will work further on this as well. We are happy that also quite a lot of Asian countries have joined sanctions, and we appreciate that the leadership role that the U.S. has been playing on getting that common support from others. But also we are very much concerned with the banking sanctions that have been introduced up to now. 6 banks out of 333 banks of Russian Federations have been actually sanctioned. That is allowing Russia to avoid those sanctions very efficiently. So we were calling and are calling on adding all the Russian banks to this list of full sanctioning, and also cutting them off SWIFT. But cutting them off SWIFT cannot be done exclusively by the U.S. Again, we also have to work with the European partners. So we have here the support. There is readiness to what we are hearing also from the Hill, that there is readiness also to work on additional resolutions, on documents, on legislature to provide for additional sanctions against Russian Federation, including like banning their vessels from the seaports, including additional freezing of the assets of those individuals, assets and properties of those individuals that have been put on the sanctions list. But this is still in the making, and unfortunately we do not have time. So we are calling on you to help us to get this message across also to wider American public, to wider audiences, that they could also continue and follow up the work we've been doing with the politicians here to help them to take the decisions as soon as possible. They are ready to work on this, but the bills have to be on the table already.
And your name and where are you from? Which area do you represent?
I am from Kyiv. I was raised and born in Kyiv. My name is Ivana Klimpush-Tsentsadze, and I am the chair of the Committee of Ukraine's integration into the EU.
And could you get any additional commitments beyond the $800 million that has already been announced as aid for Ukraine? Like, were you asking for a specific weapon system or a specific type of aid?
We were asking for, I believe maybe my colleagues have been saying this, but three major things: weapons, sanctions, and financial aid.
If I may, I will take the issue on sanctions. My name is Anastasia Radina. I'm chair of Anti-Corruption Committee of the Parliament. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
As to the weapons, we are thankful for all the bipartisan support we are receiving, but in terms of weapons, Ukraine can actually receive more, and the United States can show more leadership and help Ukraine actually win this war. We are asking to abandon this artificial distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. We are defending our land. In our situation, all types of weapons are defensive. What we need in order for Ukraine to have an existential opportunity to continue being a free country, we need to kick Russian soldiers off our land. And for that, we need all possible weapons. We have been discussing the major issue of providing Ukraine with proper air defense systems, which should include jets, and we hope that this issue will be dealt with in a timely manner, because for Ukraine, promises or discussions or any other kinds of frankly inaction are not helpful anymore. What we need is action, and action now.
So did you get the sense when you met on the Hill with members of Congress that they were in support of going further with weapons than the Biden administration has so far committed publicly to doing?
We have received a lot of support, but on some issues we're still hearing that consultations are needed, and we are urging colleagues to abandon this pre-war style bureaucracy and to move with things as quickly as possible. For Ukraine, as quickly as possible and as quickly as needed is not in a week, not in a few days, but yesterday and the day before yesterday. This is how urgent the need is. And let me tell you, as of now, Ukraine is actually winning on the ground. And when Russians are saying they are withdrawing, they are lying for two reasons. In regions they are saying they are withdrawing, they have actually been beaten. They have been kicked out. In regions where they are still present, they are digging in. And therefore, if we continue with this distinction between defensive and offensive weapons, we will only be able to keep Russians from going further into our territory. This is not the peace arrangement. This is not what we need to give Ukraine its chance to continue. This is not what we need is all kinds of weaponry necessary to get them out of our territory and not just fight on the lines on which they are digging in.
I mean, respectfully, the Russian SAM's air defense seems, or air offense, is pretty formidable. And my understanding is that right now with the MiGs that you've got, you're having to move them around just to keep them safe. And that you're not using them in a very offensive way because the SAMs can take them out so easily.
I'm sorry, but for security reasons, we will not be discussing what we have and the way troops are moving. Please understand that.
For sure, we need more to feel, secure our skies. Not only MiGs, but also the air defense system, that goes from the ground to air, and also the naval one. But we do need some artillery and tanks as well. That's what my colleague was telling. So there is, all the lists are in proper hands, and we asked to support and to put, to track this information, how is it going. Because we do need these weapons to be shipped as soon as possible. Also we were speaking with our counterparts about the possibility, I mean, it's a long-term, strategy, but the possibility of lend-lease and, having these firm signals to Putin, to Russia, that, Ukraine will be backed up because, these supplies, they've been running out. So we need this long-term strategy strategy to backing up the Ukraine. And we have to understand that Ukraine is fighting right now for the whole NATO territory because, you know, Russia cannot cross Ukraine, cannot go, cannot win, and they would like to, you know, to invade other countries as well. I mean, look at the polls, look at what they put in their TV. They're choosing, they put in the maps, they're choosing, you know, what country they should invade next. We have to be very clear on that. Ukraine is actually defending the NATO borders right now, but the morality doesn't have to be, you know, ended by the NATO borders. I mean, our kids are the same kids as are in Washington, in Berlin, in Paris, and our kids are dying every day.
Some sad stories and updates, but of course, these members here trying to work with our leaders on U.S. soil to help provide more aid that is much needed in Ukraine. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to monitor all the top stories happening across our country. Today, we've been keeping a close eye on some of that weather that's been making its way across the South, producing not only severe storms, but also tornadoes in its path. So what we want to do is, of course, give you the latest update as these severe storms are now producing even more threats to areas like even Mississippi. We're going to head out to Jackson, Mississippi, where we do have Fox Weather's Will Nunley. And thank you so much, Will. I know that things are just starting to happen there. Talk about the latest that you're seeing right now.
Thick of things in just a matter of minutes, and it could happen while I'm even talking to you. We are going to experience that powerful storm front that we've been tracking now for you really for days move through the Jackson, Mississippi area. All throughout the day ahead of this, we've had some pretty powerful wind gusts, and those have caused problems of their own. This is not just problems associated with the very line itself. We've had powerful wind all day long ahead of this. It's actually caused a problem just behind me there. Let me point you out something here on the screen. You may be able to see some blue lights blinking in the distance. I know it's kind of far away, but what you will be able to see are these trees. That's the governor's mansion. That's the Mississippi governor's mansion. And within the past 2 hours, one of these trees actually came down from the property there of the governor's mansion and fell. Excuse me, I apologize for the squeal that's happening in the background. There's something metal here that's moving around a lot. But that actually came down here onto Capitol Street and fell. No injuries associated with this, but that's, again, kind of indicative of what we're seeing, these problems with the wind gusts ahead of this that are, I guess, causing something else to spin around here, metal on metal. That's the sound you're hearing in the background. But meanwhile, schools are closed here today. We had to get the kiddos, of course, provider here, that's Entergy. They are already reporting dozens of power outages ahead of this storm. And again, we expect that main line to be rolling in within a matter of minutes. It's here in the county where I am. So this is, of course, the time when we say anybody really who's in this area, doesn't matter if you're under really as a warning or not, we know that these are powerful storms. And so now's the time to go ahead and seek that shelter, get inside, make sure you know where to go, the lowest level of the building you're in, have a plan. And then really it's time to enact that plan, because these are not storms that we want to really challenge here. These are some significant storms already with a history of damage. And we're going to be here tracking this along with the Fox Weather team to bring it to you in real time and show you how it's impacting people here in Jackson, Mississippi. Back to you.
Yeah, and Will, I know, as you've mentioned before, now's the time to seek your safety, making sure that you're going to be staying out of the way of this storm's path. You can even see just how much more intense those wind gusts seem to be getting as we've been speaking. So I do say thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate your time. Hopefully you can also find that safe spot, and we'll continue to keep our eyes not only on your shots that you're bringing to us from Mississippi, but also Fox Weather as well. All right, so Will Nunley joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again to him. And as we mentioned, and here's that graphic again of those storms making their way across the area. You can see multiple boxes in different colors. The purple color is the color I want to talk about, that pinky color. Those are the areas where they are watching just some of those different rotations of the storm that could possibly produce tornadoes. You're seeing Jackson right there in the middle of your screen. That's exactly where Will was joining us from. You could see even just his shirt blowing in the wind earlier, and so you know that they are still in that path, as you heard. Trees already going down, but they have even stronger wind gusts and rain making their way into the area. So what we'll do for all of our viewers here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to continue listening in with some of our Ukrainian parliament members. We're also going to be listening in with some more of our senators on Capitol Hill after they had those meetings with those parliament members, talking about their reaction, talking about some of the things that they're going to be working on to provide more aid to our Ukrainians in need. But we'll also keep our eyes on this severe weather as it continues to hit the south. It's going to be making its way across, moving east, but it's still going to bring some severe threats into this evening as well. So stick around. You're going to want to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to pop up this picture here briefly for our viewers, just to let you know we're keeping an eye on a lot of breaking news scenes that are happening all across the U.S., those storms down in the south. But right now, our chopper up above a residential fire. This is a 2-alarm fire. Thankfully, we've had reports that no one was injured. You can see, though, the amount of trucks that have come out here to respond. A lot of fire engines. You can also see some of those crew members up on top of the roof working to help bring in some more air, also put out that fire from multiple different angles. So what I want to do here for our viewers is, of course, continue to bring you some of that new content and pieces we've been showing to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we'll also keep an eye on that severe weather. We'll also keep an eye here on this fire, as again, we have multiple units that are stuck together. So that does always cause concern when firefighters are out there responding, is we want to try to get this fire knocked out as quickly as possible so that it doesn't spread from unit to unit. So you can see multiple crews here working to open up yet a second unit right next door. Looks like that very first one where you're seeing down that bottom left-hand corner, water pouring out of it. A lot of that middle part, the interior, just looks burnt. Once more, as we keep our eye on this and the weather, I want to take us back into that press conference where we were listening in with some of our Ukrainian parliament members. They have been speaking about just some of the different ways that the United States congressmen and women can help them, especially when it comes to their most immediate needs. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Sir, may I add, Maria, one of our member of the Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee, just to add an information what we have here, what we would like to see also. As we were meeting on different levels and different institutions, we would like to have synergy of actions, one-voice policy, as timing means lives for us. If you will ask us what date is it, we will not tell you. We just know that this is the 35th day of Russian war and aggression in Ukraine. And that is why, when we are looking solutions for us, or like humanitarian aid. For us, humanitarian aid is weapon, because then we can defend our humanitarian corridors, then we can unblock our blocked towns and cities, because Russian army, it's not the strongest army in the world or like second strongest army in the world. These people are murderers, these people are rapists, and these people are shakhrayi. Like stolen. They stolen everything.
Looters. They are looters.
Looters. Yeah. So that is why that we all together can stop them. And this is also testing Putin, the free world, if they can defend principles and values which we are fighting now for the free world. Thank you.
It sounds like none of you all have much faith in the negotiations going on in Turkey.
We have faith in our Ukrainian army, and we have faith in our partners, and we need to work together to get the victory of Ukraine.
We are on the front line with Russia since 2014, and this is why we do not trust Russia's promises. We have been there and seen that. When Russia promises to withdraw in too many occasions, what they do is regroup and hit us even harder. And we have seen that, and we have lost a lot of lives to that. We are now seeing how they are first promising to grant humanitarian corridors, and then they allow people to start evacuating, and then what they do is they open a fire at these people. There are kids right now in hospital in Zaporizhia with wounds as terrible as I don't even have words to describe. Now, majority of these kids got these wounds because they were attacked during evacuation. They were trying to evacuate through granted humanitarian corridors that Russia then shelled and bombed and mined and did everything to terrify civilians. This is why we are not enthusiastic about their promises. In 2014, we were told not to escalate with Russia, and this is how they got Crimea. This is how they bited off Donetsk and Lugansk regions, but we were still told, please do not escalate, otherwise there will be World War II, World War III, I'm sorry, and let's just do business with Russia as usual. The result was that Russia received $1.6 trillion as a revenues for trade with the United States, Great Britain, European Union, and they used this money to finance their army. And instead of not escalating, where did that get us? This get us to this year, 2022, when Russia is not just waging a war against us, but when Russia is doing genocide on Ukrainian territories. People of Mariupol are now hostages to Russia. They are literally dying because they don't, not just because they are constantly shelled, but because they do not have water, they do not have food, and Russians are not allowing humanitarian deliveries into the city. This is the background on which we assess Russia's promises, and this is why we are saying that the only option to actually receive peace in Ukraine would be for Ukraine to be able to clear our land of Russian troops, and for that we need all kinds of weapons, including fighter jets.
Russia has a confirmed track record of lies and manipulations, and I think that only actions can be seen as something to be trusted. So at this particular moment, there is no action that Russia is taking in order to confirm that it has a tiny ray or a tiny shadow of goodwill to actually even provide for humanitarian corridors for humanitarian aid. So we all believe that Russia is using those talks, and I wouldn't even call them negotiations at this particular moment, those talks as a smokescreen, and is trying to demand from Ukraine whatever it believes will make Ukraine non-existent. All of the demands of Russian Federation are focused and targeted exclusively to one goal: to erase us as a nation from the map of the world, to erase us as a nation state from the map of the world. That is something that Ukrainian society, Ukrainian armed forces, Ukrainian territorial defense, Ukrainian politicians are totally not accepting. And that's why we are here with a cross-party delegation. That's why we are here absolutely united for one goal of defending our country, of ensuring that we have the right to live preserved, and we have the right to choose our path, to actually decide our own destiny in the future, as just other sovereign nations do. And so here we have to have the support of all the nations. And I believe, personally, I believe that finally the negotiations on peace, if they, when they will happen, because any war ends with some peace negotiations, there will be maybe Russia behind the bars on one side, and or Russian leadership behind the bars being prosecuted in the tribunal, and Ukraine and the free world on the other side. And that's what we are hoping for, because this is our common cause, and this is the possibility for not only us to survive, but also for Putin to be stopped on the territory of Ukraine, not to spill over this war to other regions.
So why talk to them now? Why is President Zelensky supporting talks now?
I think it's important to show that Ukraine is ready for trustworthy communication. But definitely we do not see any trustworthy communication, and the lines of communication have to be remaining open if, and this is the goodwill from the Ukrainian authorities, but definitely not something that Ukrainian not definitely something that is leading to actually peace at this particular moment. And well, and Russia's usual practice is, and we've seen this actually back in 2014, we've seen that in 2015, we are seeing it now, that exactly when negotiations are happening, Russia showing the fearful rage and attacks that are being carried out across the country. They believe that their tactics of additional threat, of additional pressure by military might is going to win the concessions from Ukrainian negotiators. Ukrainian society is the major force that will define the future parameters of the peace agreement. And I think that Ukrainian society is showing to the whole world how resolute it is, how courageous it is, how united it is to preserve our country the way we see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask for a minute, gentlemen, did you, while you guys get cutaways or something, I just had an informational question to ask. Did you all, can you tell us who you met with on Capitol Hill, or who you met with at the State Department?
We had a lot of very fruitful and very important meetings. We met with Ukrainian caucus in Congress, in Senate. We have also a lot of meetings with congressmen, congresswomen, senators, with Speaker Madame Pelosi. Also, we met Victoria Nuland and a lot of different NGOs. And you know, we are very happy now that we feel support, we feel understanding of our issue. And the most important thing for us now is time. Time to implement all these aspects and results.
We have had a huge turnout of representatives when we were meeting in the House of Representatives with the Ukrainian caucus. The caucus holds together 80 people, but about 40 equally approximately equally Republicans and Democrats were there. I think there were around 14 senators on the meeting of the Ukraine caucus in the Senate. We have also had the meeting with another caucus that is uniting veterans in the House of Representatives, and that is 4-country caucus. We also have been seeing ahead of the female caucus in the House of Representatives, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee there. So we have had a lot of different type of interactions during this just 2.5 days, and we hope that that our arguments have been well taken and they will transform into actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so those Ukrainian parliament members ending this press conference, but we do actually have 2 live pictures, Capitol Hill there, but also a stakeout camera there in our Capitol, as we do have more of our members stepping up to that microphone, speaking about these closed-door meetings that they've been continuing to have. They're going to continue to get more updates and hear more about the situation in Ukraine, but then also give us some reaction as well. So once more, when we do have those sound bites from our senators when they step up to those microphones, let's listen into what they have to say.
It's in transition, and the Russians are making a pivotal change to their military strategy. They seem to be redeploying some of their forces from the capital towards the east, and that makes them vulnerable. And the United States and our Ukrainian allies should take advantage of this moment of transition to step up our support for Ukrainian forces, both in terms of materiel we provide as well as paramilitary and intelligence support, and to change the facts on the ground, which are 90% of any diplomatic negotiation, so that the Ukrainians have as much leverage as possible at the negotiating table to guarantee their sovereignty, security, and democracy.
What do you make of the U.S. intel that Putin is being misled by his advisors?
I think Putin has clearly isolated himself and has equated himself with the Russian state in a megalomaniac, deranged way that makes it probably almost impossible for advisors or any type of empirical source to pierce through his decision making. And that means that he is difficult to negotiate with from a diplomatic perspective. It also means he makes bad decisions because he doesn't make good risk-reward trade-offs. So we're dealing with somebody who doesn't have the interest of his people at heart, and who may have a challenge in actually making empirical calculations.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, so that's part of what we do right here on Live Now from Fox. Our eyes always on these different podiums, microphones we have set up all across our country, getting that live reaction as senators, again, are being briefed on the situation in Ukraine, the war that continues to happen. This invasion, again, you heard some of those Ukrainian parliament members saying that they don't even know today's date. They just know it as the 35th day that Russia has continued their attack on their own country, their own people. So we'll be following that, just as we're following also that severe weather that is making its way across the south, especially since some of these storms have already been producing tornadoes in places like Arkansas and places like Missouri. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on weather. When we come back after this 2-minute break, we'll be showing you President Biden's second dose of the COVID-19 booster shot, as he also speaks about where we are headed when it comes to this virus. He has asked Congress for more funding when it comes to fighting COVID-19. We'll be bringing that to you right here, again, in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today, President Joe Biden called on Congress to pass billions of dollars in additional funding to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic. He also received a second booster dose of the Pfizer vaccine a day after federal regulators approved a fourth shot for those who are ages 50 and older. So let's go ahead and listen in to more from President Biden that happened just earlier here today.
Good afternoon. Today, I'd like to update you all on where we stand on COVID-19. Because of the strategy we executed over the past year on vaccinations, testing, treatments, and more, we're now in a new moment in this pandemic. Does not mean that COVID-19 is over. It means that COVID-19 no longer controls our lives. That's what it means. Cases are ticking up, as we thought they might. But now, thanks to the foundation we've laid, America has the tools to protect people, all people. And, you know, as we've done from day one, my administration is making it easier than ever for Americans to access these tools. Today, I'm announcing the launch of COVID.gov, COVID.gov, a one-stop shop where anyone in America can find what they need to navigate the virus. Free vaccines and boosters, free at-home tests, high-quality masks, and for the latest information about the level of COVID-19 spread in your community, you can get that immediately. Now, you'll also be able to find our new Test to Treat locations, which I announced in my State of the Union address. These are pharmacies and other places in your neighborhood where you can get tested, and if you're positive, you can get life-saving treatments all in one stop. We've already stood up 2,000 test and treat sites across the country. We're also we have nearly 200 sites just to serve military families and veterans communities as well. We've done what we've done throughout the pandemic. We've ensured these locations are the hardest hit, hardest to reach communities as well. The bottom line, no longer will Americans have to scour the internet to find vaccines, treatments, tests, or masks. It's all there. And just go visit covid.gov, covid.gov. And let me remind you, when I took office about 14 months ago, the pandemic was raging, the economy was reeling, and the deficit was soaring. Most schools were closed. We didn't have enough vaccines. The unemployment claims were sky high. And then we got to work and we delivered. Enough vaccines for every American months ahead of schedule. Effective treatments, at-home tests that are free and accessible. Over 99% of our schools are open again. Businesses are open again. And because of how we responded, we created more jobs last year than ever before, 6.7 million jobs. And by the way, we did it while cutting the deficit, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. Say that again, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. But none of that happened by accident. We're able to do it because we coordinated across the government, partnered with state and local leaders, governors on both sides of the aisle, and the private sector to leverage every resource we had to fight against this virus. We left no stone unturned, and we were able to do it because Congress worked with us and provided us the necessary funding. But now, just as we've reached a critical turning point in this fight, Congress has to provide the funding America needs to continue to fight COVID-19. Well, we're already seeing the consequences of congressional inaction. The monoclonal antibody, take monoclonal antibodies, for example. They've helped save lives. This isn't partisan, it's medicine. But Congress hasn't provided enough money to keep purchasing these monoclonal antibodies. We've had to cancel planned orders and cut the supply we're sending to the states. Without more funding, we'll start to run out of them by the end of May. The end of May. We've also had to scale back our plan to purchase more preventive therapies for Americans who are immunocompromised. Critical tools to protect the most vulnerable among us. Without more funding, we risk running out of the supply by this fall. The same is true of testing. It took months to ramp up our testing capacity. The Omicron, we saw how vital, and with Omicron, we saw how vital it was. and we have enough tests on hand to weather the surge. But without funding, we're not going to be able to sustain the testing capacity beyond the month of June. And if we fail to invest, we leave ourselves vulnerable if another wave of the virus hits. Look, on vaccines, and most important tool in this fight, we're also running a risk. Yesterday, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, authorized the 4th shot for those 50 years and older. We know boosters are critical to providing an additional level of protection. That's why I plan to get my 2nd booster today, right here after I'm done speaking. If you haven't gotten your 1st booster, please don't wait. Do it today. Those who are 50 and older, as well as those who are immunocompromised, can now get even more protection than they have from the initial 1st doses. We have enough supply to give booster shots to those newly eligible individuals. But if Congress fails to act, we won't have the supply we need this fall to ensure the shots are available free, easily accessible for all Americans. Even worse, if we need a different vaccine for the future to combat a new variant, we're not going to have enough money to purchase it. We cannot allow that to happen. Congress, we need to secure additional supply now. Now. We can't wait as we find ourselves in the midst of another surge to act. It'll be too late. And we also need this funding to continue our efforts to vaccinate the world with commitments we made. It's critical to our ability to protect against new variants. There's no wall you can build high enough to keep out a virus. Congress needs to act now, please. Let me close with this. I've worked so hard to get our lives, all of us have worked so hard to get our lives back. We're summoning every ounce of American resilience, pulled every lever of our government, called upon the goodness, decency, and patriotism of American people. Together, we turned an unthinkable pain into an extraordinary progress and purpose. Americans are back to living their lives again. We can't surrender that now. Congress, please act. You have to act immediately. The consequences of inaction are severe. They'll only grow with time, but it doesn't have to be that way. We've proven what we can do when we work together. So I urge Democrats and Republicans to get this done with urgency. Let's stand united. Let's continue to pull together. Let's get this done. Thank you, and God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And I'm going to get my 2nd booster shot. I'm not sure why I'm doing it on stage. I have to do it again.
Mr. President, what is the danger of Putin being left in the dark by his military advisors?
I'm reluctant to comment.
Can you comment on the declassified intelligence that he doesn't trust his military leadership since it is declassified?
No, I can't.
Provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of peace talks?
Doing great.
Is the U.S. willing to provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of peace talks?
All right.
Mr. President, are you going to extend Title 42?
We'll have a decision on that soon.
What did President Zelensky tell you about the
recent four countries of vaccination will impact the fight against COVID here?
What did President Zelensky tell you about?
Somebody asked me about the vaccines.
Mr. President, what did you hear from President Zelensky today about negotiations with Russia?
I've always thought that it discourages people getting the vaccination when they watch people get a needle in their arm. So I apologize for discouraging them. It didn't hurt a bit, and I was able to roll my sleeve up, and thank you all for
Okay, President Biden there, not budging, not answering any of those questions. Reporters have been shouting at him while he got his second booster today. President Biden, 79 years old. We'll be bringing on a doctor later tonight to discuss the efficacy of getting a second booster shot. We also just want to reiterate what the White House is now doing when it comes to COVID-19. They launched the website, covid.gov. It's a one-stop shop for COVID information, tests, boosters, and the White House's Test to Treat program. So the president was talking about that. He was talking about the Test and Treat program back at the State of the Union. And so interesting to hear from the White House on if Congress will budge on appropriating any more funds for COVID relief. Of course, the White House is calling for that. We'll have a little bit more on what is the latest news on the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, there's this kind of sub-variant of Omicron lurking out there. We're also going to be talking about, should you get a second booster, kind of what medical prerequisites you need to qualify, and so much more. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be going down to a spring break destination in Florida, talking about an uptick in crime there and what spring break revelers need to know. We'll have that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to focus our next story down south because, as you know, spring break is going on. But Panama City Beach in Florida is known as the spring break capital of the world. But this year, it's becoming a target for criminals. The city saw a dangerous weekend. Cops seized about 75 guns and arrested more than 160 people. Joining us now live from PCB is Fox's Rebecca Castor. Rebecca, what exactly is going on? And has this happened in years past, or is this something new?
Well, Andrew, this hasn't happened in years in Panama City Beach, and it definitely has locals and visitors here on edge. But it's important to note it's not your typical spring breakers causing problems like Panama City Beach has seen in the past, you know, with high schoolers and college students wreaking havoc on the beach. But instead, these are criminals that came here with bad intentions. Surf, sun, and guns. Unfortunately, that's the combo this year in Florida's Panhandle.
You know, taking 75 guns off the street in a weekend in Panama City Beach is unheard of.
After weeks of violence in Miami, city officials believe those bad actors have traveled north.
Some of these same criminals that came to our town this weekend were in Miami last weekend. We know the exact people. So these criminals are traveling from town to town to town. So it's nobody new. It's just a bad group of folks who are trying to be lawless in every community they can find.
Hey, shots!
The gunfire that left one person injured, shocking many in the community.
It was unbelievable what happened last weekend. Definitely those people didn't come here for vacation, to have fun.
I just don't see why you would plot something here. We're just here to have fun. We're not trying to be a part of any of that.
But just 20 minutes down the road, you'll find the smaller beach towns like Seaside and Rosemary Beach.
Which schools are coming into town is how they do the manpower numbers. Next week is supposed to be our busiest week with Atlanta coming in.
The sheriff's concern is that some of the violence will spill over to these family-friendly communities.
This is an extremely safe place to be. But for those individuals who are considering some other type of lifestyle, who are looking to come here and make this a takeover destination, and I've said this before, we're going to deal with it with a stern, strong hand. And you can take that any way you like it.
And for those reconsidering a visit to Panama City,
I'm a father of an 11-year-old and an 8-year-old. My family and I will still be on the beach every weekend. Don't let one bad weekend of a bad element deter you from coming to paradise.
now the mayor also says that curfews are not off the table and the city will take every measure necessary if things get out of hand again this weekend. Andrew?
You know, Rebecca, we saw Miami City officials essentially issue a state of emergency after all of that crime and violence that we saw about a week ago. Do officials there in Panama City Beach want to do that in addition to maybe, like you said, a curfew?
They're putting things in place where they will have the authority to do that this weekend if things get out of hand. They have a special meeting with local city officials here on Friday, and they're going to make it so that if there has to be a state of emergency put in place, the city manager can do that within 6 minutes instead of having to go through their usual procedures, which can take, over 6 hours.
And Rebecca, just lastly, I know you talked to a few beachgoers there, but have you talked to anyone else? Do they see this firsthand? I was just kind of curious, is it kind of, just the talk of the town, if you will?
Well, definitely because it just happened on Sunday. It was the talk of the town. A lot of business owners are on high alert as well. Many of them had to close their doors early on Saturday and then again on Sunday just because of these issues down here. So they definitely are hopeful that moving forward that this won't happen again, but their eyes and ears are open.
Fox's Rebecca Castor, we appreciate your story. We'll talk to you again. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, right now we're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris. She was speaking about what small businesses need coming out of the pandemic, and she was speaking at Howard University, her alma mater. We'll have those remarks in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday afternoon. Like I said before the break, we're going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris talking about what the administration is doing for small businesses. She was joined by the Secretary of the Commerce Department, Gina Raimondo. Let's just have a listen.
% of people who live in rural America, 50% of people on tribal lands don't have broadband. So we're going to fix that. The Commerce Department is in charge of administering the broadband monies that came out of the Infrastructure Act, $65 billion. At the end of it, I'm going to promise you this, every single American, everyone, no matter where you live, the color of your skin, is going to have access to high-speed, affordable broadband. Necessary. Close that digital divide. And the second thing we're doing for the first time ever in the Commerce Department's history is we're partnering with the business community. We're putting $500 million into what we're calling the Good Jobs Challenge. It's a sector-based job training initiative. It's the first time Commerce has ever done job training. Some people have said, why are you doing that? That's the Labor Department. Wrong. You need business at the center because this leads to a good job. It's not about train and pray. It's about train and get a job. And we're going to make sure that half of these folks are women, 25-30% are people of color, and we're training folks who deserve these high-wage jobs in today's economy. So I don't want you to think we're slacking. We're doing our job in the public sector. I am completely excited to lean into this initiative and make it the success that it should be and that we all need it to be. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for having me.
All right, that was Secretary Raimondo. Let's listen in to Vice President Harris from her alma mater today at Howard University, talking about small business reform, talking about expanding broadband access to rural communities in the United States. Let's take a listen.
I want to thank you for always warmly welcoming us to this incredible place. In this very auditorium, I have memories of so many moments in my life, including the day that I was here in the back of the room for freshman orientation. And in many ways, including my family, this is where it all started. So thank you all very much. It's wonderful to be here with you all today. Alice Carr, thank you for that introduction and for your extraordinary leadership. We had some time, all of us, backstage to talk about the work that you all are doing, and I cannot thank you enough. And Wayne Frederick, I want to just thank you again for all that you do to lead this venerable institution. You know, there's so much about Howard University and all of our universities, our colleges, our community colleges that really do highlight what this is about, what this topic is about, which is creating a place and an environment where the talent of our nation can be nurtured and supported and encouraged. That really is the essence of what we're doing today, and that's what we're talking about today. And this, of course, is an institution that since its founding has worked to advance, as we are doing, all of us today, inclusion, growth, and equity in our country. Today we are, of course, joined by the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. Thank you for your work, Madam Secretary. And the Administrator of our Small Business Administration, Isabel Guzman. And thank you. You know, I've known Isabel's work, I must say, the Administrator's work, since her work in California. And you have a long-standing track record of supporting and encouraging community strength and growth. And so I thank you for that. And we are, of course, honored to be joined as well by a number of extraordinary leaders from the Greater Washington Partnership, leaders who have dedicated themselves to advancing economic development and economic opportunity for all our communities. So thank you all for your leadership and for being here today. I believe America is a nation that is driven by the ambition and aspirations of her people. And our economy, to a great extent, therefore, is driven by the ambition and aspiration of our small businesses. Small business owners work morning and night to transform an idea into a reality. And that energy, of course, drives our entire nation forward. It creates jobs. It drives innovation. It accelerates economic growth. And in America today, too many small businesses and too many entrepreneurs are also being left behind. So to start and grow a business, as we all know, entrepreneurs with these incredible ideas, with ambition and aspiration, well, to actually put it into effect, they need capital. Capital to buy inventory, to rent a storefront, to pay their employees. They need financial services to help run the daily operations of their business and to invest in the future. But far too many entrepreneurs are unable to access this essential support. Consider, Black entrepreneurs are 3 times more likely to report that they did not apply for credit for fear of being turned away by a bank. Black and Latino entrepreneurs are rejected at a much higher rate when applying for small business loans from traditional financial institutions, even when they have credit profiles similar to other applicants. People who live in rural areas, including many Native Americans, often lack access to traditional banking services of any kind. And many Asian American business owners, in particular immigrant business owners, face language barriers that limit their opportunity and ability to access capital and banking services. And let us acknowledge that when we think of the importance, the relevance, and the strength of traditional banks, we must also acknowledge that they've not always necessarily seen the vision of small business owners who are women, small business owners of color, rural small business owners, and small business owners who serve low-income communities. Community lenders, on the other hand, were created to see that vision. Community lenders, known as CDFIs and MDIs, predominantly serve overlooked and underserved communities. The people who run these institutions, now here's where the magic lies. The people, Senator, who run these institutions, because we've worked together, Senator Cardin's right here in the front row, often live and work in those communities. I'm going to repeat that. The people who run these institutions often live and work in those very communities. They know the people they are lending to. They understand their needs and their challenges and their strengths. And so when they make a loan, they personally feel the positive impact of that loan. They feel it firsthand because they're there. And so community lenders can often see the potential that others might overlook. Last year, for example, and I've been traveling the country meeting with our incredible small business owners, but I'll share with you one story because it is also in the place where I was born, Oakland, California. But last year I met with a small business owner. Her name is Rain, and she owns a catering company in Oakland, California. And when she started out, she was telling me about how she needed a van. And so she went to a traditional bank and filled out an application for a loan. And she was rejected. And she told me about a word that she heard then that I have heard many small business owners tell me they were presented with as something that was supposed to describe themselves that they had never heard before. That word is unbankable. I've heard so many small business owners tell me they were told as though this is their identity, that they were unbankable. So Rain, not being deterred by a word, went to a community lender. And that lender, of course, saw her vision to build a catering company that made fresh, local, and sustainable food.
Okay, we've been listening to Vice President Harris there earlier today at Howard University. That's her alma mater, but she's talking about the Biden administration's efforts to expand credit offerings and credit lines, especially to African-American entrepreneurs, specifically African-American women entrepreneurs. Also, Gina Raimondo, the Secretary of Commerce, talking about the need to expand access to the internet, especially in rural communities in the United States. We're going to step away from that right now. We're going to head out to our friends at Fox Weather. We are going to continue to follow all these tornado warnings that are happening in both Mississippi and Tennessee at the moment. And then in the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to get a live report from the New Orleans area. They're expecting severe weather as well. Let's head out to Fox Weather, though, first.
A lot of people across the south and southeast as we head through the rest of this evening, overnight, and even into our Thursday. So what you're seeing on your screen, that's the live radar from Jackson, Mississippi. Right side of your screen is the Fox Weather Alert System, which you see is lighting up with not just severe thunderstorm warnings, but also tornado warnings. And this is a scenario, as you're seeing a broader look now, up and down the Mississippi, up to the Ohio now. This is a scenario where you need to be taking all of those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings extremely seriously and almost treating them as the same thing, because parts of this line are twisting up and intensifying so quickly and sometimes dissipating just as quickly. So along that leading edge, that severe weather threat is very present, be it 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, damaging straight line winds, or even some rotation that's being produced by parts of this line. You can't trust any portion of this line of storms as it's moving across the Mississippi now and across the south. Western parts of Kentucky, there's a tornado warning in effect there. You've got severe thunderstorm warnings, southern parts of Illinois, and then just this scattering of tornado warnings along the line moving through the state of Mississippi as that continues to progress farther off to the east. So west of Bowling Green now, far western parts of Kentucky, where the Ohio meets the Mississippi, that's where we have another tornado warning. Let's talk about what's going to happen with this line of storms as we move on through this evening. We have to talk about timing and the threats that progress to the east with time through the rest of this evening. You can see downstream from this powerful line of storms, we're talking about the bluegrass down to middle Tennessee, eventually the eastern parts of Mississippi and Alabama. All of these areas see that same threat as we head through time, Bridget. This storm system, unfortunately, is going to be maintaining its intensity. As it does so, it brings that severe weather threat to a whole lot more people.
Right, unfortunately. So, and, you know, we're within a matter of 2 to 3 hours of sunset for a lot of these communities. So as we head into the later half of the evening, unfortunately, these are going to turn into nocturnal severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. And time and time again, when we see this, you know, these storms can get more dangerous as people head to bed. So tornado watches in effect for 10 o'clock until 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock. It just depends on where you're at. Northern edge, it's a little bit later. As we head a bit farther off to the south, that's when that watch will drop off a bit sooner. But still, even as you're heading to bed, I would recommend checking the Fox Weather app. Check in with us. We'll be here through the night as we are going to continue to watch this and really watch where it could be heading. If you're behind this system, you can sleep easy, but even out ahead of it, that's where you need to make sure you have your alerts on loud all the way through the night. Turn off that do not disturb at least for one night, because we see this threat as it progresses off to the east all the way through Atlanta into the overnight hours, as well as portions of Florida through the Panhandle. We'll time this out. Here's a look as we head closer to 9 o'clock. Of course, at this point, It's dark, heavy rain from Nashville, Birmingham, as well as Hattiesburg into New Orleans. I would say from about 9 o'clock into the next several hours beyond this point, you see it slowly shifting off to the east, especially as we head south through Florida. You see more of those isolated cells into the second half of the night tonight. And then out north, that's where you see this more connected line. Where it's more connected, I would say that's a better chance of widespread damaging wind. So Atlantic going to pick up on some of the storms. I would say by around 3 o'clock, it may be an early alarm clock for you as when you hear the rumbles of thunder. And then 2, you could be waking up to those push notifications that we may be sending you if we see some of these warnings go into effect. Through 5 a.m., striping through even North Carolina, South Carolina, at least the western half, through central Georgia, as well as parts of Florida. And we continue to see it continue to flourish into really your Thursday afternoon. Live pictures, as you see right now in Jackson, Mississippi. This is Brett Adair. We were talking to him earlier, about 30 minutes ago. That's where he was traveling along Highway 49 as well as Highway 16. This was previously near Benton, Mississippi. That's where he saw damaged trees down, potentially at one point a tornado on the ground. As you see him now, it looks like he's back on the roadways. Heavy rain. Very heavy rain as he's working through Jackson, Mississippi. Luckily, the threat has been waning for Jackson. Earlier, they saw that tornado warning in effect. Now that is dropping off. You can see with the radar in location to where he is, the heaviest rain just passing east, but still some moderate showers overhead of Brett Adair as he's traveling along. Still some tornado warnings still in effect just slightly east of where this live camera footage is from, just slightly east of Jackson, including portions of, it looks like that's Arlington as well as Collierville. Oakland, you're in that active tornado warning as this system continues to bring some localized spin and some widespread damaging wind. Heading south of Jackson, you can see numerous tornado warnings in effect for areas just south of Jackson. So also numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. It's a widespread system. We have tornado warnings spanning from Mississippi, I believe also through portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, 3 states and more states in the line of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Ian.
Bridget, unfortunately, again, for the second time in as many weeks, we're talking about an outbreak of severe weather across the south and southeast. This signature has been there among the forecast model. The line of storms playing out pretty much as forecast days ago by the Storm Prediction Center. Earlier today, Chief of Forecast Operations at the Storm Prediction Center, Bill Bunting, spoke with Fox Weather about this storm that's now tearing across the south.
This is a really concerning day for us here at the Storm Prediction Center. All the ingredients that we look for widespread severe thunderstorms, including quickly developing tornadoes, is rapidly coming together. In fact, just minute by minute, the environment ahead of that squall line appears to be becoming even more favorable for damaging winds, tornadoes, all the severe weather threats that we've been talking about for a few days. So it's absolutely essential that people in the path of these storms have their plan rehearsed and ready to take action when the warnings are issued.
That is the most important thing. The storms that we're tracking right now, as well as later on this evening and into the overnight hours tonight, you really need to be aware that up and down this line of storms, the intense areas that we're watching, we'll get back to those on Doppler radar very quickly, but we have to let you know into the day tomorrow, as this storm progresses farther off to the east, the severe weather threat gets closer to the Atlantic. We're talking about all the way up to upstate New York to the Big Bend region of Florida. This is where damaging wind gusts along this powerful line will be the primary threat. But once again, there's the possibility that we could see some rotation embedded within that line. So we'll be watching for that very closely here at Fox Weather, the threat of isolated tornadoes. That's 5 a.m. tomorrow. Now we're at lunchtime. The Big Bend, southeastern coastal areas in Georgia, up through the Carolinas, Virginia, all the way up through the mid-Atlantic. We're seeing more of these strong, perhaps borderline severe storms moving through the area and bringing that threat of some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. That was what was happening down across the southeast. Farther up into the mid-Atlantic, Jersey, back into central and eastern parts of PA, all the way through Virginia and North Carolina, and the entire Delmarva Peninsula, you've got this likely threat of severe weather, essentially a 2 on a scale to 5 of severe weather likelihood. Look at this with Future Track, 8 a.m., western parts of Virginia, eastern parts of West Virginia, the nation's capital, central parts of Pennsylvania, and then into the afternoon, that's where the coverage of strong and perhaps severe thunderstorms slides a bit farther off to the east. Southern parts of the Delmarva, down to the Hampton Roads region, eastern parts of Pennsylvania, eastern parts of upstate New York, and then through the evening, we've got some of these downpours, some of these thunderstorms rolling across the tri-state area, southern parts of New England, and eventually out into the Atlantic. This is going to be a storm system that brings impactful weather all the way to the East Coast, and it brings the threat of severe weather not only through the rest of this evening, but tonight and essentially all day on Thursday. We'll be tracking it every step of the way here at Fox Weather. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Whoa there, partner. Hold your horses. If you have Medicare, you need to listen right now for an important announcement straight from the horse's mouth. What are you talking about? Medicare Part C, also known as a Medicare Advantage plan, allows you to get extra benefits not offered by Medicare Parts A and B. Extra benefits like dental coverage, including cleanings, fillings, extractions, dentures.
Okay, so we are just looking at the radar right now for this string of storms that are moving through parts of Mississippi, through parts of Tennessee as well. We have this driving shot. This is right around Jackson, Mississippi. There you can see the heavy rain coming down. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be going out still again to Fox Weather as they track this string of storms. But we're also going to be speaking with one of our reporters who's live for us in New Orleans. They're expected to get some nasty weather tonight yet again. Remember, just last week, they experienced a really deadly tornado as well. So more on that in 2 minutes.
could see those wind gusts in excess of 58 miles per hour. So the county, East Baton Rouge Parish, in effect for 6 o'clock this evening, severe thunderstorm warning. Within the last several minutes, we've seen about 165 lightning strikes. So along with a lot of rain, we have a lot of convection that is going to be moving off to the east. So portions of Hammond into Kentwood, you're going to see some of this heavy rain, I would say, within a matter of an hour or so. New Orleans also going to be in that line into the really more so the later half of the evening. We head north. I do want to update you. It looks like we have a new tornado warning. This is, I believe, is it for Webster County, Mississippi? That is in effect until 6:15 local time. It looks like Eupora in the line of some of this rotation that the National Weather Service has been picking up. That's been the trend with this big line, really small areas of rotation that show that they could be strong enough to form that tornado. So it looks like as we track this out, Spring Hill, you need to be taking shelter right now, only 3 minutes away from Spring Hill. Stewart, 525 arriving for you. Huntsville, 528. It looks like Embry, 531, Center, 533. A lot of these small communities in the line with some of this rotation. I believe this is only radar indicated, but still, like Ian said earlier, never trust this line. You need to act like the tornado is already on the ground, because at moments it could lift back up and show improvements of weakening rotation, but then at the same time, within a matter of seconds to moments, it could strengthen back up. That's what these lines are known for, really pulsating and creating for several areas of spin. So it's something we're watching out for. There we go. We can see some of that velocity. This is the area you can see numerous lightning strikes as well as some of that rotation. It looks like a lot of this still fairly broad, but still whenever we see that contrast of the red as well as the green, we know there's winds there, pretty gusty at times, and we know they are going in opposite directions. As that strengthens, within potentially a matter of moments, that's what could create for that tornado on the ground. So that's why the National Weather Service is issuing it for this small area of Mississippi. So act like it's on the ground. It looks like it's riding over Highway 82 through central portions of Mississippi. Starkville, you're not under any active warning, but I assume you're likely going to pick up a few of these warnings as this line continues to progress off to the east. So it's been a busy afternoon. It's been a busy evening. We've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous tornado warnings, and we've actually seen a couple of tornadoes confirmed as of now. I think that number is going to go up drastically into the later half of the evening. Live look right now at Baton Rouge. As we can see it a little better here, it looks like this is a look from the Alex Box Stadium, but it's really hard to see anything. That really shows you how that visibility is going to drop rather significantly as these lines work over this portion of Baton Rouge under that severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see that right there, numerous lightning strikes. But I do want to take us out to Will Nunley. Will, you've been in Jackson through the early half of the day into the evening. You know, you saw that tornado warning where you were at, hearing the sirens, conditions calming, but even ahead of that warning, you saw even some damage at the governor's mansion.
Absolutely. And if at this hour they are still cleaning that up. As a matter of fact, I think we have a different kind of camera angle to show you as some of the roads remain closed here in downtown Jackson. There's a roar of thunder in the background with me as police still have several of these streets blocked off, and work continues to try to move some of these trees off of the streets that collapsed there at the governor's mansion. And this is just one example, folks, of what we are seeing and getting reports of. We are getting reports of trees on homes in some situations here in Mississippi. We're verifying all of this information, and we want to bring you these verified reports so we can lay eyes on it and certainly get some official accounts of all this. And guys, I know that certainly this is something that's on your mind too, is now we have the evening hours upon us, and all of these hazards we've been able to show you during the daylight in real time now move to these nighttime hours, and it just makes these storms so much more dangerous. We still have very heavy rain here at times in Jackson, and this line moved through well over an hour ago. I would even say that the lightning has been more frequent for us here, even since this was passed in the height of the line. So still plenty of conditions to contend with. We'll continue to track these reports for you. Back to you.
Will Nunley, thanks so much for the report. Of course, we're going to watch out for some of those reports that will likely come in from Jacksonville. I do want to switch over real quick as we switch gears just slightly, head through Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This picture within the last minute or so has been absolutely incredible to watch. You can see a lot of lightning, gusty winds. This camera really having a hard time, with the wind. The rain rate, pretty exceptional. 20 inches an hour. I don't know if I've ever seen something that high. I'm sure, maybe that weather sensor kind of spiking because of, just how heavy this is. Not sure if that's actually verified, if it's really falling that heavy, but it just kind of shows you how powerful this system is, that the weather sensor kind of bugging out there. But very heavy rain, gusty winds. You can see that live look. That's from the LSU Tiger Stadium. So going to continue to see this. We're just getting into the thick of it. Luckily, Ian, conditions like this, they're going to come up on you pretty quickly, but the threat, once it starts to pass you by, will actually wane, luckily, pretty quickly. But regardless, through the entire threat, you need to make sure you are taking action.
Yeah, I think that sensor is just trying to tell us it's raining extremely torrential rain here. Those are tropical rainfall rates. We see that that's obviously not possible what we're seeing there, but the picture tells the whole story. The visibility so low, not only there in Death Valley at LSU Tiger Stadium. We've got another look for you looking in the opposite direction. Both of these looks showing the reduced visibility, extremely heavy rain, and also some big wind gusts. The sensor there back at Tiger Stadium showing a 48-mile-per-hour wind gust. We could be seeing even higher within this. A severe thunderstorm warning that includes Baton Rouge, the most intense part of the storm really passing through right now. And we can see that on Doppler radar. Baton Rouge to Marydale. This is Interstate 10 right here. Look at all this lightning that's being detected, as well as these dark reds and even some purples. That's what's indicating the torrential rainfall rates. These are huge signatures on reflectivity coming back to Doppler radar. And this is just an indication. It's part of the whole story that we've been telling you. It's up and down this line of storms. Whether you have a severe thunderstorm warning, whether you have a tornado warning, right side of your screen is all you need to know. This is really intense weather along the leading edge of this squall line. Some damaging wind gusts are possible. Parts of it could also be producing some isolated tornadoes, even greater wind gusts, a larger threat that's being presented by this entire line. Look at this. We're using our velocity product. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And what we're highlighting for you right here is winds along that leading edge of this squall line. And where you're seeing those bright greens, these are extremely high wind rates. Can we actually get a ping on that? We can query that and see what kind of mile per hour we're talking about. 57 miles per hour, 56 miles per hour. This is what we're talking about with a storm like this. We've got this big time low level jet that's pressing these storms, causing this whole line up and down the line really to move at a very fast rate of speed. We've seen some storm motion today, 50 to as much as 70 miles per hour. That's an indication that along the vertical profile, the height of the storm, it's getting pressed on by some of those upper level winds. That's what's forcing it to move that quickly. But when you have these powerful updrafts and downdrafts within a thunderstorm like that, it takes some of these winds aloft and pulls it down to the surface. And that's what generates some of those damaging wind gusts, at least the potential for that up and down this line of storms. This is giving you a more three-dimensional perspective of this whole line, and where you can see that dark red lofted way up into the atmosphere. That's just showing you parts of this line that are extremely intense. And unfortunately, right now, one of that is moving right through Baton Rouge. You see on the right side of your screen what that translates to. That's what it looks like on radar. That's what it looks like in real life on the right side of your screen. We're going to keep watching these storms very closely as they continue to produce these heavy, heavy rainfall rates and very gusty winds. We'll be right back with more here on Fox Weather.
All right, and right now we are going to take a quick commercial break as well. We're also monitoring those storms alongside Fox Weather there in Jackson, Mississippi, in parts of Tennessee. We're getting reports of damage in Mississippi as well. We still have this driving shot there in and around the capital there in Mississippi. The rain's still coming down. Hopefully after the break, too, we'll get an update out of New Orleans. They're bracing for more severe weather more than a week after a deadly string of tornadoes swept through New Orleans proper. So all of that and more in 2 minutes here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're just looking at this driving shot in and around Jackson, Mississippi, and you can see the rain still coming down. We did get reports that a tornado had touched down in this vicinity. We are also getting reports that there have been some damage to buildings reported in the area. That's according to the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. And right before we took the shot, you could kind of see some of that damage. You could see kind of some of the bricks and debris in the roadway there. And if the photographer does pan their camera the opposite way, we can see a little bit more of that damage. So this shot is coming to us from in and around the capital of Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, as they are experiencing severe weather. Of course, we've been showing you the radar as these storm systems have been moving through. Let's just keep this up. This is a pretty dynamic live picture at the moment, and then we'll hear from more of our Fox weather meteorologists about the trajectory and path that this storm is going to take. The Southeast really has been battered for about the last 2 weeks with severe weather. You can see some low-hanging branches and trees kind of obscuring the roadway there. But right now, this is a pretty dynamic live picture of some of these communities that are experiencing heavy rain, strong winds, and we're going to keep this up. Hopefully, we're going to be talking to one of our reporters in the field, Mitty Hicks. She's in New Orleans. They're expected to get severe weather tonight. We just spoke with one of our other reporters, Will Nunley, who was in Jackson before those tornadoes touched down. The warning's still in effect. So you can kind of see the extent, some of these tree branches down in this neighborhood there, some mailboxes turned over. Take a look at that tree right there. Almost completely uprooted and fell onto that house. So right now we're going to keep this picture up. We're going to go back to Fox Weather and have them kind of explain a little more about the nature of this specific cell and when it's going to peter out and how much strength it has currently.
just off to the north and west of Eupora. That could be where we're seeing some rotation within that as well. But there are numerous tornado warnings up and down this line. There you go, where the radar is actually finding this rotation. It's actually just outside of that tornado warning. And again, there's a new one right there. That was just issued? Yes. Okay, this is a brand new tornado warning that was just issued for Calhoun County in Mississippi, just south of Calhoun City, because, as I was just mentioning, how quickly where we're seeing the rotating parts of this line changing. This was actually outside of the old tornado warning. A new one is issued. That's moving off to the northeast, likely at about 50 or 60 miles per hour, very close to Calhoun City, and then passing close to or just north of Houston, Mississippi. Stephen was just showing you where we have wind moving toward the radar, wind moving away from the radar in close proximity. That's the couplet very close to Derma, and that's the area that we're concerned with this particular part of the squall line. Moving off to the north and east, places like Vardaman, 5:48 local time. You got 10 minutes until it gets there. You want to get to your tornado safe place right now. Some additional communities, Pylan, 5:53. You get an extra 5 minutes from there, so about 15 minutes. Essentially, all of these communities, Hollis, New Liberty, Vardaman, you want to get to your tornado safe place right now, as this particular part of the squall line is very intense and rotating and could be producing a tornado in short order if it's not already. So that's one area that we'll continue to watch very, very closely. Stephen, could you throw up the shear on that real quick before we leave that storm? I would have to imagine that there's a pretty strong signature with that one. Okay, east of Oxford, you've got this. This is detecting that whole leading edge of the squall line where you're seeing the greens and the reds. That's indicating lots of wind shear, which is either gust or rotation. Farther up to the north, that signature looks more like some damaging wind gusts would be more likely, but near Derma, there you go, that more localized area of green and even some red that's showing up there. Strong rotation within this cell just off to the south of Irma. If you get that little red area, there is one little pocket of some strong rotation there. So that is the area that we're watching most closely. If you're watching from the Derma community and also farther off to the north and east, just west of Houston, that's where we would likely see the worst of this storm passing over there in Mississippi. So let's broaden out again, and we'll show folks exactly what we're looking at. There's Oxford, Mississippi, just east there. Is that a new tornado warning as well that was issued for the Oxford, Mississippi area, just off to the east of it? Okay, there's right in between Oxford and Tupelo. You've got this tornado warning, Pontotoc County in Mississippi. It runs until 6 p.m. You got another 21 minutes with that particular warning. It's moving toward Interstate 22. It's not included just yet, but these are storms that are moving very quickly. So just east of Oxford, where you got Ole Miss, and just back to the west of Tupelo, right in between the two cities, two towns, you've got that tornado warning moving off to the north and east and eventually approaching Interstate 22. So we showed you what's going on right now in Baton Rouge. We had those big wind gusts, very heavy rain rolling on through. We also have Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks a little bit farther down the road, a little bit farther down I-10 as you get to New Orleans. Let's check in with Mitty and see what she's seeing. Mitty, we've seen some big wind gusts across the board so far this afternoon and into the evening. What are you seeing right now as that strong storm system gets a bit closer to you?
Well, Ian, I'm literally holding my hat, and I have my head down because this hat is the only protection I have from the dust that's hitting my eye as these strong winds. They just keep picking up here. And we've been out here all afternoon, Ian, and I can tell you that this is the strongest that we've been feeling here on the ground. I think the last time we checked in with you, these wind gusts were about 55 miles per hour. And that's exactly why we're currently under a wind advisory here in New Orleans. And that will go on until about 9 p.m. this evening. And I'll tell you, Ian, you know, a lot of folks here are nervous that there's another severe storm heading our way. It was only a week ago that the EF3 tornado hit the Arabi community. That's about 10 miles about south of here, where we're standing on Canal Street and talking to businesses and talking to people in that area. The sentiment is just not again. And I'll tell you, we were in that community earlier today, and we still see down tree lines. They just restored power over the weekend. Homes are destroyed. Businesses are destroyed. So again, Ian, as you can really just understand how people are feeling in this community, it's just a really scary thing here. And you can hear the wind picking up in my microphone, and it is just really, really strong here. But let's talk a little bit about preparation. We talked to some small businesses who are shutting down shop. They shut down shop as early as 2 p.m. local time. That's about 3 p.m. Eastern time, because they want their folks, their staff, to get home safely, because we saw what happened last week in Arabi, and we don't need anyone on these roads. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, people making the smart choice there in New Orleans. As you pointed out, just a week ago, we had very intense tornadoes in the whole area there in southeastern parts of New Orleans. That's Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks in New Orleans. That main line of storms still about 60 or 70 miles off to her west. But she mentioned the wind advisory. We've seen some big wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. We've seen some of the power outages, especially in the wake of that powerful squall line that's been moving, essentially slicing Louisiana in half right now. It's on the opposite side of the Mississippi, at least across the northern half of the state. But look at this, and this is what I wanted to point out to you, our power outage tracker, and where you start to see some of the oranges in the mix. You can really tell where exactly that line of storms is, because immediately behind it is where you have all the disruptions to power. So it isn't just the tornadoes that we're concerned about. This is a much more widespread storm system, at least in terms of the impacts, as compared to last week, which was so intense, but so much more localized with those intense tornadoes. Up and down this line of storms, you've got big wind gusts, plenty strong enough to take down trees, take down some power lines, and it leads to this, which is a whole lot of power outages. That orange is 25 to 50% of customers in those counties or parishes without power. So behind the line here, right along the Mississippi, you head down to the northern Gulf Coast, areas back to the west from there, where the line has progressed a little bit farther east as you move up into Mississippi. You see the whole western half of Mississippi essentially seeing at least some form of power disruption. Many of those areas with about 10 to as much as 50% of customers without power. Easy to see how that happened when you have this powerful squall line halfway through the state of Mississippi and then about 2/3 of the way through Louisiana. And behind that line is where you see so many customers without power. And unfortunately, as this whole line continues to move off to the east, maintains its intensity, more of those power outages will be sliding farther off to the east with it. Bridget?
Yeah, unfortunately, those numbers likely going up as we head into the evening. Let's give you a Fox weather alert. We are looking live in Jackson, Mississippi, live from the car of Brett Adair. Of course, Brett is out there storm chasing. He's been traveling into really residential areas through Jackson. That's where we previously saw a tornado warning issued. No confirmation if that tornado was on the ground or necessarily how strong it was, but we are seeing some damage come in from Jackson, Mississippi, and more damage.
And alongside Fox Weather, we will be tracking some of that damage if we get any live pictures of that down in Jackson, Mississippi. We will bring that to you here. We'll have periodic updates throughout the evening on the severe weather in the southeast. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about these astronauts and cosmonauts who made their way back to Earth from the International Space Station and how the Russia-Ukraine war factors in. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, tonight, an American astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts are back on Earth after leaving the International Space Station. Their return, though, comes amid tensions, of course, between the U.S. and Russia over the war in Ukraine. And, of course, how is that playing out with space relations? I'm being joined by Fox's Caroline Elliott. She's live in Cape Canaveral. Caroline, good to see you. What happens next from here with these astronauts? We know there was some kind of controversy around if Russia would let that American astronaut come back. And of course, that did happen. What are we learning tonight?
Well, great question, Andrew. The latest is that the team landed safely in Kazakhstan, earlier today. Now, this team, again, this mission had a lot of people watching as Washington and Moscow remain on opposite sides over the conflict in Ukraine. Now, today's Soyuz return comes after Russian state media outlet earlier this month shared edited footage from the International Space Station, which appeared to show the cosmonauts waving goodbye and leaving American astronaut Mark Vande behind. Now, Vande made history as the longest recorded American in space after 355 days. He breaks the previous record held by former U.S. astronaut Scott Kelly. Now, Kelly had gotten into a Twitter spat earlier this month with the head of the Russian space agency for possibly suggesting they would leave Vande behind. He tells Fox Russia's actions were out of line.
Leaving an American crew member behind, an American crew member that they're responsible for, it kind of was outrageous to me.
And Vande will come back to the United States, where he's expected to arrive in Houston later this week. Back to you, Andrew.
Caroline, thanks so much. This war touching so many different facets of life, including in space. We'll talk to you again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we do want to focus still our efforts on tracking this weather in the southeast. Here is the satellite system that we've been tracking as well in Tennessee, in Mississippi. We got reports that tornadoes were seen. Fox Weather couldn't confirm whether or not they have touched down in Jackson, Mississippi, but we are getting reports of damage as well. We have this live driving shot in Jackson, and so that is a Fox Weather meteorologist, storm chaser, who's in that car, kind of assessing what is happening. The rain still very heavy, and the wind still heavy as well and strong. So let's head back out to Fox Weather for their coverage, and then we're going to speak to our reporter who's live in New Orleans, with the latest, because they are bracing for yet some more storms to roll through a little bit later tonight. But here is Fox Weather first.
For some time, they had to hand off duties to the Weather Service in Huntsville as that storm was headed right toward their office. So they're getting their bearings straight, and I'm sure they'll be out to survey these areas, if not later today, more than likely on tomorrow.
All right, Brett, certainly glad to hear. As you pointed out, we don't have any indication or word of injuries. That's fantastic news. So far, the damage that you're reporting, fairly minor. Thank you very much for the report, and certainly let us know as you chase these storms if you see anything else that we need to tell our viewers here on Fox Weather.
Absolutely.
All right, we continue to track this very powerful squall line moving across the south. That severe weather threat farther off to the east from the areas that we were just showing you will be persisting through this evening, through the overnight period, and even throughout much of the day on Thursday. We'll get you updated when Fox Weather comes right back.
Okay, Fox Weather there, going to commercial. We're going to keep up some of these shots that we still have of the weather, both in Mississippi and the radar system on the map moving through. You can see here, not looking too good. We're still tracking the path of this. We're still tracking when it might kind of dissipate there, but it doesn't look like it's abating anytime soon there. So like we've been mentioning, the southeast has just been really pummeled lately by these storms, first in Texas, north and central Texas, and then, of course, in New Orleans just last week. And that is where we're about to go to get a sense of where things stand on the ground, both with the recovery in New Orleans and what they are bracing for tonight. I'm being joined by Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks with the latest. Mitty, good to see you. You're based in New Orleans. You've been covering the storm systems there. What do we know about what's going to happen tonight? Have you been tracking that?
We've been out here all afternoon long, and I can tell you we are currently under a wind advisory here in South Louisiana. And what we're feeling right now are these wind gusts are about 55 miles per hour. And we are anticipating these winds to get stronger. At one point, the National Weather Service says we can expect wind gusts of up to 65 miles per hour. But then, as you just mentioned, we're here in an area that's still actively recovering from that EF3 tornado last week, and that's about 10 miles up the road. That area is still destroyed. You walk along and you see buildings, houses just completely destroyed on the ground. In fact, they just received power over the weekend. So as you can imagine, when you talk to people here, Andrew, they're afraid for what we are expecting today. It's not just the winds that can be damaging here tonight. We are anticipating at least tornadoes. So imagine living in communities like Arabi, in places where, they lost everything, including their homes. The biggest question is, where do people go? So I can tell you that here on the ground, people are preparing. We talked to small businesses today, and they're closing up shop early. Some businesses closing as early as 2 p.m. local time so they can get people safely home. Andrew, back to you.
Mitty, the wind just looks really, really strong. The residents that you've spoken to, can't imagine they have, weathered so much severe weather in the last week. What are they telling you? Are they on edge? You said some small businesses are closing, but the wind looks like it's picking up. So even further, what can we expect going into these later hours, especially when the sun goes down?
Well, again, the scary part, Andrew, is not just these damaging winds that we are afraid of here. As you know, these winds can bring down trees. They can bring down power lines. And again, we still don't have power in some areas in Arabi, Louisiana. But talking to our meteorologists, they're telling people to brace themselves for anywhere between an EF2 and an EF5 tornado. So as you just mentioned, yes, Andrew, the short answer, our people are absolutely on edge. And here in southern Louisiana, we are no stranger to severe weather, but we're used to preparing for hurricanes. Tornadoes, as I was talking to residents, are a little bit trickier because you don't have a week to prepare for tornadoes. You really just got to get under and find that safe space. And let me remind those watching, we don't have basements here in Louisiana with the infrastructure and being under sea level. So the best that people can do is really go to bathrooms. A lot of people really don't know how to prepare or what to do during tornadoes. So that makes things a little scarier.
Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks with some really great perspective there live for us in New Orleans. Mitty, stay safe tonight. We'll be maybe talking again if things pick up.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we do want to head back out to Fox Weather for the remainder of the hour as they track these storms in the southeast, both in Jackson, Mississippi, parts of Tennessee, parts of Kentucky, and there in New Orleans, where we were just speaking with Mitty Hicks. They're bracing as well for some storms this evening. But first, out to Fox Weather.
Left on some of these tornado warnings, but the trend has been that once these warnings expire, there's actually potentially going to be new warnings a bit farther off to the east. That has been the trend each and every hour. As this line continues to pack a punch, we still, through the next several hours, could see some of that smaller scale rotation. Farther off to the south now, Jackson. Luckily, the severe threat has been waning for you. You saw tornado warnings. We heard the sirens going off there. Now just seeing a few light scattered showers as the bulk of the convection is continuing east. But farther off to the south, like portions of New Orleans, actually going to be a little bit of a waiting game to start to see some of this severe weather increase through the Big Easy. We are going to be watching the lower Ninth Ward, really downtown New Orleans, for these storms as they work through. If you remember, a little over a week ago, they saw that EF3 tornado work through. So we will have a live report on that through New Orleans at the top of the hour. So stick with us there. Baton Rouge, now a flash flood warning in effect. We saw the images from Baton Rouge earlier this evening, really incredible image coming from there where they saw blinding conditions, extremely heavy rain. That, of course, warrants that flash flood warning. Just because some of the rain is getting a little bit lighter through Baton Rouge, I think you're still going to see the potential of flash flooding over the next hour or so because all of those draining points are probably really overwhelmed. You saw about an inch within about an hour. So very exceptionally heavy within just a short amount of time. It just shows you that not only severe parameters are going to be increased, but we are going to see the potential of, flash flooding. We're watching out for this. We're going to continue to track this. Of course, it's a widespread system as it heads through the southeast, like New Orleans, still several miles out, likely going to pick up some of that severe weather through New Orleans into about 7 to 9 p.m. this evening. We're going to continue to watch this. We're going to keep you updated. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous tornado warnings still in effect. We're going to time it out, and we'll take you live out to these cities where the severe weather is approaching. We'll be back after the break.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Okay, and as Fox Weather goes into commercial there, we still have this driving shot up. You can see it's somewhat, actually, it's a little blurry. So hopefully we'll get maybe better quality and maybe some more live looks from this area as they are facing more severe weather and Tennessee, Mississippi, many communities have experienced a lot of this severe weather in the last week and a half, tornadoes touching down. So if we get any more images of some of that damage in and around, specifically Jackson, Mississippi, we'll bring that to you here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're coming up on the top of the hour here, 4 o'clock on the West Coast, 7 o'clock there, where these storms are moving through. We'll be back in a moment.
Pockets of the line, portions of it showing signs of rotation. That's what we have right now across northern parts of Mississippi. So you can see up and down it the blinking yellow boxes. Those are the severe thunderstorm warnings, which need to be taken very seriously. This is a setup that features strong thunderstorms with the possibility of producing some wind gusts, straight line wind gusts along the leading edge of this squall line, 60 to 70 miles per hour. So this is a very widespread threat across a huge portion of the country. Farther off to the south, though, southwestern parts of Tennessee and now down into northern parts of Mississippi, that's where we have our active tornado warnings that are occurring right now. Back across western Kentucky, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. South and west of Jackson, Tennessee, Hardeman County in Tennessee, and Fayette County in Tennessee. That runs until 6:15 local time, 6:15 Central Time. That's off to the east of Memphis, due east, and that is the portion of this line just south of Interstate 40 that's been displaying signs of rotation. This has been changing very quickly, unlike last week's severe weather outbreak where that rotation would develop and then sustain itself for, at times, hours with the strongest of those storms. This has been showing flashing, kind of they come and they go, the radar couplets embedded within this broader line of storms. We get these notches and pockets of radar couplets. So here's what we have off to the east of Memphis and northern parts of Mississippi, off to the east of Lakeland, Tennessee, near Somerville, Whiteville, and Bolivar. That's where we have the couplet right there. That looks to be where we're seeing the best rotation right at the end now of this tornado warning. That's Route 64 in between Whiteville and Bolivar. This broad area is showing some signs of rotation. A tornado could occur here. It's not a blockbuster signature, but what we've seen with the tornadoes that we've confirmed today is that they can happen very, very quickly. Parts of this line getting very intense very quickly. So these areas, Bolivar, Shandy, and then farther off to the north and east in Tune, you really need to get to your safe places. These are some intense thunderstorms that could produce a tornado as we head on through time. Let's head farther off to the south, back down into Mississippi. That's right along Interstate 22, Albany area, Myrtle, Hickory Flat, south of Blue Mountain. That's Union County in Mississippi until 6:30 p.m. local time. You got another 27 minutes with this particular severe thunderstorm warning. Couple areas really that we're seeing some couplets within this portion of the line. Again, this whole thing is intense. Whole thing could produce some wind gusts 60, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour. You've got one pocket here, and then also farther off to the south of New Albany, you've got an intense couplet there. Green indicating wind that's moving toward the radar, red wind that's moving away from the radar and in close proximity. That's where you can infer rotation occurring very close to Interstate 22. Stephen, can you actually flash on the shear tracker? We'll see what that's looking at. That's the most intense part of it right there. It's certainly the most impressive on Doppler radar. It's green, indicating at least some weak rotation, or at the very best, we're seeing some strong gusty winds produced by this storm directly over Interstate 22 from Myrtle down to New Albany, Beacon Hill, and Blue Springs. So this area of Mississippi seeing some very powerful storms. Farther off to the south, that's an even greater signature as we're moving down into this severe thunderstorm warning. And that's the point that we've been trying to make here on Fox Weather, up and down this line of storms. Look at our shear tracker. What this product looks for is wind that's changing speed or direction. So it's picking up on either some big wind gusts, intense wind gusts, or rotation. In this severe thunderstorm warning, which is quite large, you see how giant that yellow blinking box, it includes multiple counties from Ecru, Pontotoc, down to Algoma, down to Houston. This whole line here is producing the possibility of some wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour. This is a very intense portion of this line that's approaching Tupelo. So we'll be watching that whole area, Tupelo down to Verona, Shannon, Okolona. These areas in Mississippi, although we're not seeing the rotation occurring within this part, it's just as dangerous because of the setup here. We've got a low-level jet, very, very strong winds just above the surface, and then these strong thunderstorms are taking some of that wind and helping to pull it down to the surface, and that's what generates that damaging wind threat. We should point out, these storms today, some of them have moved 50 to 70 miles per hour, the rate of speed that the storm has been moving. That's because we've got those very strong winds aloft, pressing on the storms, pushing them off to the east. And as we watch that part of the line, Bridget, moving towards Tupelo, we're likely seeing some big wind gusts with this. The problem is that this line is going to be maintaining its intensity through the evening, even overnight.
Unfortunately so. And, you know, Ian, this weather, these storms, all too familiar for this area. We think back just to last week. That is where we saw 120 tornado warnings within this area within a matter of a couple of days. And this system could be rivaling it in the number of tornado warnings as well as severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll have to watch out for that. We've already seen a lot so far through the day. Tornado watches in effect. You can see from New Orleans up through Evansville into central portions of Illinois, really southern portions of Illinois, as well as Kentucky, western half of Tennessee, striping through Mississippi, as well as Alabama. As we look at the severe storm threat into this evening, we have it highlighted, really that bullseye.
Okay, so we've been listening into Fox Weather's coverage of these string of severe weather moving through the southeast at the moment. We're going to step away from that. We just have some couple of headlines to get to at this hour. We're about 7 minutes past the top of the 4 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. We have this cool live look of outside the Oval Office at the moment. The Marines standing outside the door means that President Biden is in the Oval Office, so if we hear from him a little bit later on, or possibly anyone meeting with him, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to update you on this story that still so many people are talking about, and that, of course, has to do with Will Smith. We're learning more about what the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is planning to do. Take a look at this. We are just getting in that after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars Sunday, the Academy has started its disciplinary proceedings against the King Richard star. So this is kind of a new bit of news regarding this entire saga. According to a statement from the Academy, they say the Board of Governors today initiated disciplinary proceedings against Smith for violations of the Academy's standards of conduct, including inappropriate physical contact, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy. But also, this is another new piece of information. According to that statement that was obtained by the Hollywood Reporter, the Academy also said that Smith was asked to leave following the slap, but he refused. He did not leave after he was asked to. They also go on to say, the Academy, that they recognize they could have handled the situation differently. So the actor will get a chance to send a written response to the Academy in relation to all of this, and the Board of Governors on the Academy, they will vote on April the 18th on what to do with these disciplinary proceedings going forward. So this story is still very much alive and well. We'll be bringing on experts to talk about what could happen next. So many people think, hypothetically, what if he gets his Oscar taken away? He's been, working his whole career to get that Oscar. He won for Best Actor for his role in King Richard on Sunday night. And then, of course, the slap was heard around the world. It was seen by millions of people. But that is the latest on that story. So if we get any more details or talk to any legal experts about what this means, we'll have that for you here a little bit later on. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
It's very busy this time of the year in your office. Unfortunately, this is 2 severe weather outbreaks in as many weeks, and this is just the very beginning of the severe weather season. Again, we really appreciate what you guys do there at the National Weather Service. You're the MIC, the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service office in Jackson, Mississippi. Bill Parker, appreciate you joining us here on Fox Weather.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Bill and team, they've been busy over the last, couple of weeks. Of course, as we look out, we are still tracking these storms that are going to be arriving through the New Orleans metro area. So let's send it out live to Mitty Hicks, where she's been tracking the current conditions all the way through the day. And Mitty, the severe weather has yet to arrive for you, but that doesn't mean you're without impacts so far today.
Well, that's right, Bridget. And one of the impacts we're feeling is this wind. We're currently under a wind advisory here in New Orleans, and it's about 55 miles per hour. I think that's the last number that we got from you all. And in fact, the winds are so strong here that we actually had to get cover. We had to take cover here because debris is just flying all over the place here. And it just kind of shows you how strong these winds are. And as you just mentioned, the severe threat isn't our way yet. It's coming, but we're already feeling the impact here in New Orleans. And speaking of feeling the impact, one area that's really nervous about this storm is Araby, which is about 10 miles east of here. And as you all know, that is an area that was hit with an EF3 tornado last week. And we were out in that community earlier today where they're actively recovering. You see a ton of debris still on the ground. In fact, they just restored power over the weekend. So folks over there are feeling nervous. And really the sentiment is just not, again, but I can tell you, Bridget, that people are preparing. They're taking this storm serious. And here in Louisiana, we are no stranger to severe weather, of course, but we're typically used to preparing for hurricanes and talking to people, talking to small businesses throughout the day. They'll say the same thing. It's harder to prepare for a tornado versus a hurricane, because at least with a hurricane, you have a couple days to board everything up. And with tornadoes, they're just unpredictable. And let me remind people at home, it's not as easy as going to a basement here in New Orleans. Many of the homes here, they don't have basements because we're below sea level, and you always have that threat of flooding. So it's really hard, and it's really, people are anxious here on the ground, but I can tell you small businesses are closing shop early. Some people closing as early as 2 p.m. local time so they can get their people safely home. Bridget, back to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that companies doing the right thing, really heeding these warnings, because we know too well from last week these systems are really serious. Of course, we're hoping everyone and wishing everyone well there in New Orleans, as this is a second punch within a matter of about a week. Mitty Hicks reporting. Thanks so much. Ian, let's send it over to you.
Yeah, Bridget, we got a Fox weather alert, a new tornado warning to tell you about. This one is in Louisiana, well off to the north and west of where Mitty is in New Orleans. This is off to the east of Baton Rouge and includes Washington and Tangipahoa parishes there in Louisiana. That's Interstate 55 right here, and I-12 as it's moving out in that direction. This is the portion that we're looking at, just off to the south of Kentwood and north of Roseland, actually very close to Roseland, right along Interstate 55. This intense line of storms now finding its way into more southeastern portions of Louisiana. Should point out the tornado warning runs until 6:45 local time, so you got about 30 minutes. But right now, the intense part of this looks to be directly over or just east now of Interstate 55. This is Roseland, Louisiana. That's the couplet that we're concerned with. Off to the south of Chesborough, right here, you've got wind moving toward the radar, wind moving away from the radar, very close proximity. That's your radar couplet. Stephen in Fox Weather Command is showing you that. We've got what looks to be pretty impressive gate-to-gate shear with this one. Let's flash up the shear marker and see what we're seeing for rotation within this. That's a strong signature right there. And in fact, that circle that just popped on is a low-level lock. That's the Doppler radar seeing low-level rotation, which is what we were just looking at within this. And as we're turning a little bit, this is looks to be Highway 10, just off to the north and east of Roseland, south and west of Fluker. These are areas where we're seeing very intense winds at the very best. We could possibly be seeing a tornado at the very worst with this. That's been the signature with this broader, intense line of storms. parts of it, at least briefly, start to show some rotation. A few of which have actually produced some tornadoes. This signature here, though, you're seeing this bowing. This is likely a rear flank downdraft with this part of the storm right along this whole area. You're seeing the possibility, and Stephen's drawing that on there for you. That whole area is seeing the possibility for damaging wind gusts, very high wind gusts, well in excess of 60 miles per hour possible within this tornado-warned storm. So that's been the focus today, not necessarily zeroing in on the couplets that have shown up, gone away, shown up, really been pulsing a bit, but seeing these areas where we know there's intense winds, and that's translated to damage, unfortunately, a lot of power outages in the wake of this powerful line of storms in areas that it's moved on through. We've seen that back farther west in Louisiana, through western parts of Mississippi as well. Many of these areas are now losing power as this intense line moves on through. That tornado warning, as I mentioned, runs until 6:45. Some of these communities, including Wilmer, Bolivar, Bailey, 6:24 to 6:29. You've got about 5 to 10 minutes to get to your tornado-safe place. You've seen the video of what this storm has done over its life cycle, this entire squall line that I'm talking about. Heavy rain, very gusty winds, and the power outages as a result. That's what's still maintaining its intensity and moving farther off to the east. So for folks that haven't got in on this yet, the severe weather threat is right along that line. It's really not behind it. That severe weather threat goes down very quickly once the storms pass through, but it's really the most extreme part of this, the most intense weather that you're going to experience is right along the leading edge of that squall line as it moves on through your community in the south. Now, farther off to the north here, that looks to be Octabaha County in Mississippi. It runs until 7 p.m. That's another tornado warning. Right side of your screen, you're seeing storm tracker Brett Adair, who we spoke to. He saw some of the damage that moved through the southern part of downtown Jackson. He's assessing some of the damage reports that are coming in from this powerful squall line and a few of the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that it's produced in that area. You see back to the west of Starkville, that was another pretty good couplet right along that line. So once again, the whole line is dangerous. The whole line has the possibility of producing wind gusts up to around 60 miles per hour. But along the line, we've seen twisting, some notches that have developed. This particular portion of it, just off to the east of Ackerman, Stephen drew that couplet on there for you. You see a couple spots of this where we're seeing more intense wind being captured by Doppler radar. The green here indicating just weak rotation, but the possibility of some very strong wind gusts within those areas. So we'll certainly have to watch that as well as it moves into Starkville, Mississippi, and approaches West Point. That's Highway 82 or Route 82 from Starkville through Columbus, south of West Point. That's what we'll be watching very closely. We've got some Mississippi staters in Fox Weather Command, so you know we're watching the storm extremely close as we move on through the next several minutes, as we're seeing the possibility there of, again, big wind gusts, maybe even some rotation. This is a radar-indicated tornado, just saying that the conditions are there. We're seeing the signals within that severe thunderstorm that it could produce a tornado at any moment. It may be producing a tornado already. And then farther off to the north of Mississippi, that's Tupelo right there, included within this tornado-warned storm, Lee County, Mississippi. It runs until 6:45 local time for another 25 minutes. That's the couplet here, and this is a signature a lot like what we've seen all day, all afternoon and evening along parts of the line, just showing a little notch, a little twisting that's occurring in an overall very intense line of storms where we might be seeing even greater wind gusts, or even this little notch right here that Stephen is circling for you. We could be seeing a tornado produced embedded within this broader squall line, and that's going to be moving across Route 278, approaching Interstate 22, very close to Tupelo or just south. So, Bridget, this is going to be a storm that we need to continue to watch very closely as well, and we will here at Fox Weather.
Yeah, So many threats to think about through even the later half of this evening. But for some people, threats are waning just a bit after that main line comes through. Like Jackson, starting to see some improvements in terms of the sky condition right now. A lot of the severe weather is just slightly off to the east through Jackson. You can see some of that convection that continues to march now into the eastern portion of the state of Mississippi. So behind in Jackson, still seeing at least some light rain showers. But let's go out live to Jackson, where we have our very own Will Nunley. Will, you saw the severe weather come through, but now as it's exiting, I'm sure you're catching up with the community as some damage has been found. Hey, Will.
Yeah, and in the heat of the moment, all these damaged sports start to flow in. So we're trying to separate what we're finding and what may be, a smaller bit of damage. This was pretty significant. This appears to be an older building, though, but the wall has collapsed here into the street. This is very near Jackson State University. As we go on down, this is Winter Street, if you're familiar with Jackson at all. There are some larger trees down, even some trees down that we're getting reports of, some on homes. So we're going to continue to kind of investigate things that way. A little bit more of a shelter that has collapsed here. This was an overhang. This appears to be, again, an older building. This was not a case where it appears that a roof was taken off or anything like that. This was likely already just a little bit of a wall and kind of what was left of a previously damaged building. But sure enough, the wind was enough to go ahead and bring this down. We're seeing a lot, if you can see overhead here, a lot of these power lines that are sagging a little bit over the roadway, so we're being careful to steer clear of those types of hazards. We're seeing a lot of that at this hour, as well as ponding on the roadways. You can see, the water's starting to build up. We've encountered some pretty significant ponding on the roadways here so far. And so this is the amount of damage that we're really starting to see around Jackson. I have not seen any type of widespread activity where we've just had, streets with tree after tree down. So that's good news when you consider really the power that came through here. But we're going to continue tracking these conditions for you. Back to you.
Yeah, well, you can see that damage behind you. Pretty impressive. Terrible to see, but of course we're going to have to continue to watch this, as the National Weather Service could be going out tomorrow and surveying some of that damage, as at one point there was a confirmed tornado near Jackson. So we'll have to watch out for that. But luckily, a lot of that rotation and really all of that severe weather is moving now just to the east of Jackson. There is some new video we want to show you, so let's give a look at that. This is a look at Jackson, Mississippi. This is all earlier, but this is that potential sighting of that storm as it rolled through. You can see the low-level clouds initiating as that shelf, but some low-level rotation was indicated within this. Kind of hard to see, but you see that brief lowering of that cloud base. That is where we could have potentially seen that tornado. With the line like we've seen, it's really easy for these the winds to really pick up and then rotate lower to the ground and then pick back up again. Here's a look as we bring it back live to radar. Here's a look at some of the rotation we're actively tracking. This is for Lee County, Mississippi. This warning, tornado warning, in effect until 6:45. It looks like some of the strongest winds still slightly west of Tupelo. But if you're in Tupelo as well as Plantersville, Verona, Allison Hills, you need to make sure you are putting that action into place right now, as some of this is.
So we've been listening into Fox weather there as they are monitoring violent storms just ripping through the south. Once again, New Orleans going to be hit by a lot of this as they are just recovering from other tornadoes this past week. So we'll be keeping on that through the rest of the evening here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break, but when we come back, we are talking specifically about disinformation on social media. We're hearing that Chinese influencers are pushing propaganda via TikTok and Facebook. That report from the Associated Press. Also, Russian propaganda underway still with the war. So more on all of that here on Live Now from Fox after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're bringing to you a report from the Associated Press. They're talking about influencers, especially out in China, making an impact in really spreading disinformation via TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. This is Vika Lin. She is a life blogger. She is a food lover. She says that she wants to teach her fans about China and how they can travel the country with ease. But we're also learning that this lens is controlled by Chinese state-run TV networks, where she has regularly appeared in broadcasts and is listed as a digital reporter on the company's website. There's about 9 people who manage her page, and she's also touched on pretty large topics, including the war between Russia and Ukraine. To talk more about this and what impact influencers are having and social media is having amid this war, I want to bring in Mike Mathis with the First and 14th Institute. Mike, we appreciate having you on the show. I wanted to have you on to talk about social media and what role this is playing with the war regardless. What are your first thoughts in seeing reports like this, as influencers are a main source that people are getting their news from?
It's amazing. You know, China has officially announced the idea of using what they they call it influential mouths, and they have recruited hundreds of these particularly young women, and they call them honeypots, to be basically hard to detect influencers to get their story out, whether it's about the Uyghurs or whether it's about their view on the Ukraine war or other topics. And as I've read about this, they have identified about 60 million followers of these influencers. So they clearly have a material, impact on the online discussion. And these are, of course, English-speaking people. Some of them are Chinese, like the example you showed. Some of them are also Americans or Europeans that are in China trying to do, on-the-ground reports, which are basically propaganda for the Chinese government. And they have Japanese speakers, Arabic speakers, Spanish, so this is a worldwide operation, not only focused just on the US. There's a word we have called user-generated content, which is all of us generating content to share. And what this is called is professional user-generated content. As you mentioned, some of these people have 9 or more professional managers producing the videos and the content that they have. So it's definitely a big issue, and I'm glad Twitter and Instagram have a policy in place to label these influencers as state-sponsored media. I think it's an incredibly difficult problem to identify when an influencer, you don't really know who is paying for them or funding them. And so that is a big challenge for these platforms to solve.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question for you. How has Twitter and Facebook and TikTok been reacting to news like this? And is it enough as we continue on with the war?
It's not enough. And with the war, so what they're doing is they're trying to detect what they call inauthentic accounts, or accounts that they can clearly identify as state-sponsored or state-funded content creators from China or from Russia or from somewhere, and that they're spewing propaganda. So there's some companies that help them do that. There was a company called Cyabra, which is a research company, and they've identified more than 56% of Ukraine war news online is coming from these inauthentic accounts, which there's 115,000 that they've identified that were just recently created accounts in the last few weeks, mostly from Russia, to generate this disinformation. It's quite interesting, even compared to the Iraq war or recent wars. So much of this war is something we can literally view online, because there's so many people that on the ground with cell phone cameras recording stuff. And so my belief, as my philosophy is to minimize censorship. But this kind of content should be labeled so people kind of understand what they're looking at or what they're reading. might be inauthentic or propaganda, and then they can compare it and decide what's really going on in this war.
Well, it's not just other countries that are doing it. Right here at home, the United States, the Biden administration, Press Secretary Jen Psaki speaking directly to U.S. TikTok influencers that have an incredible audience. So we're doing it here too, to explain to people what is going on with gas prices. I don't know if you saw any of those videos. You know, we're doing it too.
We're doing it too, and you know, we don't know what we're necessarily doing overseas with Russian-speaking, you know, influencers or you know, Chinese-speaking influencers. But you're right. It was almost comical to bring in a handful of very young TikTok influencers and convince them that the rise in gas prices that's been going on for the last 12 months is somehow because of Putin, just in the last 2 weeks. And then these young TikTok people go out and they're very impressed. They've been in the White House. They go out and they make their, you know, pitch, and then they, you know, they get big backlash because it's so inauthentic, and they're, you know, they're not very well informed. They're just hearing, as you say, the propaganda from our own White House.
Right. Well, when it comes to information and the information that people are being flooded with, specifically on social media, some experts saying if you just bombard an audience for long enough with the same narratives, people will tend to believe them over time. How accurate is that?
I think that is accurate. I've heard if it's the information you've heard first and then you keep hearing it repeated, you tend to believe it. It's the lack of alternatives. We've seen countries incredibly effective with propaganda, such as the domestic population in China. These people, they have so little other information, they tend to finally believe the propaganda from their own government. And I think the same is true in Russia. You know, what's happening though is with social media, and to the extent that people are able to access other information that's not their own state-run propaganda, you see these things like protests in Moscow, which are amazing, and these very brave people protesting the war despite, you know, the massive propaganda. So they're getting the information somehow through these online networks like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Well, speaking of Russia, social media has been cut off out there. How detrimental is that for the Russian people who no longer have technically access to the outside world?
Well, we've done the same thing. You know, we cut off RT, which is Russia Today, and we've cut off another channel called Sputnik. And so we've literally blocked those channels from broadcasting through Europe and Ukraine, and I believe in the US as well. So, you know, my sense is blocking them is not the best policy. Labeling them perhaps makes sense so that people viewing it can know, oh, this is identified as state-sponsored media or propaganda from this country, which might be Russia. But they're reacting to when the West basically turned off those Russian news channels, the RT and Sputnik. So then they countered by saying, well, we're going to cut off Facebook and Twitter. And we've seen other countries do that too. And Iran and some of these countries where they've had a revolutionary conflict, they react by cutting off the internet as best they can, and literally cutting off Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. That's the first go-to strategy.
Yeah, and we obviously know that it's a strategy, but the First and 14th Institute, which you run out in California, is big about censorship, not only here at home, but of course, this is a different topic.
Yeah.
So what kind of precedent does this set? Because this is unfounded territory. I mean, we have not had social media during a war in the past. So what precedent does this set moving forward?
Well, it does set a precedent where if our government wants to make, you know, some kind of legal environment that says media must follow these government policies because we're at war, you know, then I think the media platforms probably have to follow that. Our philosophy, though, is because speech is constitutionally protected, you know, the key is not to pick and choose what information is true and false, because there's a real problem with that, even in a time of war, which is who decides what's true and false. Do we want a particular politically appointed person, like, for example, Tony Fauci, deciding what's true and false? Do we want a person from the US Department of Defense telling us what's the true story coming out of a war zone? Or do we want to have, all information available? Particularly in that time, I think we need to allow the citizens to be aware of all the information so we can come together, have our debate, our arguments and discussion, come together with, where are we with this conflict, which might be war? Because if you cut it all off and the only thing you hear is your own government's propaganda, nobody is exactly sure, is it true or false, or are we really behind this thing or not?
Yeah. Well, so important to be getting your information from verified sources at this time. And we've been speaking with people who are actually in Ukraine and seeing and witnessing with their own eyes the devastation. And so we'll be playing out some of those interviews for all of our viewers here through the rest of the evening, doing our best to be unbiased and just explain the facts. But any last thoughts on social media, on disinformation with this war and just in general?
Well, I would say with this war, I've been in touch with a number of people in the Ukraine and who actually are very brave people who are sheltering and feeding elderly folks or, people in the civilian, volunteer defense force. And the videos and images and information they're getting out is incredible. But even the images coming out from the Ukraine side, particularly from the government, you still have to take some of it with a grain of salt, because there's propaganda on both sides of every war. You remember there were fantastic stories about the ghost of Kiev, who was the new Red Baron pilot who was shooting down Russian airplanes, and it turned out the video was from a video game. And there's lots of other propaganda on both sides. So as you say, you have to look at all sources, compare the quality of those sources, and people have to be able to make their own decision, especially at a time like this.
That's right. Mike Mathis, live for us here from the 1st and 14th Institute. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
And we're going to continue on the news with Russia and Ukraine. What is going on? As I said, we've been speaking with Ukrainians that are there. We actually spoke with a Ukrainian MP earlier, and he had a very interesting perspective as he's been down on the ground, some of his friends even being killed because of this war. So we'll be hearing from him. We'll also be hearing from some of our reporters out and about as gas prices are having obviously an effect on all American lives and the oil industry. All the latest news on that after this break.
A day after Russia said it was scaling back its attacks in northern Ukraine, it did exactly the opposite, hitting even harder and targeting civilian sites like libraries, stores, even homes. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is tracking the war and the efforts to try to strike a ceasefire. Hi, Craig.
Well, those efforts continue, but just as President Biden and foreign intelligence and U.S. intelligence all had warned yesterday, there were concerns and information that gave them reason to believe that, in fact, Russia was just feigning interest in striking a peace deal, while at the same time just using that as a way to buy time to reload and regroup for yet another round of attacks. This is what's left of a village around 30 miles north of Kyiv. And this is a market in Chernihiv. One day after Russia said it would fundamentally scale back operations in Chernihiv and in the outskirts of Kyiv, it stepped up attacks in Chernihiv and in the outskirts of Kyiv.
All night long, they were shelling.
And one day after Russia said the peace talks were advancing, Russia said there is no meaningful progress and that it would take quite some time for talks to produce anything worthwhile.
There is still a very, very long work to be done.
We know Vladimir Putin weaves in deception, and British intelligence says it has reason to believe while Russia claimed interest in negotiating a settlement, its forces were already gearing up for a new phase of attacks, which will include heavy missile and artillery strikes. The intel warns Russia sent units back to Belarus and back to Russia not to draw down, but to rearm. The peace talks will continue, but Russia's actions on Wednesday have lowered expectations, and Russia continues to seize more of the city of Mariupol, which appears to be mostly in ruins. This was before the invasion, and this is now. This was a city of some 500,000 people, and Ukraine says more than 100,000 are still trapped there with very little food or clean drinking water. Take a look at this satellite image from Maxar showing survivors lined up outside of a building for the hope of getting something. In Mariupol, Russia cut off the flow of food, water, heat, and electricity as it blew the city apart to try to drive the survivors into submission. Russia wants to capture or destroy this city to create a land bridge from Russia through southern Ukraine. But as Russia continues the attacks and while the United States arms the resistance, the United States and Russia continue to cooperate in space. This is American astronaut Mark Vande Hei boarding a Russian capsule. After spending a record 355 days on the International Space Station, the Russian capsule took him back to Earth, landing in Kazakhstan with 2 Russian cosmonauts. And with that, it illustrates how Russia depends on the United States, and the United States depends on Russia to manage and continue to operate the International Space Station. And with that, with their vested interest in it, they continue to work together in space, recognizing that there is a glide path to retiring the ISS and relying on commercial ventures in order to build the next generation of space stations in low Earth orbit. But in the meantime, they continue to work together in the interest of space.
So, Craig, the United Nations just formed a commission to investigate Russia for war crimes. How will that play out, and how could it even hold Russia accountable if it refuses to cooperate?
Well, presently, Russia won't cooperate, so it can't. Long term, it could, depending on how the war plays out. What we're talking about here is the formation of a 3-person panel in Vienna that would conduct an investigation by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Now, with this, this is something that may not just be the only court. There could be other tribunals yet to come. And if Russia doesn't cooperate, it could give them very little opportunity to hold those ultimately accountable for any war crimes should they find evidence and convictions. But as we've seen with Nuremberg after World War II, from Hitler's minions to Slobodan Milosevic in the 1990s, he died during the trial. History does have a way of bringing those to account, and with that, that's why these efforts are already underway.
Understand. Thank you, Craig Patrick. A day after.
That was Fox 13 in Tampa reporting. Bringing it back here at home, will it be Midland or Moscow? That's what people in the Texas oil industry are asking after Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, industry leaders are putting more emphasis on domestic oil production rather than relying on foreign countries to heat up our homes and fill up our gas tanks. Fox's Ashley Soriano joins us live from Midland, Texas, a region where 50% of the U.S.'s crude oil is produced. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Daytona. I'm at a oil drilling site in the Permian Basin in West Texas. It's the epicenter of domestic oil production. The winds are strong. You can really smell the oil coming from that drill. This is exactly what West Texans are used to. They're also used to ups and downs in the oil industry, but the pandemic and its domino effects have created a unique situation.
That is the lifeblood of our economy.
Henry Resources is an independent oil and gas producer in the Permian Basin. Their drilling is a 24/7 year-round operation, producing around 10,000 barrels a day of crude oil, and they need at least 100 people to run a single rig. Yet 50,000 employees in the region were laid off during the pandemic. Henry Resources says they've been lucky to keep their staff, but other companies had to shut down some of their drilling rigs in 2020.
The oil and gas business is very cyclical, and the pendulum tends to swing very hard from one side to the other.
Oil producers' ideal situation would be selling crude oil at high prices with low operating costs. Right now, crude oil prices are high, but operating costs are also high. They're also dealing with supply chain issues and inflation.
Inflation affects our industry as much as it does everyone else, whether it's milk and eggs for homeowners. It's also for the industry.
Even with these challenges, the Permian Basin is operating at near historic levels of production, about 5 million barrels a day, and drilling permits increasing year to year. Yet the profit just isn't there for producers.
The idea of having oil in excess of $100 a barrel sounds good at first blush, but all of the associated activity on the manufacturing side of things or transport side of things, fuel charges, all have risen as well.
Kirk Edwards is the president and CEO of Latigo Petroleum. He had plans of drilling up to 14 new wells this year, but he decided to pause the process because the cost for him has doubled.
We're trying to see the supply chain, where those things are. We're just kind of sitting back and seeing if things settle down.
Executives from some of the big oil companies like Chevron and BP will testify before Congress next Wednesday about the record high gas prices. Now, some of the independent oil producers I spoke to, they want people to know that they're not responsible for the high gas prices at the pump. Instead, they just sell the raw oil to refiners who then sell it to the gas stations. Daytona.
Yeah, Ashley, do they foresee any help from their state government, from federal government? I know that you said there's going to be conversation at the congressional level, but we know Governor Abbott and Senator Cruz have been talking about how much oil and opportunity there is just in Texas.
Right, absolutely. There are some lawmakers on one side who are pushing for more oil, domestic oil production. But from what I'm hearing from the Permian Basin Petroleum Association, they say they are having a tough time getting government officials on board and getting that support to really amp that domestic oil production up.
All right, Fox's Ashley Soriano live for us in Midland, Texas. Thank you so much. And we want to keep up our coverage of Russia-Ukraine war. As I told you during that interview about social media disinformation at this time, it's important to be speaking with the people who are enduring the actual attacks from Russia, to be able to explain it, to show us the videos, to hear their stories. And so we want to go out to a conversation from earlier with a Ukrainian MP as he's explaining what is necessary, what is needed from the U.S., from the rest of the world to Ukraine. Take a listen. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at a photo of Sviatoslav Yurish. He's the youngest ever Ukrainian MP. He's worked directly with President Zelensky out in Ukraine and even went to school at University of Warsaw as a student. So needless to say, he knows what is going on down on the ground. Joining us now from Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to the White House, we've been listening in to the Pentagon, and there's a lot of developments underway and a lot of questions about the status of war. If you could just explain to us what you're seeing and what you're hearing from down on the ground.
There's lots of talk about some scale back and such. The reality is very different. I've been to the front line north of Kyiv today, to the front line west of Kyiv today, and these are the main front lines for the last week. And the reality is there's plenty of fighting happening, going on. And just in the end of the day, so speaking of my commander about what he has seen clearing different small towns of the Russian forces, it's by no means a scale back. Russians are losing ground, basically, near Kiev, and it seems much more like they are trying to explain than losing the battle around Kiev by saying this is kind of a scale back. By no means that.
Okay, so this is just a scaling back and a repositioning. There's questions of possible communication between the U.S., between Ukraine and Russia. Peace talks, are they even possible at this point? And should they be trusted from President Putin?
From the very beginning, I mean, Mr. Zelensky, the president, responded to Mr. Putin's hour-long speech that he published a week before the invasion, with calls for talks and for negotiations and for discussions. But instead of that, we got a full-scale invasion. Russia hoped to win very fast. Your intelligence services were predicting that they will, and everybody was mistaken. And we are basically pushing them in different sectors that they've been trying to advance time and time again. The reality is that we are seeing right now that Ukraine can hold its own, and with the support of the world, we can essentially even win this. The reality is that in those negotiations, Russians are essentially issuing demands which amount to capitulation, which we are not going to accept, as we are fighting and losing people every day in the battle for our independence, sovereignty, and our integrity. So the point here is that as far as negotiations, I am quite pessimistic, and not to mention that what we have agreed on in these negotiations, such as humanitarian corridors, are in battled cities, the Russians were shelling those corridors every chance they got. So it's not as if Russians are following any of their promises.
Well, reporters asking the White House point blank who they believe is winning the war, Russia or Ukraine, unable to answer that question, but saying that the Ukrainian people are, quote, brave. How would you answer that question right now?
Well, as far as the battle itself, the battle is something that we see very much all the steps towards victory from our side. I mean, we are capturing Russian POWs by the hundreds. We are essentially destroying the tank columns one by one. We are showing the world as Putin's military might is nothing but a bluff. But again, winning against the biggest country on earth and trying to defeat the second biggest army on earth is very much an uphill battle, a David versus Goliath battle, if you allow me. And in the support that we're getting from the world, we welcome all, but it's by no means enough, as again, such a battle demands essentially uniting that we've never seen before.
Do you think it's correct that Russian advisors to President Putin are misleading him and saying that they're far more successful than they actually are on the ground?
I mean, what we're getting from Russia is a very Stalinesque approach, where he is trying to detain his own chief of intelligence. When we see Minister of Defense disappearing, at the moment of war being fought, largest war that Russia fought since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the fact is that we are seeing as the Russian state basically disintegrates under the weight of its own propaganda. And we think the world needs to support that process, because Russia has forsaken every place, every avenue it has, the international community, as it basically breaks every promise it made to the world. So the point here is, let us help dismount this Russian behemoth which is trying to impose itself on the world.
Well, I want to pull up this tweet as we move into what actually is needed for Ukraine right now, as a conversation is underway between President Biden and President Zelensky about defensive support, a new package of enhanced sanctions, macro financial and humanitarian aid. What does Ukraine need right now amid this ongoing crisis?
Basically, the president has made very clear that as far as the humanitarian plight of millions that we are seeing all around Ukraine, not to mention the refugees that are leaving Ukraine or have displaced within Ukraine, there is a great deal of needs in that regard. But also there are innumerable questions on the military support, and we are thankful for all that we are getting. We need so much more, as I'm hearing the anti-air guns in Kiev work day in, day out. I understand that there is plenty that we need to do to essentially destroy Russian capability that they are throwing into Ukraine. So I'm very keen to see more support and more help, not to mention that point which we mentioned every single time, that is no fly zone over Ukraine, which is something the West has done previously for humanitarian reasons. And when you see footage coming from various embattled cities around Ukraine, you see that case very clearly.
Well, we have conversations underway between the Ukrainian parliament and senators here at home on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. What do you perceive as those conversations being, and what do you think could come out of this?
Well, I mean, it's very clear that Congress has a unique situation. Ukraine has a bipartisan consensus in Ukraine, had that even since before the war. In that time, we get delegations from different parties, all of them basically trying to talk with us about various steps we can take in reforming, improving Ukraine, bettering Ukraine, and allowing us more firepower in case of potential Russian aggression. So the point here is that we are basically very glad to see that on Ukraine, even the extremely partisan American politics can unite, they can join forces. Because again, Ukraine is not about political debates, it is about uniting that the world needs to see when it sees the largest state in Europe that Russia tries to destroy for the sake of its imperialistic ambitions that don't belong in the century. So I'm glad to see that America is the champion of that unity the world needs to show.
Well, this is a photo of you that you've now posted on social media, giving an idea of what it looks like in not only that location, Ukraine, but several other cities, although Kyiv still standing. Explain the pride, the continued emotions of this war, of the people in Ukraine that are still there, still standing.
Well, it's numerous cities in Ukraine, actually, and it's the city of Makariv that's on the road west from Kiev to the border with the European Union. And basically, as far as the city of Makariv, none of the streets in that city are as they were before the war. And this lovely small town that was quite a joyous destination in between traveling from my hometown Lviv to Kiev is now in ruins, and the battles there are ongoing, and having been shelled in that city and having basically been as close to death as I have been in this war in that city, I can tell you that it's a prime example of murderous tactics by the Russians as they shelled me in a hospital that I was delivering aid to, and as they have destroyed so many lives there. And I was just going back home with one of the checkpoints, and they had their close friend has lost her sister in that city recently. So the point here is that Makariv is just latest and the closest example that utter destructions the Russians are causing on the civilians and all the lives that were going on as normal until the Russians decided to destroy our nation. Again, and Makariv gives us all the more reason to fight through the very end, because all these lives cannot be lost in vain, and we cannot just go back to business as usual with Russia at any point.
Yeah, some of the stories coming out of what is happening in these towns, people returning to their homes that are no longer homes, and then also reports of, occupiers raping the women and taking advantage of the children. Just devastating to be hearing. If you could give one message to all of us here in the United States that are just watching it from images, from videos, what would that be?
Stop it. The West has awesome might that it can deploy at any point it wishes to try and stop this madness. The West can do that. It can try and pretend that Putin's bluff is real, or it can look at the facts of the ground. That is, Russia's economy is the size of Italy, that Russia is nowhere near even the Soviet Union's level of capabilities, and that Russia is trying to basically masquerade its corrupt, vindictive, murderous state and to basically try and hide behind it as any kind of a global threat. It is not that. The world can step in here and show Russia that it cannot do what it does right now to all of these stories which you've been listing, and so many more. Just if you look at the city of Mariupol, port city, which is basically leveled. Not a single building in the city is without harm or destruction. And the reality of that can be stopped at any point if the West chooses to.
All right, Svatoslav Yurish joining us live from Ukraine right now. We appreciate you, and we'll continue to report what's going on from down on the ground. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much for your interest and care. Till later.
Stay safe.
Meanwhile, a Fond du Lac County man visiting Poland is getting a first-hand look at the effects of the war in Ukraine. He has seen the moments after a missile strike. He's seen refugees fleeing their homeland and more of the heartache caused by war. But he's also grateful. He tells our Aaron Maben why.
Billowing black smoke after missiles hit an oil depot in western Ukraine over the weekend. The aftermath of the Russian strike was captured by Andrew Fidzikevich.
The war in Ukraine, it's not only the war between Russia and Ukraine. This is the war between Russia and free world.
Fidzikevich runs Camp Vista in Fond du Lac County, but was in Ukraine helping with the humanitarian crisis.
They need more and more help, logistic help, and also help with weapons and help with food.
Across the border, he recorded refugees in his home country of Poland, thousands of women and children with just suitcases and clothes on their backs.
Packed with refugees. I would say 95% of people, they are refugees. You can't find a place to sit, even a place to stand.
Fidzikevich talked with me on his drive to see family in Poland. As he documents this wartime journey,
They really need help and prayer from all of us.
He's sharing gratitude for the people in Wisconsin who have helped him help others.
Especially for my neighborhood, from Fond du Lac area neighborhood, for participation in helping Ukrainian people.
In Milwaukee County, Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
Fidzikevich says he's received donations and cards from many people in Wisconsin, which he, in turn, is using to support people in Eastern Europe.
That was Fox 6 in Milwaukee reporting their live look from the White House as it is about 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. Earlier today, outside of the White House, the parents of Trevor Reed, the Texas Marine detained in Russia right now, protesting and requesting conversation with President Biden. We're going to play out some of those remarks from earlier. All right, so unfortunately, looks like we're having some trouble with the audio on that shot here. If we get it, we'll of course bring it to you as we take you through the latest with Russia and Ukraine war underway. And this, we're hearing there was a conversation between the president and the parents of Trevor Reed here, that Texas Marine who's been detained in Russia for quite a while, but not the only American who is still in Russia. Brittany Griner, the WNBA star with Phoenix Mercury, still there as well after possession of cannabis, and she will be detained for the foreseeable future. Until then, though, we're going to go out to some of the coverage as storms are a major concern at this point. A live look from our radar system. Dangerous severe storm outbreaks across the country. We'll be heading out live to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, to speak with our Fox weather reporters who are there and talking about the movement and what they're going to be expecting into the rest of the evening here. That's after a pretty serious week of storms just last week, too. Tornadoes ripping through New Orleans, and even tonight, Louisiana, as I said, is going to be on high alert, too. So more on that here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. We are tracking all of our weather concerns here, specifically out in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We'll be going out to some of our Fox weather reporters who are there assessing the scene. Until then, though, let's go out to Fox weather as they're talking about the possibility of severe storms underway here in the next 3 hours. Take a listen.
Dylan, you've also been checking out some of these storm reports. What are you seeing?
Exactly. I mean, a sigh of relief. At least we don't have any severe tornadoes right now, but we have seen a lot of damage ahead of this front as it's moving from west to east. So as we take a look right now, though, at those storm reports, you can see even a few tornado icons on there. So that does mean we have seen at least some tornado signatures, people reporting funnel clouds. Ahead of this, though, you can see a lot of those tree icons. Those are storm damage reports. So trees down, we have lines down, even in portions of New Orleans ahead of this system moving through. As we zoom in here, actually, Jackson, Tennessee, we've seen some significant damage over the past hour or two. There was a tornado-warned storm that went through here. So you can see Madison County Sheriff's Office with major structural damage. In Jackson, several large trees down and power lines in northern Madison County. And that does mean some widespread power outages. And you can really see as this line has progressed its way off towards the east, those power outages have gone up. So our power outage tracker here showing some counties 50 to even 75% without power. And that's going to continue, especially in portions of Mississippi, where we're now seeing around 51,000 people, customers without power. So this will continue as these storms progress. We're seeing these gusty winds, 50, 60 miles per hour ahead of the system. So if you are in the line of this as you move through tonight, as Bridget mentioned earlier, we are looking at the possibility for some nocturnal tornadoes. Bridget, you have more.
Yeah, Dylan, you know, just as we were discussing and saying, thankfully, no tornado warnings are in effect. We do have to report that we have a new active tornado warning. So it was only a matter of minutes where we saw all those tornadoes warnings drop off. But now we're looking at one through Louisiana. It looks like Tangipahoa Parish. This is in effect until 7:30 this evening. That's in association with some of that rotation indicated by radar. Again, let's zoom out a bit so we can see in relation to New Orleans, of course, this area, a big concern as they previously, just about a week ago, saw an EF3 tornado work through Arabi. This one just a bit farther to the north. You can see overhead of Tangipahoa Parish until 7:30 this evening. Also included in on this, a small sliver of I-55 as you head north or south. If you're headed into New Orleans from northbound, southbound on 55, that is where we have seen some of that rotation. So the county also St. John the Baptist, parish. Of course, we're working in Louisiana, so we are talking about the parishes here along I-55 as well. Any of this rotation is just north of Laplace as we see it. Let's flip over if we can see that rotation, if we can see some of the velocity. There you go. That's pretty well defined. It looks like Ruddock. And is this moving slightly to the east, I believe? Let's put a track on this. Luckily, if it is moving east, it is going to be working over some water and obviously over some water, not populated area. So let's track it to the east, right around 40 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour. You can see only one community, at least within the next several minutes, within the line. Lacombe, it looks like 7:56 as it's going to be working onto the lake there, but still potentially impactful as it could hold together, become a water spout, but still something we are going to watch. This is Lake Pontchartrain here. Again, it's just north of downtown New Orleans. Still an active tornado warning. This is exactly what we don't want to see. So close, too close for comfort for the New Orleans metro area. Also looking like we have another tornado warning. So now tracking two active warnings, this time for Mississippi, Lamar, Mississippi, until 8:15 this evening. That's that warning as within some of this heavy rain That's where we see some spin out ahead of the main line. So with this big line, we've seen some of that rotation, starting to see some of this pulsate up again. You can see, regardless if we are seeing that couplet or not, we have strong winds aloft rushing down to the surface as they are mixing down, kind of getting tangled up within one another. And that's where we have this rotation. Any of those arrows that you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that's indicating those winds aloft, really at the surface, that really aren't agreeing with one another, going in the opposite direction. So what that could form as it starts to strengthen and starts to pulsate up, that's where we could see that tornado. It looks like the strongest of it is just south of Columbia. Regardless, you have that heavy rain, still seeing some light rotation, maybe increasing to moderate if it pulsates up again and cycles up. But still, you need to act like this tornado is on the ground. So go to the lowest level of your home, like Sumrall, 746. That's where some of that rotation will arrive. Hattiesburg, a more populated area, 755. Petal, 758. Again, we're tracking this in southern portions of Mississippi.
So once again, we've been in full weather coverage here with Fox Weather as they are tracking severe storms and tornado outbreaks into the south here. We were talking about Tuscaloosa specifically, what they are expecting in the coming hours and preparations underway. I want to bring in Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. Nicole, you're live there. What have you been seeing and what is everyone preparing for tonight?
Well, Daytona, I want to remind you that the state of Alabama saw 8 tornadoes last week. So you can imagine that everyone here is likely on high alert. Right now, we are under a tornado watch, and that's actually active for most of central and north Alabama. That includes Birmingham, Montgomery, and us here in Tuscaloosa, where you'll notice we're seeing some on and off intense rain showers and strong wind gusts here. We know there are already more than 18,000 customers across the state without power, and that could likely grow as we really get into the later hours today and that main event really moves through the area here. And this is an area that, again, is not necessarily unaccustomed to strong spring storms, but the National Weather Service definitely pinpointing this line of storms as troublesome. Already they've recorded sustained winds between 30 and 40 miles per hour, gusts even reaching 50 to 60 miles per hour earlier today. And we have seen evidence of that really all across town. You'll notice the street lights are swinging in certain areas. Flags are just whipping through the wind here. And even on the freeways surrounding different cities, cars are struggling to stay in one lane. Officials have asked people to prepare for the likelihood of power outages, especially when the strongest, most intense bands of storms move through the area. And I'll tell you, it doesn't look like anyone in this area is taking the threat of this storm lightly. The University of Alabama has already chosen to suspend normal operations. They actually did so earlier today. Campus essentially closed. All evening classes were canceled around 4 p.m. Central Time. Students who live in their dorms were being asked to stay there throughout the night. And I'll tell you, I saw dozens of them earlier today heading to and from some nearby grocery stores, likely stocking up on food and supplies to ride out the storm from either their dorm or their apartment or wherever they live here. So it seems as if the message is being heard loud and clear. And again, I can imagine that last week's scary storms, again, 8 confirmed tornadoes in Alabama alone, 60 or so throughout the South, really reminds you that this is not something to take lightly. Again, we are sort of in the middle of kind of the unknown. You know, we're expecting that main line of storms to make its way through in the next half hour or so. You'll notice there's a lot of sound here behind me. Cars are still driving through the rain right now. There is still a lot of commotion. We are hoping that those folks will start to get into their home and get near their safe space, get that emergency kit ready to go within the next few minutes, because there's not going to be a lot of time between when this storm arrives and when things could get intense and dangerous. So it really is right now that we're hoping that folks are getting inside, talking to their families, running through that emergency plan, because you really don't know how quickly the storm can both come in and make its way out of here. So, again, Daytona, it's just about being prepared, and Tuscaloosa is no stranger to this, and we're hoping that people are getting prepared right now.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Nicole. From the video that you guys were able to take earlier, it seemed somewhat calm. I mean, there was ominous clouds above, but people out walking their dogs and, like you said, getting their groceries. The university being proactive. We love to see that, and closing down classes here. But it can all change within a matter of minutes.
And that's the scary part of these storms, right? We forecast them. We know where they're headed, the timing wise, but we've already heard reports, you've seen the images of the damage in Arkansas, how quickly these storms can move in, and they can also move out just as quickly. And you never really know exactly at what moment it might hit your neighborhood, your community, your town. So when for example, like we are under a tornado watch right now, that is the time to make sure that you're ready to go, that you're ready to jump into that safe space, that you've got your emergency kit nearby, that you're not scrambling to look for it once the warning is issued, because at that point it might be too late. You never know how many minutes or even seconds you might have before things get dangerous. So that's why we are so, really encouraging of having that as early as possible, because there's really just no telling how quickly that could come into the play here.
All right, Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez, thank you so much for your reporting, and stay safe out there. As you said, 30 minutes is when we could see the brunt of this storm, right?
That's what we're looking at, Daytona. Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay, talk to you soon. We want to pull up this shot for you of Jackson, Mississippi. This is a driving shot of our teams out and about trying to capture what this weather is looking like. You can see lightning strikes. You can see light rain on the windshield. So everyone, please be safe and stay inside if you can. But man, look at all of that lightning as they come to a stop at this light here. As it is 5:30 here in Phoenix and 8:30 out on the East Coast. We'll be giving you more weather coverage through the rest of the evening here with our Fox Weather team and with our team here at Live Now from Fox as well. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. I'm Daytona Everett as we move into our next stories here. As we've said, we are monitoring severe weather, specifically in the south. This is in Jackson, Mississippi. We'll be bringing you images, sights, and scenes from across the country as those violent storms are slamming through, and even tornado warnings still underway. Our Fox Weather team definitely on it. We'll be checking back in on them momentarily here, but we're going to go into kind of a consumer unit as grocery prices are up. If you've been to the grocery store anytime recently, all of your favorite foods probably skyrocketing. Fox 13 in Tampa with more.
Historic high bills are skyrocketing at supermarkets as food costs increase. Bonnie Banerjee is here with a look at what foods are seeing the highest spikes. Yikes.
Yeah, it might be time to adjust those shopping lists and maybe hold off on things like the guacamole and the bacon. All the good stuff, right?
I know, right?
The USDA predicts that prices at the grocery store could go up another 3 to 4% in the coming weeks, while restaurant prices could jump 6%. Current data organized by federal officials indicates that the cost of groceries has gone up by 9% over the last year. Certain aisles in your supermarket, they might have food that's marked up as much as 20% year over year, with prices forecasted to continue to spike well into this next year. For example, avocado prices, they just hit record highs. That temporary ban on exports from Mexico certainly didn't help. It sent the price of avocado soaring sky high. They hit prices the industry hasn't seen in more than 2 decades.
Wow. So what foods are being impacted the most?
The USDA says that dairy products and oil could see the biggest price increases. So whole milk is on the list, bacon, fresh fruit.
What?
They're experiencing hikes that far outstrip inflation rates on other items. The breakdown from the Bureau of Labor Statistics here of the price hikes over the last year. Check out meats right there. You can see beef, and then bacon, highest right there, and chicken all jumped by more than 13%. And then a lot of staples, things like coffee, flour, they're seeing 10 and 11% hikes, milk 11 as well, and then oil and fats, which does include peanut butter. It's between 11 and over 15%. So yeah, definitely the time to sign up for those cashback apps and meal plan your grocery budget so you're not throwing things away or, getting things that can't be stretched over a couple days.
Yeah, all I know is I'm spending as much at the grocery store now as I did when I had all my kids at home.
I'm not surprised. I believe it.
Crazy. All right, thanks, Bonnie.
Now is Fox 13 in Tampa with that story. Unfortunately, bacon at the top of that list. Well, inflation creating food bank shortages as well. This is just devastating for these businesses. Fox Business's Madison Allworth with that.
Food prices are higher than ever, and we know that lower-income Americans are feeling the brunt of those higher prices. Here at the Food Bank for New York City, they are still serving 800 meals a day to those in need. But it is not without its hurdles, and they are getting creative to keep the number of meals up and prices stable.
At Food Bank for New York City, we are definitely feeling the pinch, and we are seeing food prices rise. Plastic containers, plastics have gone up in prices. The supply chain with cans and putting things into the containers that they use to get out into the community. We used to provide canned tuna. Now we're providing pouches of tuna because of supply chain issues.
Pouches because the cans have jumped in cost. According to Feeding America, in February of 2020, a truckload of canned tuna cost them $46,000. Today, it costs them $57,000. Inflation and an unreliable supply chain is pushing prices higher. The food bank here shared with us some of their numbers. A truckload of peanut butter now costs them 80% more than it did before the pandemic. They are paying $51,000 for a truckload. The UN food chief says that the Ukraine war is creating a food crisis that is the worst the world has seen since World War II, and they don't expect any relief anytime soon. But here, they rely so heavily on donations, which allows them to maintain their meal load. They say that $1 creates 5 meals, and it's donations like that that keep this food bank running. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Well, also with the Russia-Ukraine war, there's been an emphasis on continuing to produce right here at home. Here's the latest from out in Texas.
That is the lifeblood of our economy.
Henry Resources is an independent oil and gas producer in the Permian Basin. Their drilling is a 24/7 year-round operation, producing around 10,000 barrels a day of crude oil, and they need at least 100 people to run a single rig. Yet 50,000 employees in the region were laid off during the pandemic. Henry Resources says they've been lucky to keep their staff, but other companies had to shut down some of their drilling rigs in 2020.
The oil and gas business is very cyclical, and the pendulum tends to swing very hard from one side to the other.
Oil producers' ideal situation would be selling crude oil at high prices with low operating costs. Right now, crude oil prices are high, but operating costs are also high. They're also dealing with supply chain issues and inflation.
Inflation affects our industry as much as it does everyone else, whether it's milk and eggs for homeowners. It's also for the industry.
Even with these challenges, the Permian Basin is operating at near historic levels of production, about 5 million barrels a day, and drilling permits increasing year to year. Yet the profit just isn't there for producers.
The idea of having oil in excess of $100 a barrel sounds good at first blush, but all of the associated activity on the manufacturing side of things or transport side of things, fuel charges, all have risen as well.
Kirk Edwards is the president and CEO of Latigo Petroleum. He had plans of drilling up to 14 new wells this year, but he decided to pause the process because the cost for him has doubled.
We're trying to see the supply chain, where those things are. We're just kind of sitting back and seeing if things settle down.
That was Fox's Ashley Soriano reporting a live look from the White House. When we come back, we're talking COVID-19. President Biden himself getting his second booster shot. More on that in 2 minutes.
The FDA and CDC says Americans over 50 or those who are immunocompromised are now eligible to receive another dose of the COVID-19 booster shot. The announcement made Tuesday means eligible patients can choose between either Pfizer or Moderna's booster. Americans who were also boosted after receiving Johnson & Johnson's single-shot vaccine are also eligible. But there's some confusion about whether the second booster is recommended. The FDA's language says patients may be given the second booster instead of should, leading some doctors to suggest there's no rush.
It may be for some individuals best to wait until the fall in an expectation that we'll see kind of a winter surge.
It's unclear how strong the demand will be. Only roughly half of Americans 50 to 64 years old have gotten their first booster, and not everyone is thrilled with the idea of rolling up their sleeves again.
This constant boosting stuff, I think there's something in there that just isn't right.
I think it's good. I'd rather
be protected as much as I can.
And more protection may be necessary. A new strain of the virus, the Omicron subvariant BA2, is now dominating COVID cases in the U.S. 14 states are reporting a surge in positive tests, and while overall infection rates remain low, public health experts warn Americans could be in for a rough summer.
It could flip on a dime, and meaning that the number of new cases because of BA2 could start going up.
Now the FDA says it's still examining whether it will need to expand eligibility of this second booster shot to the general public. It's unclear when a decision would be made. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And President Biden himself getting his second COVID booster shot, also making some remarks on the coronavirus. We'll play that out for you in full.
Good afternoon. Today, I'd like to update you all on where we stand on COVID-19. Because of the strategy we executed over the past year on vaccinations, testing, treatments, and more, we're now in a new moment in this pandemic. Does not mean that COVID-19 is over. It means that COVID-19 no longer controls our lives. That's what it means. Cases are ticking up, as we thought they might. But now, thanks to the foundation we've laid, America has the tools to protect people, all people. And, as we've done from day one, my administration is making it easier than ever for Americans to access these tools. Today, I'm announcing the launch of COVID.gov, a one-stop shop where anyone in America can find what they need to navigate the virus. Free vaccines and boosters, free at-home tests, high-quality masks, and for the latest information about the level of COVID-19 spread in your community, you can get that immediately. Now, you'll also be able to find our new Test to Treat locations, which I announced in my State of the Union address. These are pharmacies and other places in your neighborhood where you can get tested, and if you're positive, you can get life-saving treatments all in one stop. We've already stood up 2,000 test and treat sites across the country. We're also we have nearly 200 sites just to serve military families and veterans communities as well. We've done what we've done throughout the pandemic. We've ensured these locations are at the hardest hit, hardest to reach communities as well. The bottom line, no longer will Americans have to scour the internet to find vaccines, treatments, tests, or masks. It's all there. And just go visit covid.gov, covid.gov. And let me remind you, when I took office about 14 months ago, the pandemic was raging, the economy was reeling, and the deficit was soaring. Most schools were closed. We didn't have enough vaccines. The unemployment claims were sky high. And then we got to work and we delivered. Enough vaccines for every American months ahead of schedule. Effective treatments, at-home tests that are free and accessible. Over 99% of our schools are open again. Businesses are open again. And because of how we responded, we created more jobs last year than ever before, 6.7 million jobs. And by the way, we did it while cutting the deficit, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. Say that again, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. But none of that happened by accident. We're able to do it because we coordinated across the government, partner with state and local leaders, governors on both sides of the aisle, and the private sector to leverage every resource we had to fight against this virus. We left no stone unturned, and we were able to do it because Congress worked with us and provided us the necessary funding. But now, just as we've reached the critical turning point in this fight, Congress has to provide the funding America needs to continue to fight COVID-19. We're already seeing the consequences of congressional inaction. The monoclonal antibody, take monoclonal antibodies, for example. They've helped save lives. This isn't partisan, it's medicine. But Congress hasn't provided enough money to keep purchasing these monoclonal antibodies. We've had to cancel planned orders and cut the supply we're sending to the states. Without more funding, we'll start to run out of them by the end of May. We've also had to scale back our plan to purchase more preventive therapies. for Americans who are immunocompromised. Critical tools to protect the most vulnerable among us. Without more funding, we risk running out of the supply by this fall. The same is true of testing. It took months to ramp up our testing capacity. The Omicron, we saw how vital, and with Omicron, we saw how vital it was. And we have enough tests on hand to weather the surge. But without funding, we're not going to be able to sustain the testing capacity beyond the month of June. And if we fail to invest, we leave ourselves vulnerable if another wave of the virus hits. Look, on vaccines, and most important tool in this fight, we're also running a risk. Yesterday, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, authorized the 4th shot for those 50 years and older. We know boosters are critical to providing an additional level of protection. That's why I plan to get my second booster today, right here after I'm done speaking. If you haven't gotten your first booster, please don't wait. Do it today. Those who are 50 and older, as well as those who are immunocompromised, can now get even more protection than they have from the initial first doses. We have enough supply to give booster shots to those newly eligible individuals. But if Congress fails to act, we won't have the supply we need this fall to ensure the shots are available free, easily accessible for all Americans. Even worse, if we need a different vaccine for the future to combat a new variant, we're not going to have enough money to purchase it. We cannot allow that to happen. Congress, we need to secure additional supply now. Now. We can't wait until we find ourselves in the midst of another surge to act. It'll be too late. And we also need this funding to continue our efforts to vaccinate the world. Lies back. We're summoning every ounce of American resilience, pulled every lever of our government, called upon the goodness, decency, and patriotism of American people. And together we turned an unthinkable pain into an extraordinary progress and purpose. Americans are back to living their lives again. We can't surrender that now. Congress, please act. You have to act immediately. The consequences of inaction are severe. They'll only grow with time. But it doesn't have to be that way. We've proven what we can do when we work together. So I urge Democrats and Republicans to get this done with urgency. Let's stand united. Let's continue to pull together. Let's get this done. Thank you, and God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And I'm going to get my second booster shot. I'm not sure why I'm doing it on stage. I have to do it again.
Mr. President, what is the danger of Putin being left in the dark by his military advisors?
I'm reluctant to comment.
Can you comment on the declassified intelligence that he doesn't trust his military leadership since it is declassified?
No, I can't.
Provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of peace talks.
Doing great.
Is the U.S. willing to provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of peace talks?
All right.
Get you squared away, okay? Mr. President, are you going to extend Title 42?
We'll have a decision on that soon.
What did President Zelensky tell you about the
recent 4 countries of vaccination will impact the fight against COVID here?
What did President Zelensky tell you about?
Somebody asked me about the vaccine.
Mr. President, what did you hear from President Zelensky today about negotiations with Russia?
I've always thought that it discourages people getting the vaccination when they watch people get a needle in their arm. So I apologize for discouraging. It didn't hurt a bit, and I was able to roll my sleeve up, and thank you all.
Can you meet with Trevor, Mr. President, while they're here in Washington? They say that you promised them a meeting.
I'm going to see if I can get to see them.
Today?
They're good people. We're trying to work that out. Thank you.
What did President Zelensky tell you? What did President Zelensky tell you about negotiations?
So there you have it, President Biden's COVID-19 press conference turning into questions from reporters as he was getting that second booster shot. Not a lot of responses, though, of course, following his conversation with President Zelensky of Ukraine, a 1-hour phone call in which they talked about possible new sanctions and humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian people. So more to come on that and more to come here on Live Now from Fox as we are going out to the Capitol earlier today as Senate Republicans talking about the border crisis, the southern border crisis, still an issue. Fox's Bill Melugin, who does quite a bit of reporting from the southern border, saying a group of Texas lawmakers have sent a letter to DHS and HHS urging them to keep Title 42 in place, saying the DHS is unprepared and does not have the capacity to handle a likely migrant surge. We'll be seeing those sites and images from Bill Melugin's reporting after this break. We'll also be hearing from those Republicans after this commercial, too. We'll see you then.
Venezuela. Two Venezuelan men celebrate reaching the United States after they crossed illegally into Eagle Pass, Texas this morning. Just moments before, we saw them both struggling to cross the river and its currents. There were more than 2,500 migrant apprehensions here in Del Rio sector over the weekend. And DHS sources tell Fox News, buckle up, because Title 42 is expected to be dropped in a matter of days. That would mean Border Patrol can no longer quickly expel migrants back to Mexico on the basis of public health. Instead, every illegal immigrant encountered would have to be brought into federal facilities to be processed via Title 8, a situation agents tell us would lead to total chaos given the numbers they are dealing with. DHS has also suddenly announced that all migrants who go into federal custody will have to start being vaccinated for COVID-19. A decision DHS tells Fox News is, quote, a public health best practice. And with local Border Patrol stations now well over capacity and Title 42 possibly soon dropping, DHS has started mass releasing migrants into small Del Rio sector communities to ease the pressure. That includes the small city of Uvalde, where the mayor says he's fed up.
The last thing I want you to be handling is an immigration issue that the federal government should be handling instead of dumping it on communities like ours.
And earlier today, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz said that any day now we are on track to hit 1 million migrant encounters at our border, and that's still with the busiest months of the border still ahead of us. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Texas, Bill Melugin, Fox News.
And as we said before break, Bill Malugin reporting that a group of Texas lawmakers have come together, sending a letter to DHS and HHS urging them to keep Title 42 in place, saying DHS is unprepared and doesn't have the capacity to handle this migrant surge that continues to come across the border. We're going to go out to that press conference earlier today with many Senate Republicans kind of ringing this bell.
Faster. We need solutions from this administration. They've had plenty of time to be able to look at this temporary issue of Title 42 and to actually do real enforcement. Now, DHS, in its own numbers, estimate, this DHS from the Biden administration, its own numbers estimate 1 million people will illegally cross the border within 6 weeks at the moment that they drop Title 42. They're aware of what they're about to release. They've had a year to be able to plan for it, and they've chosen not to. And our understanding is they could drop Title 42 within hours to days at this point. Here's my biggest struggle with this, among many things of just basic enforcing of the law. Just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration said we need to continue to wear masks on planes because of COVID-19. As of April the 1st, we'll have members of the military that will be released from the military because they've not got a COVID-19 shot because of the pandemic. We have individuals across this country that are living with all kinds of mandates because of COVID, but yet they're opening up the border and saying COVID is over. If you want to come into the country illegally, you're welcome to be able to do that. Clearly, the Biden administration is using the COVID pandemic to try to accomplish its purposes in this. And when it doesn't want to do it, it just ignores it. When it does, it does. We have a big issue here, and it's going to face every single area. Every state is a border state as we deal with drugs and with what's actually coming across the border in high numbers. Just this morning, we had another group coming in the Rio Grande Valley that crossed of over 100 people just this morning. And typically when that occurs, the cartels will put over 100 people in one area, and then they will move those that were criminal aliens and drugs a couple of miles downriver, and to be able to move them as well. This is a serious problem that needs to be addressed and taken seriously by this administration, and they're currently not.
Trevor. Thank you. Thank you for being here and reporting, hopefully reporting on this crisis that we're having in this country. I don't see a lot of it out there being talked about, and it's concerning to all of us, everybody in here. Being on the Armed Services Committee, we learned last week that our Secretary of Homeland Security has requested the DOD possibly send troops to the border. Now, this is the same Secretary, Mayorkas, that said there was no problem at the border, that our borders are closed. He obviously has woke up. Now, a couple years ago, President Trump did this same thing, and our colleagues on the left had a fit. And it was flashed all throughout the media. Yes, we need help. Border Patrol needs help. ICE needs help. But we also need some new rules and regulations from this administration. Do you know they've been in office for a year and going on a half, and there's not been one new rule or regulation put across to the border about immigration? Zero. They have no desire to do anything about the southern border. My state of Alabama is getting run over by illegal immigrants. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Any way they can get there. But it's changed. Used to, the immigration system was come across, they look for a better life. They look for a job. They look to help their family. The first thing they're doing now from friends and officials in the state of Alabama, the first thing they do is they ask for, number one, where do we sign up for Medicare? Number two, where do we sign up for our other benefits? And number three, where do we sign up to vote? They're not looking for the same thing that they used to look for. And we do need workers. But we need help from this administration to stop the flow of not just, obviously, the migrants coming across, but the drugs. It's killing our young kids. So we need some rules and regulations. We need this administration to pull a few sentences or lines out of President Trump's playbook to stop this madness that we've got going on today. Thank you.
Senator Portman, and then Senator Haggerty.
That chart's fine. All the charts are the same because the numbers don't lie. You know, it's incredible.
Good, though.
Yeah, I think mine was better done. But I mean, look at these numbers, folks. And this is with Title 42 in place. And Title 42, you know, is a public health emergency that says you can't come into the country because of COVID. And if you look at the numbers already, they don't take into account the fact that most people coming across the border are single adult males, most people. And unless you're a non-Spanish speaking person who Mexico would not like to have be sent back across the border, you know, you are now being caught up with Title 42. So Title 42 is keeping these numbers relatively small. And the concern is that when that changes, you're going to have a massive increase. For the Border Patrol, it's already out of control. If you go down there and talk to them, as I did earlier this year, I mean, they're overwhelmed. But they're also telling us, and if Title 42 isn't changed, it will absolutely overwhelm them and keep it impossible for them to keep not just people out, but the other contraband, including drugs. By the way, 40% increase in fentanyl last year coming over the border, 40% increase. This is the stuff that's killing 2/3 of the people in my state of Ohio and probably in your state through overdose deaths. 40% increase last year. We don't even know the numbers yet for this year, but we know it's going up and up. And that doesn't include cocaine and heroin and crystal meth and the other drugs that are coming across. My issue really is not so much with Title 42, it's with the underlying immigration policy. Because let's be honest, at some point Title 42 doesn't work. I mean, once we get beyond COVID, we're not quite there yet, and maybe we'll have another strain coming in, God forbid. But at some point, a public health emergency is not a policy position that's effective to control our border. What you need to do is change the asylum policy. Because right now we have a pull factor in our country. We are telling people if you come to the border and you claim asylum, and you're not one of these single male adults who gets singled out because of Title 42, you can come in. And by the way, there's a 1.5 million person backlog for dealing with asylum claims. 1.5 million. This means that when you are allowed into the country to await an immigration judge looking at your case, there will be anywhere from 4 to 6 years before your case is considered. And meanwhile, you're in the United States. You know, your kids are there. You're working. Your kids are going to school. You're getting your health care. You're part of the community. And obviously, a lot of those people don't show up for their court case. Some do, some don't. But the point is, this system is attracting people to the border. And particularly for kids, unaccompanied kids, and for families, all of whom are getting asylum, and some single adult males are as well. Again, if you don't speak Spanish, you're likely to come in. By the way, you know who's coming up to the border now to come in through the asylum process? Ukrainians and Russians. And I'm told, we were just had a meeting of the Ukrainian caucus, and we were talking to some of our friends from Ukraine, from their parliament. I'm told that these individuals are flying to places like Cancun and Mexico City and coming up to the border. And why wouldn't they? It's the pull factor. Last year I met with 4 Latin American presidents in Latin America, Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia, Ecuador. They all said the same thing, in essence. Why are you guys taking our people and some of our best people? Why are you putting policies in place to pull people to your border? So I guess the assumption is among some people, gosh, Guatemala must be really happy to have all these people going to the United States. No, they aren't. They actually like to keep more of those people there. But we have a policy in place that incentivizes them to come to the border because they can just walk in under our asylum policy. So I was delighted to hear recently that the administration is going to put a new rule in place. It's a proposed rule. It's going to go in place in about 60 days to change the asylum policy. I was really encouraged. This is finally they're listening to those who are saying this makes no sense. We have said from the start we need to have adjudications immediately. We need to put the money into this effort for new people coming over first because that will discourage the next group from coming, right? Do the adjudication right away, yes or no? By the way, only 15% of the people from Central America end up getting asylum. Why? Because the vast majority are economic refugees, and God bless them. You would leave too if you lived in some of these conditions. But that's not what our immigration policy is. You got to come legally. So 15% acceptance rate in the end, 1.5 million people in line, 4 to 6 years to get to your immigration case. I was really happy to hear they were going to do immediate adjudications at the border. And what they said was, we're going to use asylum officers instead of immigration judges. I thought, well, that's good. That's good. We'll have more people there to be able to adjudicate these cases. If they're asylum officers, if they're well trained, they can do it. Then we found out that they don't have the authority to say no. All they can do is say yes. If they come up with a no, then it goes to the process. So if you come up to the border and you meet an asylum officer and you provide your reasons for asylum, which is basically the same as refugee, credible fear, persecution, and it's a negative that, sorry, you're an economic refugee, you're gonna not be able to come in the United States. That's not what happens. Instead, the asylum officer is told, okay, that person now gets in line with everybody else. So is allowed in, comes into the country, 4 to 6 years, 1.5 million people, into the backlog. If the answer is yes, the asylum officer says, yes, you qualify. Come on in. Then you don't have to go through any system at all. You're in as an asylee. Well, what kind of system is that? That doesn't solve the problem. Senator Cornyn's got a bill that has immediate adjudication, centers along the border. There's a way to do this and still be a humane country that accepts people who come here legally, accepts people who do have a real fear of persecution, allows them to go through a process that makes sense. The current one doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help those countries in Latin America who tell us, stop this pull factor. It certainly doesn't help our communities who are being overwhelmed. It doesn't help in terms of the lawfulness of our immigration system because there's so many temptations there not to follow the law. Instead, let's encourage people to apply for asylum in their home country. Let's have people come up to the border and have immediate adjudication, yes or no answer. And let's get this under control, regardless of what happens with Title 42, because it can't last forever. It's a Band-Aid. Essential now, but shouldn't be essential if we had the right immigration policy underneath it.
Senator Haggerty.
I want to first thank Senator Cornyn for bringing this press conference together. And I also want to underscore what Senator Portman just spoke about. And that is the fact that we have created a pull factor that's devastating to the countries south of our border. And like Senator Portman, I've traveled below the border, met with leadership there. I can remember the president of Guatemala telling me that the root cause of the problem in his country are the messages coming from our White House that are creating the pull factor that Senator Portman just described. It's a huge issue that's destroying nuclear families in the countries south of our border. This is bad for everybody. But what I'd like to share with you is what's happening in my home state of Tennessee. What we're seeing month after month are more overdoses and more deaths from illegal drugs that are coming across that southern border. That's why this weekend I'm going to take a group of leaders, sheriffs and mayors from my home state that are experiencing this firsthand in Tennessee. We're going to travel to the border so that we can all encounter this and see exactly what's happening and what's failing at the border because it's precipitating deaths around the nation. 100,000 young people have died in America just this past year alone from drug overdoses. Make no mistake, these drugs are coming across the porous border to our south. It's a failure of policy by this administration. And this war is being waged on America by the Chinese Communist Party that are sending fentanyl and its precursors into Mexico where they're being manufactured and then shipping those drugs across the border, killing young people in my state, in states all over the United States of America. It's got to stop. So today I'm going to introduce legislation that will give additional Title 42 authority because the real public health epidemic is the deaths that we're experiencing from drug overdoses. So today we're going to expand that authority. That's what my legislation will do. To use drug overdose, to use the threat of drug smuggling as another means, another tool for border enforcement to turn these people back, to stop what's happening at our southern border. We do need a strong policy in place, and this is one thing I hope we can use to address it. Thank you.
Senator Young, I think we skipped over you, and then Senator Tillis.
So in the 1990s, I had an opportunity to serve on the southern border as a U.S. Marine. At the time, I couldn't imagine that the border security challenges that we experienced then could grow even worse, but that's what we have today. The 2020 census registered the population of Marion County, Indiana at 977,000 Hoosiers. This week, we learned that within the next few days, the U.S. Border Patrol will have had over 1 million encounters with illegal immigrants just over the last 6 months. This is indeed a crisis. 1 million people. That's a number of people greater than the entire population of Indianapolis, Indiana, plus Lawrence, Indiana, Speedway, Indiana, Southport, Indiana, and Beech Grove, attempting to enter the U.S. in just half a year. That doesn't include the tens of thousands of people, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, who have slipped past the Border Patrol undetected. What have Washington Democrats done in response to this crisis? They refuse to even acknowledge the severity of the problem. Notably, the Biden administration has presented a budget that shifts money away from border protection. It increases money to help move people through the system, not so we can stop illegal entries, but so that immigration officials can more quickly stamp the hands of those who ultimately get through. The Biden budget cuts by 25% the number of beds at ICE detention centers. More than 1 million encounters in the last 6 months. What awaits us in the next 6 months? I shudder to think about it.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. I was with Senator Cornyn down in Texas over the weekend, and we heard from a lot of people on the ground there that they're dealing with a disaster. I want to talk about the disaster that's occurring for thousands of people who never make it to the border. They're encouraged by the cartels to pay the toll, which can be thousands of dollars. They're required to wear an armband. If you get caught trying to cross the river without an armband, you're likely going to die if you can't pay a toll. We're not talking about the thousands of young women and girls that have been sexually assaulted in the journey over there. We're not talking about a truck full of immigrants headed to the border who ended up having a crash and losing 50 lives in Mexico. We're not talking about what I think is a humanitarian crisis that's brought about by the policies of this administration. Now, there are some people who will say just build a wall and you'll fix it. That won't fix it, because the fact of the matter is the vast majority of the wall is well inside of the interior. So they know, the cartels know by coaching people that come across the border, the minute you get there, say, I fear for your lives. Those of us who've been down to the border, and we've spoken with some of these families, they say the same line. They've been coached to do it. And what they're being coached to do is to evade and abuse our asylum laws. If President Biden would simply reform asylum to where you had to declare or you had to request asylum in your country of origin, a safe third country, or Mexico, these numbers would go down by 85%, because that's the number of asylum claims that are adjudicated by Democrat judges, Republican judges, independent judges as not being valid. That's how we solve this problem quickly, and that's how we remove the biggest pull factor that we have today. President Biden needs to know he's making our communities less safe, and there's collateral damage all along the way, with thousands of people being affected by this before they ever get to the border. We're on pace for another 2 million illegal crossings this year, 1 million since October. President Biden needs to step up and solve this problem, and it begins with asylum reform.
Senator Hoeven and Senator Marshall.
You know, our message is simple. The administration needs to enforce the law. The Biden administration needs to enforce the law. And there's three aspects to it. The first is the Migrant Protection Protocol. Now, this is, as you know, the Remain in Mexico policy. And it's very clear. The Supreme Court ruled in August, last year in August, said, Biden administration, 6-3 ruling, you have to enforce the MPP, the Migrant Protection Protocol, the Remain in Mexico policy. It's the law. The Supreme Court requires it. If you want to apply for asylum, you can, but you do so from Mexico. And the second is the third safe country. Senator Tillis just referred to that. You apply for asylum from your country or the first country you come to where you're safe. Again, follow the law. And third, Title 42. And that's really the point we're making here today, the Public Health Order 42. So that people aren't crossing. And you know, Customs and Border Protection has reported there's as many as 50 different countries that people are coming across our border from, as many as 50 different countries. Unbelievable. And so we're simply, again, saying enforce the law, enforce Public Health Order 42. Now, these three, we know they work. We're not guessing. The Trump administration did it. They proved it. Now the Biden administration is not enforcing the law. They are not enforcing the three protocols, the laws I just cited. So what happened? Last year we had 1.7 million encounters, people crossing the border illegally. 1.7 million. And this year we're on track to have more, 165,000 last month. Last I checked, the Biden administration swore an oath to uphold the law. Do so. Democrats need to join with Republicans in Congress and demand that the administration uphold the law. People across the country need to demand that the Biden administration enforce the law.
14 months ago, the White House created this crisis at the border through their policies. And 14 months later, the crisis is getting worse. I think the logical conclusion is either they're incompetent or they want the crisis. It has to be one or the other. And there's not an American out there that doesn't understand this. Either the White House is incompetent or they want this crisis. I've been to the border 3 times. And on my last visit, it was the most frustrating to be flying in a Texas Ranger helicopter along the river border and looking below me and seeing miles and miles of fence that had been built. And if there were places where gates should be placed, but those gates sat there with contractors being paid tens of thousands of dollars a day to not do the work. It's frustrating to me as I make that same flight to see hundreds of migrants trying to cross the border without any type of resistance. It's frustrating to me that this president wants to take $2 billion appropriated for the fence and just to have that fence sitting there. They want to use it for other purposes, such as cutting down brush and environmental purposes. For all practical purposes, this White House has turned our Border Patrol into ushers, a maitre d' saying, come on across the border. I have to just stop for a second and talk about human trafficking and drug trafficking. You know, my friends across the aisle want to spend money and more efforts on therapy and programs to stop the drug addiction. But I'm telling you, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We have to slow down the ease of these drugs crossing the border. Americans need to understand that so many of these people that are dying, especially our young students that are dying from overdose, it's an accidental overdose. A person that maybe was taking 2 or 4 Percocets to get high, if they would take a half a tablet of this fentanyl, it kills them. It makes them stop breathing. It's just that simple. And our people across the ocean from China are making the precursors, as one of my colleagues said earlier. And they're sending pharmacists into Mexico to finish the process. You know, with all due respect to the Ukrainian people, to the long-term threat of China, to the unpredictability of our North Koreans and terrorists being funded by Iran, our southern border is the most critical national security threat to America right now. This president knows how to fix it, but it appears he wants a crisis, or else he's absolutely incompetent. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Today, a crisis is raging at the southern border. It was created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The crisis rages every single day. And yet, our president doesn't care. Our vice president doesn't care. Democrats in Congress don't care. Over 2 million people crossed illegally last year, the highest rate of illegal immigration in 62 years. We just passed the threshold of 1 million people crossing this fiscal year. And it's only March. These are not just numbers on a piece of paper. These are human beings. If you want to understand the crisis, come down to South Texas. Last year, John Cornyn and I brought 19 senators to South Texas to see firsthand in the Rio Grande Valley what is happening. When you sit down and talk with Texans, particularly those on the border, you understand the crisis. When you sit down and hear from Texas farmers and ranchers, moms who are frustrated, who look at you and say, you know, my teenage kids, I don't allow them to go out on our property anymore without a loaded firearm at all times. Because there's so many traffickers, it's not safe. And these moms are pissed. They say, how can it be that my own kids can't go out on my own property without their lives being in danger? Where the hell is my government? When you talk with the communities of South Texas, their hospitals are overflowing, their prisons are overflowing, their schools are overcrowded. And this administration doesn't care. When you talk to South Texas elected officials, many of whom are Democrats, one after the other will say, you know, if my party's for open borders, I can't be a part of that. Nobody who sees what's happening can defend this. There's a reason Joe Biden has been to the southern border as president 0 times. Not once. He doesn't give a damn. There's a reason Kamala Harris has been to the Rio Grande Valley 0 times as vice president. She doesn't give a damn. She went to El Paso when she got guilted after months. By the way, she's ostensibly the border czar. She can't find the border, but she's in charge of it. She went to El Paso, which is 800 miles away from the Rio Grande Valley. It's a wonderful city, but it's not where the crisis is raging. For 4 years, Democrats and the media went on and on and on about kids in cages. To every reporter here, if you wrote a story, if you stood online and said kids in cages, that was the talking point. I'm going to ask you to find a tiny bit of journalistic integrity and remember they're kids in cages right now. Except the cages are bigger and there are more kids. And you know what? I went to the cages when Barack Obama was president. I went to the cages when Donald Trump was president. And I've been to the cages when Joe Biden was president. Not a single one of the Democrats who gave speeches about kids in cages gives a flip about the little boys and little girls packed in on top of each other, many of whom test positive for COVID. Nor do they care about the children being physically assaulted and sexually assaulted. Today, there are little girls and little boys being physically and sexually assaulted by human traffickers. And this is caused by Joe Biden. 3 decisions: halting construction of the...
All right, so it looks like we lost the end of that press conference, but Senator Cruz, as he always has been, the senator of Texas, speaking boldly about the situation underway at the southern border. We're going to step away from that to bring to you some breaking news that we are getting in about the story everyone has been talking about. Comedian and actor Chris Rock, dressed in all white tonight, kicking off his Wednesday night show after a thunderous 3-minute standing ovation at his first stand-up show since Will Smith slapped his face at the Oscars on Sunday night. He asked, how was her weekend, to the sold-out crowd at the Wilbur, a theater of 1,200 seats in South Boston. He said, I had a whole list of jokes before this week happened. Since that shocking incident at the Oscars, sales for Chris Rock Ego Death World Tour 2022 have skyrocketed, soaring to over $1,000 per ticket. Meanwhile, the sold-out shows saw tickets reselling for more than $800. Tonight, marking the first time that Rock spoke publicly on the issue, Rock told the crowd that he was still kind of processing what happened that night. That, of course, all happening as we're learning more about Will Smith in this scenario. The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science says that Will Smith was asked to leave the Oscars on Sunday night, a request that Smith refused. The Academy's Board of Governors meeting today to begin disciplinary proceedings against the star for violators against the group's standards of conduct. They said they would let Smith defend himself in a written response before the next board meeting on April 18th, the day after the incident. Smith issued an apology for his actions. We've been following this story and every development across it, as well as there has been response to this. And actually, it seems like Chris Rock is coming out as the winner from this slap heard around the world, is what everyone is coining it. So more to come on that, more to come here on Live Now from Fox through the rest of the evening here as we move into the top stories. Of course, we showed you President Biden getting his COVID-19 shot. We've just checked in with lawmakers on Capitol Hill as they are outlining the situation underway at the southern border. And then, of course, Russia and Ukraine. More to come on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Always live, raw, and unfiltered here as we take you through the top stories of the day. Pretty wild video as Israeli security forces are cracking down after 3 deadly terror attacks over the past week by Palestinian assailants. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Amy Kellogg has more from London.
Funeral services now underway for the victims of the latest terror attack in Israel. On Tuesday night, a Palestinian gunman opening fire in the city of Bnei Brak. Eyewitnesses say he methodically targeted civilians, killing 5 before being shot by police.
They were at routine work. They encountered the terrorist, managed to neutralize him, and prevent a much more serious attack.
It's the 3rd deadly attack in the last week, resulting in at least 11 deaths, including 2 border guards, and 4 people killed in a stabbing and car ramming attack. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett says the country is experiencing, quote, a wave of murderous Arab terror. And he's promising a big security crackdown as the Muslim holy month of Ramadan approaches.
Israel's security forces are the best in the world. They are prepared to face the mission, and we will win.
The attacks coming as Secretary of State Antony Blinken is visiting the region amid fears of another big conflict between Israelis and Palestinians like we saw last year, leading some to suggest it's time to prioritize the peace process instead of, quote, shrinking the conflict by focusing on the Palestinian economy and reducing tensions.
We've been focused on concrete ways to help improve the lives of Palestinians.
Israeli forces arrested 5 people allegedly involved in Tuesday's attack, but it's not clear how they may have been connected to the gunmen. In London, Amy Kellogg, Fox News.
Well, the former Israeli ambassador to the UN spoke with our very own Andrew Kraft, not only about this violence in Israel, but the Iran nuclear deal, as well as Blinken's visit to the Middle East. We're going to listen into that conversation here in full. Take a listen.
Joining us now here on Live Now from Fox is former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. Ambassador Danon, thanks for being with us. There's a lot to get to. First up, though, I want to get you to address the violence we have seen in Israel over the past week. 3 separate attacks, Arab violence directed at Israelis. In your view, is this an outlier in the ongoing conflict, or is this indicative of something that is festering that might, spike up something like we saw back in May of 2021? Why is this happening right now? Security has been ramped up in the aftermath of that, but your view, sir?
Andrew, what we have seen in the last 7 days is a wave of terror in our streets. Within 7 days, we had 3 attacks in 3 cities. 11 innocent people were murdered, and I hope it is the end, but unfortunately, I think we will have to face more attacks in our streets. There is no explanation for that behavior, but we expected something to happen before the Ramadan. The Ramadan will start within 2 days, and we know there is a lot of incitement in some of the mosques. Most Muslims, they celebrate this holiday peacefully, but some radicals take advantage of this holiday to incite and to encourage violence, and that's what we are seeing now in the streets of Israel.
Sir, what is the Israeli response going to be to that? We know they have ramped up security on the street in major cities, but do Israeli officials think that this could erupt into a wider kind of conflagration like we saw in Gaza last spring?
So first, as you mentioned, we have more troops in the streets, and the police is on its highest level of alert, and we hope that it will help in the future, but I think it's not enough. I think the government has to take a bold decision to crack terrorism, to go to the places where they have illegal weapons in the villages in Israel, and to also go into the villages in Judea and Samaria. Andrew, it brings me back to 2020, when, or to 20 years ago, when there was an attack in the streets of Israel. We went into the cities in Judea and Samaria, and we cleaned up the terror cells. I think we have no choice. We have to start planning another global operation to clean up the terror cells.
This comes on the heels of that landmark diplomatic summit that was held over the weekend in the Negev. Diplomats from Morocco, Bahrain, the UAE, Israel, and the United States. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was there. Did anything come of this summit, or was it purely symbolic? Because this was a long time in the making, and these countries, of course, have had such a strained history in the past. What came of it?
Well, first, yes, it was symbolic, but it's also important. Symbols are very important in diplomacy. The fact we had so many foreign ministers coming to Israel, it meant a lot. I have to mention, you mentioned Secretary Blinken. The first day you arrived, he actually called Israel to de-escalate the situation, and he called it settler violence. That was, a poor choice of words from Secretary Blinken. We see what's happening today. Violence is coming, but not from Israelis, not from the settlers. It's coming from radical Muslims, radical terrorists. Another point to make is that today the U.S. is negotiating the Iran deal, and our allies in the region, the moderate Arab countries, are very worried about it. I think the secretary came in order to maybe try to convince the ministers that the U.S. is not abandoning its allies in the region. But from what I hear about the talks in Vienna, actually, if these agreements will be signed, that will be bad news for the region and bad news for Israel.
Sir, we'll get to the Iran nuclear deal in just a moment, but back to Secretary Blinken's visit, because he also met with Palestinian officials. It was really most highest outreach that has been made to them since President Biden took office. There was really not much communication between Trump officials and Palestinian officials. Was that a good move? Is outreach there, a good kind of indication of where Israeli-Palestinian talks will go in the future?
Well, there is a new policy in the White House today. We have seen that the funding to the Palestinian Authority resumed. I'm worried about one thing, that still the PA, they support the pay-to-slay policy. They actually give salaries to families of terrorists. They actually give them incentives to commit more crimes, more terror attacks. If you take, for example, the terrorists who yesterday attack innocent civilians in the streets of Bnei Brak near Tel Aviv, and he killed a father who was hiding his child. He killed two Ukrainians who came to work in Israel. And when you look at this terrorist, from today, his family will receive thousands of dollars every month. So I don't think you should actually accept it. When you have a culture that glorifies terrorism, that's something you have to change.
So let's get to the Iran nuclear deal, because Secretary of State Blinken met with his Israeli counterpart Lapid, and he said Washington will work together with Israel to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. However, stark disagreements remain. That's about the most base level of the agreement there, is to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Are any of these negotiations in good faith? Do you think that Iran will abide by whatever this Iran nuclear deal 2.0 could eventually be?
Andrew, it's a joke. It was a bad deal in 2015, and today it will be even worse. It basically tells the Iranian, you have to wait 3 years, and then you can continue in 2025. You can do whatever you want. That's not acceptable, and it will allow radical forces to receive billions of dollars for their activities. It means more rockets that will fly to Abu Dhabi and Dubai. It means more rockets in the hands of Hezbollah. More radicals in Israel will have the funds to purchase illegal weapons. That's bad news for Israel. And we have said it to our allies in the US and Europe, but unfortunately, they chose to sign the deal no matter what, at any price.
Does it concern you that Russia will be a guarantor of this deal, knowing, of course, what is on everyone's minds of the Russian military's atrocities in the war in Ukraine? Why would we even be entertaining any diplomatic negotiations for a new nuclear deal in Iran with Russia as a party?
Well, there is an unexplained eagerness from the administration to rush and to sign the deal and to ignore everything else. 3 mediators actually resigned because they felt that the U.S. is not negotiating. The U.S. is signing and giving in to all the Iranians' demand. Even the Russian negotiators said a few days ago that the Iranians received much more than they expected to receive in the negotiations. So you mentioned the Russian aspect, but I can mention many more aspects that the U.S. actually decided to give in and to sign the agreement no matter what.
Sir, knowing that Russia has put their nuclear forces on high alert, they're kind of nuclear saber rattling, if you will, because things are not going their way in Ukraine. Isn't that all you would need to prevent another bad state, bad foreign actor like Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon? Because God knows what they would do with it. In the Middle East, of course, they have said what they would do with it towards Israel. And so seeing what's playing out in Russia, shouldn't we go to great lengths to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon?
Well, indeed, the last thing you want is to see the Iranian regime holding nuclear capability. We will miss Putin and the Russians when the days will come, God forbid, and the Iranians will be actually having nuclear capabilities. We should not allow it to happen. because, you know, the mentality of the Iranians is different than all players. And they are saying it out loud. We want to destroy all the Sunnis, all the moderate countries. We want to destroy Israel. We want to destroy the US. So I cannot understand why the US is actually moving forward with such a radical regime.
And just lastly, on the deal itself, of course, lifting of the sanctions is on the table. Very draconian sanctions were put back in place when the deal was kind of blown up by the Trump administration. Also, there were reports that there could be some type of lobbying effort to lift the foreign terror designation on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran. What did you make of what Secretary of State Blinken said about that? He kind of demurred on that. Do you think that's on the table too?
I really hope not. You know, we didn't get a clear answer from Secretary Blinken when he arrived to Israel a few days ago, but that's something I cannot imagine the US will allow. The Revolutionary Guard attacked US targets in the Middle East. They attacked targets in Israel. They attacked Jewish targets in different places around the world. So I cannot believe that the US will actually take this organization outside of the list, because if this organization is not on the list, then you don't need the list, because that's their goal, is to promote terrorism worldwide.
Sir, just last question to the Russia-Ukraine war. What do you make of Israel's response? Have they been hard enough toward Putin's regime, toward Russian oligarchs that some have sought safe haven in Israel, or at least their assets? Do you think Israel needs to be more tough? Do you think they need to issue more sanctions towards Russia?
So we voted against the invasion in the United Nations, and clearly we support the Ukrainian people. We provided humanitarian help, sending field hospitals and receiving thousands of Ukrainians in Israel. We can always do more, and we should do more. At the same time, we keep open channel with both Kiev and Moscow, and we try to mediate. We believe that we have a special standing in the region, even though we are a small country, but we have strong relations with both countries. And I hope that maybe will be helpful in negotiating and ending the cycle of violence.
And of course, talks there with Ukrainian and Russian parties continue. In Turkey, we'll see what Israel's role is in all of that. Ambassador Danny Danon, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
All right, a great conversation right there with the ambassador and with our very own Andrew Kraft. We want to move into some weather coverage that we have, though. This is a live look as a tornado watch is in effect through 9 o'clock local time in the New Orleans area. This is, of course, one of the strongest storms that is expected from throughout the day. It's developing this afternoon and will continue to develop into the evening. A line of storms entering the region from the west with the threat for damaging straight line winds and tornadoes as well. Our crews have been driving around trying to stay safe, but just showing what the environment is looking like as rain has been pouring down here. We'll try to get more details for you as a high wind warning is in effect throughout the day as well. Wind gusts of up to 50 to 55 miles per hour possible throughout the afternoon and through the evening. Drivers of high-profile vehicles crossing area bridges are urged to be cautious with these winds, with these gusts, and it's better to just stay off the road in general. We're going to go out to our Fox weather team after this commercial break as we stay on top of all the top stories across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're coming up on the 7 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, and 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. Want to bring you a bit of breaking news that we are learning from Fox News. A U.S. Navy aircraft has crashed this evening in the waters of Virginia. 2 people have been rescued, and there's a search underway for a third that's still ongoing. This is according to local reporting. The Coast Guard has told Fox News that it was assisting with a military plane crash in a river near Wildcat Marsh. Local reports said that the crash involved a Navy V-22 Osprey aircraft, but the Coast Guard did not confirm what type of aircraft was involved or whether anyone had been rescued or is missing. Obviously, we're getting new details just within the past couple of minutes that 2 people have been rescued, and the search for a third person is still ongoing. So as we get more images and hopefully some more updates there from Virginia, this is again just a U.S. Navy aircraft in the waters of Virginia, and more details hopefully will come out about location and the people that they are searching for and assisting with at this time. We'll bring it to you. But we are monitoring some major weather across the country, including out in New Orleans, as Fox Weather has been on this all day. We spoke with Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez as she was in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and she said within this hour they're going to be seeing the brunt of their storm. Let's tune in just for a little bit of their coverage.
It's clear why this storm system is warned with a tornado, and it's definitely something that we have to take seriously, especially as this starts to head into a different radar site here. We'll get some better information on it as it moves further north and east. Having said all that, Vineland, Moores Valley, Pope, Hampton, Magnolia, Lambeson, Flatwood, Thomaston, Council, and Carleys there. You guys need to be in your safe space. This is probably, since we started broadcasting, Marissa and I here at 8:30, that's probably the best area of rotation that I've seen. So it's definitely time to get into your safe space. And we've got several other tornado warnings. Again, these are all embedded all along the line of storms. So we've got this tornado warning here just to the north of Wiggins, and I believe this was actually confirmed. So this is around Beaumont and McLean, and you could see the Boeing nature of this area of activity. So we're talking about, okay, so this is what we're highlighting here is a thunderstorm warning. And what we've got going on here is we've got big time upper level winds here that are pushing this storm from the back, right? So that's why we've got this line of storms, and instead of it going straight, it's bowing out a little bit. That's what we call a bow echo. And this is actually a bit of a downburst. So we've got this wind coming out beneath this area, this Boeing area, at 50 miles per hour and 60 miles per hour possibly at the surface. And those are straight line winds, and that's what really can cause a lot of damage. And so this area right here, all along that kind of McLean area, right down through places just to the east of Wiggins, are certainly going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds. Now what we're highlighting here is the area of rotation within this tornado warning, and it's just to the south of Beaumont here, headed towards McLean at 8:46 local time, so there's only a few minutes there in McLean to get to your safe space. Leakesville, not in the tornado warning polygon, but you see it's next up, so at 9:08, you better be in your safe place here, as this is a confirmed tornado, or at least it was confirmed at one point, and possibly still could be on the ground, and that's a dangerous place to be in. Again, just for reference, we're backing out the map a little bit. There's Hattiesburg right there. I do believe we've got storm chaser Brett Adair. He's in the vicinity. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk with him on the phone here in just a bit. But in the meantime, look at this nasty line of storms. And, as far south as New Orleans right now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. Say it again, Mindy. All right. You know what? Speak of the devil, we've got him on the line here. Let's go over to Marissa.
Yeah, here I'll give him the formal introduction. Field meteorologist and storm chaser Brett Adair, the one and only. So he's on the road tracking these storms, as Nick mentioned. So hey, Brett. So I heard you're in Hattiesburg right now. So the storm, I believe, the most intense part of it has actually passed over you. But tell us, what's it been like out there? What have you been seeing?
Yeah, guys, just southwest of town, off of Highway 589 here near Hattiesburg. There's actually some storm damage. I talked to the Lamar County deputy here, and he had the storm pass over him and saw the rotation and had trees location. And as you can see, we're now on the scene here just off Ford Loop Road and 589, where they're doing some cleanup work from the trees that have been down. And apparently there's a tree on a house up here, so we're trying to get up here just to kind of check this situation out and see exactly what's going on at the moment.
And Brett, let me ask you, I mean, you obviously have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. You're a professional, and we always remind people, don't go out and try to chase these storms. Leave it to the professionals who know what they're doing. But when this went overhead, when this line went over you, what did it come with? Can you kind of just describe to everybody, maybe if it's heading towards them and they're in the path of it, what to expect?
Well, there's a couple of things. When you go under a warning tonight, just do what you're supposed to do. Go to that lowest floor of your home, most interior room, away from windows, because we are now past dusk. It's nightfall. We do not have any type of a visual unless you're going to see power flashes or some light pollution from some of the larger towns, which down here in the Pine Belt and the Black Belt area, there's not a lot of that. So you're not going to see this, so don't attempt to see it. And the other thing is, a lot of these cells are still within a complex of storms, a squall line, so to speak. And the tornadoes are wrapped in rain. So this is not something that you can just walk out there and see, even in the daytime. We had this storm come across us, and we saw, many wrapping rain curtains into the circulation, but we couldn't even get a visual of the tornado. So we're having to play it safe because it is nighttime. And again, these are, southern tornadoes. You've got obstacles. You've got terrain that you have to deal with. So again, heed the warnings, take them seriously. Stay with Fox Weather here, and we're going to keep you updated as this situation continues to evolve tonight.
Yeah, Brett, we'll let you get back to the action, but we've been watching your video. We've been tracking you as well, so we'll continue to keep up with you. But, hey, be safe out there. Good luck, and we always appreciate what you do, the eyes and ears on the ground. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and check back in with the radar right now. So, I think, the question is, too, further south on this line, there is a concern of seeing these supercells and that possibility of seeing some intense tornadoes. So I'm not going to rule that out as we head into tonight, given the fact that this line is very strong. Is this observed? All right, so we do have observed tornado northeast of Meridian. So as I kind of get my bearings here, okay, northeast of Meridian, this is going to be, let's see, so it'd be actually where that arrow is pointing. So here's I-20 right here. So actually, this has made a little bit of progress since I last checked. Here's Meridian here. So here's the actual warned area. This has already been observed. And this one, as you heard Brett say, it's dark. There's a lot of rain. We've had some pretty hefty rainfall rates, especially the further south you go. And the fact that we are seeing some lightning, but I got to say it doesn't look as intense with the lightning as we saw last time. So unless you get that flash, you're really not going to be seeing much. So at this point, the best thing you can do is get to that safe spot. Now, I know a lot of you don't necessarily have a basement, right? So it's making sure you know where that safe shelter is. If you're at work, it's knowing where the safest spot of work is. If you can get to really the interior part of a building, a sturdy building. If you're on the road, this is that rotation right here. It's going to be jumping. Well, it's moving northeast, but it is going to be moving along and eventually over, if that rotation continues to stick, over I-20 there. So here's I-20 right here. So we're in another radar hole. Meaning we're kind of in between two radars at this point. So we'll be, once this thing, if it were to continue to go, we would be able to get it a little bit further up and give you a better idea of the couplet here. But either way, it has been observed. So if you're in the warned area, if you are in Livingston at 9 o'clock, if you are in, oh gosh, I'm going to say this one wrong too, Balaji, by 9:19. So these are all central time for you. So this would be about, 12 more minutes if you're in Livingston. And in Forkland by 9:23, Utah by 9:32, Akron by 9:43. Every minute counts. This thing is moving around 45 miles per hour, and it eventually will be jumping over I-20 in towards Livingston. It's going to be going along that I-20 corridor right there, and we're going to keep an eye on it for you. You have to get to that safe spot. These storms are nothing to mess around with, and again, we're on the southern end of this storm, and Nick showed you that discrete cell, so that's the other potential. You could start to see some of these cells forming coming out ahead of the main line, and you just don't want to underestimate them. Also noticing, here was Brett. He was in Hattiesburg, and that's where he was assessing some damage. So we won't really know until tomorrow in the light of day when the National Weather Service goes out to really assess everything. But even with that threat of straight line winds, you could still get a wind gust 70, 80s mile per hour. And that's when we're talking about an EF0 tornado. And I think people hear the word tornado and automatically, McLean, Mississippi, confirmed tornado on the ground. This is McLean right here. All right, so here's McLean right here. Here's Highway 98. Here's Leakesville. This is moving northeast. So confirmed tornado on the ground. Cody, any idea about how long maybe this one has been down there? Is this the one that we were watching earlier?
Yep, this was the one that was in Perry. That's done moved. That continues to move northeast.
All right, so this was the one already reported out of Perry. So it's continuing on the ground. This is McLean, continuing to move northeast. So this would be one spot. I really want you to pay attention. If you are in any of the communities, this is Perry County, Mississippi. This is until 9 o'clock. It could potentially be expanded. Here's Neely right here. Here's Bird. Here's Leakesville over here. This is going to push northeastward, 45 miles per hour. That's a decent speed. It gives you, if you're in the path of that, if you're in Neely, you are going to have a few minutes to.
So we've been listening into Fox weather coverage here as there are tornado warnings still underway across the South. Also a tornado watch specifically in the New Orleans area in effect through 9 o'clock. That's actually where we're going to find Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks. She is joining us live now from New Orleans. Mitty, there's still quite a bit of rain and gusty winds around you, but is it slowing down or is it picking up?
Well, good evening, Daytona. We've been out here all afternoon, and I can tell you that things are starting to slow down just a bit here, and I'll have Ben pan over so you can just see what we're seeing here. I know this rain is really coming down here, and the winds are pretty strong here, but this is actually a different picture than what we saw 10 minutes ago, where this rain, it was just decreased visibility throughout on Canal Street, where we are here downtown New Orleans. So we still have about 10 minutes left of that tornado watch. We still have about 10 minutes left of that high wind warning that we're currently under. And I can tell you, Daytona, for a lot of people, these strong winds here are very triggering because just a week ago, this community was hit with an EF3 tornado in Arabi, Louisiana. That tornado killed one person, injuring multiple others. So for a lot of people here, the sentiment is not this again. So it's really good to see that the rain and the winds are starting to slow down, because it's too early to say, Daytona, but it feels like we may dodge one, and that's exactly what this community needs as they're actively recovering. I can tell you earlier today we had a chance to go to Arabi, and we had a chance to talk to small businesses throughout the New Orleans community, and I can tell you that people are taking this storm serious. A few small businesses closed shop early as 2 p.m. local time. Schools let out early as well because they don't want people out on these roads, as you can imagine after last week's storm, Daytona.
Yeah, we were just speaking to your colleague who's in Tuscaloosa, said University of Alabama has shut down classes as well. So it's good to see that everyone's being proactive with this, with you guys panning around and showing the cars moving through. Doesn't seem like flooding is too much of a concern, but how does the infrastructure hold up amid all of this severe weather? Like you said, getting hit hard last week and now again.
Well, that's an interesting question about infrastructure. Here in southern Louisiana, we're no stranger to severe weather, but typically people are preparing for hurricanes. So they're putting sandbags down near the doors so that you can keep the water out. They're boarding up the windows to really help from damaging those windows from those high wind gusts. And when talking to people here on the ground, tornadoes are a little harder for people here to prepare for, because with the hurricane, you have a couple days to prepare for it. With a tornado, I mean, you just have to be quick. It can be anywhere between 5 and 15 minutes, even as those threats come rolling along here. And I'll tell you, for people watching, here in New Orleans, we don't have basements. That's not common here because we're below sea level. And with the flooding that we have here, it's just something that a lot of people don't have. So the big question why they're asking this is, where do we go? It's because they truly don't know. Because, again, tornadoes, not as common for folks here in New Orleans.
So as we reported, a tornado warning in effect through the top of the hour. So we're about 6 minutes away from that. Hopefully the storm will pass through and New Orleans will not be too affected by this storm. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks live for us, though, in New Orleans. We appreciate you. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to be bringing you all of the live looks across the country and live coverage from Fox Weather, as they do a fantastic job. They're now saying there have been confirmed tornadoes in Mississippi. We are also bringing you the latest on what we're learning is a possible Navy aircraft. The Coast Guard sector receiving a report from Virginia of a downed Navy aircraft. There's 2 people have been rescued, and there's a search underway for one person as well. When we come back, we'll have full update for you on this and on weather across the country too. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to bring you breaking news as we head into the top of the hour here. This coming in from our Washington, D.C. desk at 7:32 tonight. Coast Guard sector Virginia receiving a report of a downed Navy aircraft in the Chincoteague River near Wildcat Marsh. Watchstanders dispatched to MH-60 Jayhawk from Air Station Elizabeth City and a 47-foot motor lifeboat from STA Chincoteague to the scene. So we want to show you what we believe this aircraft will be looking like. This is a CMV-22B Osprey. This is the type of Navy aircraft that we're talking about. And Fox News getting local reports that 2 people have been rescued and 1 person is still missing. So this is according to the Coast Guard, according to people and emergency providers. They are down on the scene. And we're trying to get more information on this. As of course, a breaking news situation. So we're getting new details every moment here. This is, again, not the actual aircraft, but just what one of those aircrafts would typically look like from the Navy. So once we get more on the conditions of those people, what led to this, there's sure to be an investigation underway soon. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, though, we want to go back into some of weather coverage because that seems to be probably the biggest story of the night, as there are confirmed tornadoes in Mississippi at this time. We just spoke with one of our reporters, Mitty Hicks, out in New Orleans that got hit hard last week by a tornado that actually touched down, as well as Texas being hit hard by weather across the country. So the South just unfortunately having to deal with a lot. This is a live look from the New Orleans area. Our Fox team, our affiliate out there, driving around, showing the conditions. There's lightning strikes and quite a bit of rain that is falling down. And then moving out to Jackson, Mississippi, as well as this team has been driving around. It's nightfall, obviously. I believe it is 9 o'clock there in the New Orleans area. So more to come out of all of this, and unfortunately, no updates from any officials from any of these states. Typically, we usually hear from them after damage in any of their communities, but nothing as far as precautions go. Many people heeding the warnings and tuning in to their local news, tuning in to Fox Weather, tuning into us here at Live Now from Fox, and following and staying home. Many schools canceling for the time being, so that students don't have to deal with commutes to school as well. So we're in somewhat of a break pattern with our Fox Weather team, so we're going to move into some of the other stories of the day, including the war between Russia and Ukraine. We'll be speaking with national security expert Hal Kempfer. We hear that conversation every night with Andrew Kraft and him. So sure to be interesting as there's talks of possible new sanctions from the U.S. and to Russia here, as there was an hour phone call between President Zelensky and President Biden talking about just that. Here's the latest from Fox 13 in Tampa.
A day after Russia said it was scaling back its attacks in northern Ukraine, it did exactly the opposite, hitting even harder and targeting civilian sites like libraries, stores, even homes. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is tracking the war and the efforts to try to strike a ceasefire. Hi, Craig.
Well, those efforts continue, but just as President Biden and foreign intelligence and U.S. intelligence all had warned yesterday, there were concerns and information that gave them reason to believe that, in fact, Russia was just feigning interest in striking a peace deal, while at the same time just using that as a way to buy time to reload and regroup for yet another round of attacks. This is what's left of a village around 30 miles north of Kyiv. And this is a market in Chernihiv. One day after Russia said it would fundamentally scale back operations in Chernihiv and in the outskirts of Kyiv, it stepped up attacks in Chernihiv and in the outskirts of Kyiv.
All night long, they were shelling.
And one day after Russia said the peace talks were advancing, Russia said there is no meaningful progress and that it would take quite some time for talks to produce anything worthwhile.
There is still a very, very long work to be done.
We know Vladimir Putin weaves in deception, and British intelligence says it has reason to believe while Russia claimed interest in negotiating a settlement, its forces were already gearing up for a new phase of attacks, which will include heavy missile and artillery strikes. The intel warns Russia sent units back to Belarus and back to Russia not to draw down, but to rearm. The peace talks will continue, but Russia's actions on Wednesday have lowered expectations, and Russia continues to seize more of the city of Mariupol, which appears to be mostly in ruins. This was before the invasion, and this is now. This was a city of some 500,000 people, and Ukraine says more than 100,000 are still trapped there with very little food or clean drinking water. Take a look at this satellite image from Maxar showing survivors lined up outside of a building for the hope of getting something. In Mariupol, Russia cut off the flow of food, water, heat, and electricity as it blew the city apart to try to drive the survivors into submission. Russia wants to capture or destroy this city to create a land bridge from Russia through southern Ukraine. But as Russia continues the attacks and while the United States arms the resistance, the United States and Russia continue to cooperate in space. This is American astronaut Mark Vande Hei boarding a Russian capsule. After spending a record 355 days on the International Space Station, the Russian capsule took him back to Earth, landing in Kazakhstan with 2 Russian cosmonauts. And with that, it illustrates how Russia depends on the United States, and the United States depends on Russia to manage and continue to operate the International Space Station. And with that, with their vested interest in it, they continue to work together in space, recognizing that there is a glide path to retiring the ISS and relying on commercial ventures in order to build the next generation of space stations in low Earth orbit. But in the meantime, they continue to work together in the interest of space.
So, Craig, the United Nations just formed a commission to investigate Russia for war crimes. How will that play out, and how could it even hold Russia accountable if it refuses to cooperate?
Well, presently, Russia won't cooperate, so it can't. Long term, it could, depending on how the war plays out. What we're talking about here is the formation of a 3 10-person panel in Vienna that would conduct an investigation by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Now, with this, this is something that may not just be the only court. There could be other tribunals yet to come. And if Russia doesn't cooperate, it could give them very little opportunity to hold those ultimately accountable for any war crimes should they find evidence and convictions. But as we've seen with Nuremberg after World War II, from Hitler's minions to Slobodan Milosevic in the 1990s, he died during the trial. History does have a way of bringing those to account, and with that, that's why these efforts are already underway.
Understand. Thank you, Craig Patrick.
Craig, thanks so much. We always appreciate his daily kind of breakdowns of what's going on in the war in Ukraine there. And of course, we always appreciate national security expert Hal Kempfer as well, who each and every night since the war began, we're now 5 weeks in, has been providing us insight and expertise about what we need to know about this, clarifying the war there. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. The first thing I want to get to, we learned earlier today, a U.S. official telling Fox Putin didn't even know his military was using and losing conscripts in Ukraine, clearly showing a breakdown in the flow of accurate information to the Kremlin and to Putin. He's being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing. Hal, are you surprised by this news from U.S. intelligence? And also, isn't this what happens in autocracies? There always is an information breakdown.
Andrew, there's an excellent article out. I think I sent it over that talks about the sort of the curse of the autocracy, which is as they consolidate power and they get rid of dissent, they tend to create a distance between them and the truth, and eventually that catches up to them. And that certainly seems to be the case with Putin, is that he created a bubble around himself. You know, he squelched any sort of dissent within Russia, which meant he also squelched any narrative different than what he wanted. And of course, eventually that cuts him off. Now, right now, he's got to be asking himself, because my guess is, as this thing has taken so long, that he is probably using his foreign intelligence to try and get as much information as possible on what's actually going on, because he's probably, he doesn't trust his internal reports as well as he probably did before. This plays into that. Putting this thing out, when John Kirby talked about this today, he's probably hearing that. And if he already had doubt within the reporting within his own military, now he has more doubt. And of course, he may be thinking, well, that's what they're doing intentionally to make me think that I have doubt. But then you start getting into that perpetual, well, that's what they think I think, or whatever it is. So what inevitably, he's going to have greater doubt. It's going to create greater tension between him and his military. And I think the hope is that at some point, he just won't trust them. He won't trust the campaign, and he will be incentivized to find a way out of this entire debacle.
So, Hal, what you're kind of intimating there, do you think an off-ramp for Putin is in the offing very, very soon? I know I ask you that all the time, and I always ask you, where is the point going to be where Putin budges? And there are some concessions extracted. Are we getting anywhere nearer to that?
Well, the concessions so far, President Zelensky has offered a lot of different things. He's offered neutrality. He's offered a 15-year protracted negotiation over the status of Crimea. 15 years is kind of interesting, because I'm somewhat dubious that Putin will still be in power 15 years from now. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of an easy one to offer, to say. And what it does is it allows a post-Putin regime the opportunity to figure out what they're going to do with Ukraine. And that would be in the negotiation. But the off-ramp here really is a reality check for Putin. And the other thing too is, if Putin gets further frustrated with his military and he starts purging generals and purging senior officers, the military will get further frustrated with Putin. And the same could be said for the security service, FSB, DVR, that they would get, if the same thing was happening to them. And they are the few instruments of power within Russia that could actually remove Putin from power if they were to if they could coordinate without being, taken out first. But they do have the instruments to actually do something like that. And Putin knows that. So he's watching them closely. They're watching him closely. Now you've got this further tension. So that may be the off-ramp, though. The off-ramp could be that there's just complete frustration all around and that there's enough impetus to move Putin away from that singular power position. That may be the off-ramp. But Zelensky's offered a lot. I don't know what that will eventually arrive into, but he's put a lot of stuff on the table. Russia, of course, has not really come through with anything they promised. So that's an issue for Ukraine and for us.
Yeah, we got some word about kind of the parameters, the stipulations of the talks, what has somewhat been agreed to. And we know Russia says, EU membership for Ukraine can still be on the table, and Ukraine isn't really even talking about potential NATO membership anymore. Also, this issue, like you mentioned, of neutrality. What would that look like? What would a neutral Ukraine look like? Of course, Russia wants them not even, I believe, to have a military. They don't have nuclear weapons right now, so they wouldn't get nuclear weapons in the future, or that would be off the table as well. So there's a lot of things still to be worked out. Where do you see this going as far as these talks? Are you more confident today than you were yesterday?
Honestly, I don't know if I'd say I'm more confident. What I'd say is what happens in the negotiating room is really dictated what happens on the ground. We heard yesterday a lot of discussion, of course, that they had said we're going to reduce military activity around that northern area, around Kyiv and a little bit north of there, and that this was seen as a goodwill gesture. Today, the news was very clear that it was, to use the euphemistic term, kind of a nothing burger. All it was they brought back they withdrew forces that they needed to withdraw anyway because those forces had been so decimated that they needed to reconstitute them. And with that, they're simply going to reassign them or move them to another part of that sector. So it's not really removing anything. It was simply a tactical withdrawal to reassign them to another area while they reconstitute them and put them back into operational condition. And he's just buying time.
Yeah.
So I think really what you're seeing is what happens on the ground. Ukrainians have been pushing the offense, and they've been taking ground. And Russia is running into some very serious problems. If I may, one of the things that came out today was a rather interesting video of conscripts sitting in the back of a truck heading into Ukraine. And a couple things. Number one was the frustration of the conscripts as to where they're going, which goes to that issue of will to fight. But the other was the age of the weapons that they were carrying. These conscripts are getting weapons that look like they came from the 1940s and 50s, which tells you a lot about the status of Russian weaponry right now in terms of what they can give their troops. If that's the fresh troops that are coming in with weapons from the 1940s and 50s, that tells you they've got a serious logistics and resupply problem, and they're running out of time. They just don't have a big reserve. They don't have a way to fix that quickly, so they're kind of stuck. So the clock's ticking on the Russian end, probably much louder than it is on the Ukrainian end.
Yeah, Hal, to your point about, and this goes back to what Secretary Blinken was saying just yesterday, that there's what Russia says and there's what Russia does. We got word, too, that the mayor of Chernihiv says the city is under colossal attack, even after Russia pledged to halt the assault. They said they actually have increased the intensity of strikes. The mayor of that city told CNN. So you're right. This did turn out to be somewhat of a nothing burger. Those are your words. But it's also getting refocused to the eastern part of the country as well, the Donbas region, Luhansk, Donetsk. And we've heard from Russian officials saying that they're really going to refocus their efforts solely there. It doesn't seem like Kyiv is in the crosshairs any longer. Is that your assessment?
Well, my assessment is Kyiv is not in the crosshairs because they can't press the offensive. It would be in the crosshairs if they felt that they could do something there, but they don't feel that they can do something there. By the way, Chernihiv and up north, this wherever they're moving forces, they're covering their withdrawal with an overwhelming array of firepower. Artillery, rockets, by the way, I should say dumb artillery, dumb rockets. These are not precision-guided munitions. So they take a lot of collateral damage, which is another way of saying they destroy a lot of civilian areas. But they're using overwhelming firepower to cover the withdrawal of those forces and then the realignment of those forces into another sector. There's a lot of question right now amongst military experts and others wondering if Russia can actually maneuver enough forces to make a big difference in the Donbass region. They haven't been making a lot of progress. Surprisingly, considering that they had a foothold in the Donbass region when this whole thing began, they have really not been able to move much at all. And they are trying to move forces down from the north to encircle and move them up from the south to encircle those forces that are defending the Donbass region. But those movements have been repulsed very effectively by the Ukrainians. Another thing I should also mention is happening in the background. A lot of the weapons that we had promised, that $800 million plus up, are reportedly showing up. In fact, there was a report out today that those 100 loitering, if you will, the loitering drones, the kamikaze drones that we promised them, which are man-packable, that they are now arriving. Now, they're not going to be a decisive shift in the battle. 100 drones can only do so much. But 100 drones can put a lot of doubt in the minds of the Russians because this is a weapon they're not prepared for. And if effectively used across the battlefield, it could kind of take on a whole aura of its own. The other thing is, if we think that they're not properly informed about what's going on in Moscow, you can bet the Russian troops on the line are even less informed. So they're very susceptible to rumor control, if you will, as we like to call it, where they're, basically it's what we would call scuttlebutt, things going up and down the line as far as what they hear. So that 100 drones, by the time it gets passed around, could be 1,000 drones in the minds of the Russian troops, and that could change the way they fight.
Hal, also, let's talk about the Ukrainian military at this point. New details today on the training the U.S. military is giving Ukrainian troops. The president referenced it earlier this week. Sources tell Fox that our military is giving verbal instruction on how to use weapons coming into their country, covering most general how-tos, but that does not include any drills. So Ukrainian training on our part, what does that look like? And do you fear that the Russians could be, one, targeting the weapons resupply shipments into Ukraine and also training centers in the west of Ukraine?
You know, it's interesting. First off, we don't have troops in Western Ukraine, all right? At least we're not supposed to have troops in Western Ukraine. And I don't think the president was saying that per se. What the president kind of walked that back. There was a certain amount of ambiguity in the language as to whether we were actually training Ukrainians in Ukrainian territory. But officially, we've said we don't have any of our troops in there. But it did sound like there were Ukrainians that were getting specialized training on weapon systems and equipment in Poland at those training centers. Now, obviously, if Russia was to target those training centers in Poland, that would trigger Article 5, and a full NATO retaliation would be a distinct possibility. But it does sound like they're doing some training. You may recall when this thing kicked off, one of the things we were talking about as we were pulling our troops out was how would we train the Ukrainians on these weapons that we're sending over? And some of the discussion at the time was maybe they do online training for them. It sounds to me like they've worked it out. I think that, I don't know if that was an inadvertent slip by the president saying that we're training Ukrainians in Poland, but it's out there now. And that tells me that we have worked out the issue of how we do that. And frankly, it's just a lot more effective and efficient if you can get that hands-on training, especially with weapons. That's something you just can't do in a virtual environment. You can't give them an instruction manual and try to do that. You really need to, have them handle the weapons, go out there, fire some rounds, become familiar with it. And it's a lot faster. It's a lot more efficient. And as soon as they train, you get them into the fight. And I think that's what's happening. Now, as to your other question about targeting of the shipments going in, I will say this. My experience has been that we're pretty good at moving stuff around. Logistics is our strong point. And we've got a lot of experience in moving logistics in areas that are somewhat denied. Now, I'm not saying we have personnel in there, but we do know how to set something up. And the Ukrainians are very smart, very sophisticated. We've been working and training with them for years. I don't think it's a great, an overwhelming task to move weapons and other aid into Ukraine and get them to the places where they're going to be employed while minimizing the chance of interdiction. So I think that's been going on, and it sounds to me like it's going pretty well. I'm sure there's some areas, certainly Mariupol, just the dynamics of where the Russians are on the ground kind of block anything from getting in there. But other places, Kharkiv, Kyiv, other areas around Ukraine, I don't think they're having a big problem getting the weapons and aid. The challenge right now is what the Ukrainians have requested is literally beyond our ability to produce, certainly in terms of javelins and stingers. Although other weapons like NLAWs coming from Great Britain, which is a great anti-tank weapon, and hopefully the Star Streaks will be coming in, those will certainly be a gap filler. And as someone noted today was if Ukraine actually got all the anti-tank weapons that they requested, the Russians don't have enough tanks. Wow. In other words, there's so many anti-tank weapons on the ground that there's not enough armor. I looked today, the Ukrainians are claiming they've killed over 600 tanks. They've killed over 1,700 armored vehicles. You know, they're at the point now where you start looking and say, okay, how much do they have left? Because the numbers are so big. How much can they much more can they really put in there? And that's not even counting all the ones that have broken down due to maintenance and every other problem they got. That's a lot of vehicles that have been taken off the off the battlefield. And they don't, and the big thing, of course, is 75% of their operational units were committed. Ground combat operational units were committed at the outset. There is no big reserve coming in. In fact, if anything comes in, it'll probably be older stuff that's less survivable on the battlefield, which will be easier to take out. So the Russians, they have got a basic problem, and it's called math. You know, there's just they can't make things out of thin air. And it's a huge issue for them.
Yeah, Hal, just some points of note that happened today. We did get an update on the number of refugees this war has created from the United Nations. 10% of Ukraine's population has now fled the country. That's about 4 million refugees. We know President Biden spoke to Volodymyr Zelensky today by phone. They speak very, very regularly. So, and I know it's hard to make predictions. What will you be looking for going into tomorrow? The status of these talks, negotiations. We know fighting is picking back up in the east more than it has been, but not in other areas. So there's still a lot to watch 5 weeks in, and that's kind of what I'll be looking for.
You know, what I'll be looking for is Ukrainian offensives and see if they keep taking more ground. The other thing I'm going to be looking for is to see if they can finally work out the mechanics of really opening up a strong humanitarian corridor to evacuate Mariupol. Mariupol is pretty much all but fallen, and there's still a lot of civilians on the ground that need to get out of there. And I think the Russians at this point have an incentive to get them out of there. They don't want to have another massive humanitarian crisis on their hands, so they want to get them out of there. So I think that's something we should be looking for. The other thing too is, and this is kind of a little bit of a wild card. You know, today that John Kirby and others put out that message that Putin isn't getting accurate information from his senior military officials. I'm kind of wondering if we're going to see a tell, to use a card game term, if we're going to see something that indicates that maybe Putin has developed deep doubts within his military, and maybe he's going to take a hand in trying to change this, or maybe he's had a realization of just how bad things are. I don't know if that'll happen tomorrow, but I think at some point here, as much as they create this bubble, that bubble can't last forever. And at some point, Putin's going to have to realize that they are really in the shape that they are in. And frankly, we may hear of more senior military officials and others getting sacked, purged, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And that to me would be an indicator.
Hell, last point, and I forgot to bring this up, but, you know, he's the president of a very powerful country, Vladimir Putin. You know, the intelligence that John Kirby is saying, British intelligence is saying today, that he's not getting accurate information. I mean, I'm sure Putin has, you know, the internet at his fingertips. He is not, you know, behind his own propaganda wall, or maybe he is. It just seems somewhat far-fetched that he doesn't know truthfully what is going on, or maybe that is the case, that the people who are surrounding him just cannot tell him. I'm somewhat skeptical rather, about the information flow into Putin that is so terrible that he doesn't know all of this that's going on. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. What do you say?
Well, I say this. I'm not sure if he has the internet at his fingertips.
Okay.
You know, he may be so removed that that's something that you and I would take for granted that he may not be able to do as easily as he'd like to. And part of that is because he may have many layers for security purposes where he wouldn't have direct access to the internet. He has others do that for him. You know, if I was in his shoes, and I would never want to be in his shoes, but in his situation, if he starts to have doubts about what his military officials are telling him, and he certainly has doubts about the FSB, which is FSB is more akin to their internal security thing like the FBI is in the U.S. However, the FSB was responsible for intelligence with the former republics, Ukraine being one of them, and not their regular foreign intelligence services, which is the DVR. So they use the FSB for that. Kind of an unusual arrangement, but if you go back in history with the FBI, World War II, they had, for example, Latin America was FBI, and OSS had other parts of the world. So it's not unique that something like that would happen. But if he's having great doubts, which obviously he does in what the FSB is telling him, he might start turning to DVR. And what they might start doing is giving him intelligence, which is more reporting of what the rest of the world is hearing. And that might provide him a level of ground truth. We won't know that unless we see a change in what he says or does. But that may be one of the ways that he circumvents what he doesn't trust, which would be his internal security service and his military. He might, and he'd feel comfortable with that because, you know, he's an intelligence officer, although probably a little bit more leaning towards the FSB side of the house. Keep in mind, KGB was a different organization,
right,
but probably leaning more towards that. But he would say, you know, I will play them off. That's a typical autocrat thing. I will play everybody off against each other, and then I will feel a sense of control. But that means that he may get a little bit more of an unvarnished input as to what the rest of us are hearing. And I think that would be helpful to this entire process.
All right, so much to discuss as always, Hal Kempfer. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
Okay, right now we're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, my colleague Daytona Everett spoke to a Ukrainian member of parliament who is in Ukraine currently about the situation there. We're also going to hear from the Pentagon, John Kirby, the press secretary, the press secretary there, taking questions from reporters today, talking about what Hal and I just discussed about this really stunning fact that Putin does not even know that his military was using and losing conscripts, doesn't know, not getting clear information about what's happening there in the war. So it's all fascinating. It's still very, very horrible, the situation there. We'll cover it after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're still tracking a lot of this terrible weather down in the southeast in Alabama. Fox Weather's confirming a tornado has been spotted in parts of Alabama. We were speaking to one of our reporters in Tuscaloosa there earlier this afternoon. Also in the New Orleans area and in Jackson, Mississippi, a lot of this severe weather. But first, we want to just focus more of our coverage in Russia and Ukraine. My colleague Daytona Everett spoke with a Ukrainian member of parliament, a lawmaker who is in Ukraine currently, in Kyiv, I believe, and we get an update about what things are like on the ground. Have a listen.
You're taking a look at a photo of Sviatoslav Yurish. He's the youngest ever Ukrainian MP. He's worked directly with President Zelensky out in Ukraine and even went to school at University of Warsaw as a student. So needless to say, he knows what is going on down on the ground. Joining us now from Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to the White House, we've been listening in to the Pentagon, and there's a lot of developments underway and a lot of questions about the status of war. If you could just explain to us what you're seeing and what you're hearing from down on the ground.
There's lots of talk about some scale back and such. The reality is very different. I've been to the front line north of Kyiv today, to the front line west of Kyiv today, and these are the main front lines for the last week. And the reality is there's plenty of fighting happening, going on. And just in the end of the day, so speaking of my commander about what he has seen clearing different small towns of the Russian forces, it's by no means a scale back. Russians are losing ground, basically, near Kyiv, and it seems much more like they are trying to explain than losing the battle around Kyiv by saying this is kind of a scale back. By no means that.
Okay, so this is just a scaling back and a repositioning. There's questions of possible communication between the U.S., between Ukraine and Russia. Peace talks, are they even possible at this point? And should they be trusted from President Putin?
From the very beginning, I mean, Mr. Zelensky, the president responded to Mr. Putin's hour-long speech that he published a week before the invasion, with calls for talks and for negotiations and for discussions. But instead of that, we got a full-scale invasion. Russia hoped to win very fast. Your intelligence services were predicting that they will, and everybody was mistaken, and we are basically pushing them in different sectors that they've been trying to advance time and time again. The reality is that we are seeing right now that Ukraine can hold its own, and with the support of the world, we can essentially even win this. The reality is that in those negotiations, Russians are essentially issuing demands which amount to capitulation, which we are not going to accept, as we are fighting and losing people every day in the battle for our independence, sovereignty, and our integrity. So the point here is that as far as negotiations, I am quite pessimistic, and not to mention that what we have agreed on in these negotiations, such as humanitarian corridors, are in battled cities. The Russians were shelling those corridors every chance they've got. So it's not as if Russians are following any of their promises.
Well, reporters asking the White House point blank who they believe is winning the war, Russia or Ukraine, unable to answer that question, but saying that the Ukrainian people are, quote, brave. How would you answer that question right now?
Well, as far as the battle itself, the battle is something that we see very much all the steps towards victory from our side. I mean, we are capturing Russian POWs by the hundreds. We are essentially destroying the tank columns one by one. We are showing the world as Putin's military might is nothing but a bluff. But again, winning against the biggest country on earth and trying to defeat the second biggest army on earth is very much an uphill battle, a David versus Goliath battle, if you allow me. And in the support that we're getting from the world, we welcome all, but it's by no means enough, as again, such a battle demands essentially uniting that we've never seen before.
Do you think it's correct that Russian advisors to President Putin are misleading him and saying that they're far more successful than they actually are on the ground?
I mean, what we are getting from Russia is a very Stalinesque approach, where he is trying to detain his own chief of intelligence. When we see Minister of Defense disappearing, and the moment of war being fought, largest war that Russia fought since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the fact is that we are seeing as the Russian state basically disintegrates under the weight of its own propaganda. And we think the world needs to support that process, because Russia has forsaken every place, every avenue it has, the international community, as it basically breaks every promise it made to the world. So the point here is, let us help dismount this Russian behemoth which is trying to impose itself on the world.
Well, I want to pull up this tweet as we move into what actually is needed for Ukraine right now, as a conversation is underway between President Biden and President Zelensky about defensive support, a new package of enhanced sanctions, macro financial and humanitarian aid. What does Ukraine need right now amid this ongoing crisis?
Basically, the president has made very clear that as far as the humanitarian plight of millions that we are seeing all around Ukraine, not to mention the refugees that are leaving Ukraine or have displaced within Ukraine, there is a great deal of needs in that regard. But also there are innumerable questions on the military support, and we are thankful for all that we are getting, where we need so much more. As I'm hearing the anti-air guns in Kyiv work day in, day out, I understand that there is plenty that we need to do to essentially destroy Russian capability that they are throwing into Ukraine. So I'm very keen to see more support and more help. Not to mention that point which we mentioned every single time, that there's no fly zone over Ukraine, which is something the West has done previously for humanitarian reasons. And when you see footage coming from various embattled cities around Ukraine, you see that case very clearly.
Well, we have conversations underway between the Ukrainian parliament and senators here at home on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. What do you perceive as those conversations being, and what do you think could come out of this?
Well, I mean, it's very clear that Congress has a unique situation in Ukraine, has a bipartisan consensus in Ukraine, had that even since before the war. In that time, we get delegations from different parties, all of them basically trying to talk with us about various steps we can take in reforming, improving Ukraine, bettering Ukraine, and allowing us more firepower in case of potential Russian aggression. So the point here is that we are basically very glad to see that on Ukraine, even the extremely partisan American politics can unite, they can join forces. Because again, Ukraine is not about political debates, it is about a uniting that the world needs to see when it sees the largest state in Europe that is that Russia tries to destroy for the sake of its imperialistic ambitions that don't belong in the century. So I'm glad to see that America is the champion of that unity the world needs to show.
Well, this is a photo of you that you've now posted on social media, giving an idea of what it looks like, and not only that location, Ukraine, but several other cities, although Kyiv still standing. Explain the pride, the continued emotions of this war, of the people in Ukraine that are still there, still standing.
Well, it's numerous cities in Ukraine actually, and it's the city of Makariv that's on the road west from Kyiv to the border with the European Union. And basically, as far as the city of Makariv, none of the streets in that city are as they were before the war. And this lovely small town that was quite a joyous destination in between traveling from my hometown Lviv to Kyiv is now in ruins, and the battles there are ongoing, and having been shelled in that city and having basically been as close to death as I have been in this war in that city, I can tell you that it's a prime example of murderous tactics by the Russians, as they shelled me in a hospital that I was delivering aid to, and as they have destroyed so many lives there. And I was just speaking, going back home with one of the checkpoints, and they had their close friend has lost her sister in that city recently. So the point here is that Makariv is just latest and the closest example of utter destruction the Russians are causing in the civilians and all the lives that were going on as normal until the Russians decided to destroy our nation. Again, and Makariv gives us all the more reason to fight till the very end, because all these lives cannot be lost in vain. And we cannot just go back to business as usual with Russia at any point.
Yeah, some of the stories coming out of what is happening in these towns, people returning to their homes that are no longer homes, and then also reports of, occupiers raping the women and taking advantage of the children. Just devastating to be hearing. If you could give one message to all of us here in the United States that are just watching it from images, from videos, what would that be?
Stop it. The West has awesome might that it can deploy at any point it wishes to try and stop this madness. The West can do that. It can try and pretend that Putin's bluff is real, or it can look at the facts of the ground, that is Russia's economy is the size of Italy, that Russia is nowhere near even the Soviet Union's level of capabilities, and that Russia is trying to basically masquerade its corrupt, vindictive, murderous state and to basically try and hide behind it as any kind of a global threat. It is not that. The world can step in here and show Russia that it cannot do what it does right now to all of these stories which you've been listing and so many more. Just if you look at the city of Mariupol, port city, which is basically leveled, not a single building in the city is without harm or destruction. And the reality of that can be stopped at any point if the West chooses to.
All right, Vladislav Yurish joining us live from Ukraine right now. We appreciate you, and we'll continue to report what's going on from down on the ground. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much for your interest and care. Till later.
Stay safe.
Great conversation there with my colleague Daytona Everett and that Ukrainian member of parliament who is fighting for his country each and every day. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be hearing from the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby talking about what's going on in Ukraine and what the U.S. efforts and involvement are in assisting the war effort. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Right now, we want to go out to the Pentagon. We heard from John Kirby today talking about Russia's progress or lack thereof in the war in Ukraine. Remember, U.S. intelligence officials, British Ministry of Defense officials have essentially come out and said that Russia's forces are at a stalemate. They need to reposition, maybe withdraw. We've gotten some kind of back and forth on the status of their troops. We also know, and we've been going over the casualty figures on both sides in Ukraine, but that was the news today out of the Pentagon that U.S. officials believe that Putin does not even know that his military is using and losing conscripts in Ukraine. And of course, that shows a clear breakdown in accurate information that is getting to Putin. Here's John Kirby at the Pentagon from earlier.
The repositioning of a small percentage of the troops that and the battalion tactical groups that Russia had arrayed against Kyiv, probably in the neighborhood of 20% of what they had, they are beginning to reposition. Some of those troops we assess are repositioning into Belarus. We don't have an exact number for you, but that's our early assessments. None of them, we have seen none of them reposition to their home garrison. And that's not a small point. If the Russians are serious about de-escalating, because that's their claim here, then they should send them home. But they're not doing that, at least not yet. So that's not what we're seeing. And I don't know, our assessment would be, as we said yesterday, that they're going to refit these troops, resupply them, and then probably employ them elsewhere in Ukraine. But I don't believe that at this stage we've seen the refitting going on, with any specificity. On the reports of Putin not being well advised, I'm going to be careful here not to getting into intelligence, but we would concur with the conclusion that Mr. Putin has not been fully informed by his Ministry of Defense at every turn over the last month. Now, I want to caveat that. We don't have access to every bit of information that he's been given or every conversation that he's had. And I'm going to be very careful here not getting into too much more detail on this. But I've seen these press reports attributed to a U.S. official, and we would concur with the basic finding. But I'm not going to get any more specific than that. Okay, Court.
Can you talk, I just want to be clear on the repositioning, the 20%, you're not saying that all of those have gone to Belarus, and if not...
I'd say less than 20%.
Less than 20%. Less than 20% of what's been arrayed around Kyiv has now moved out. But all of those...
Has now been they've started to reposition. I don't know that I'd say all of them moved out. We've seen them begin to reposition less than 20%, our assessment on today. And we think some of them, not all, but some of them have already moved into Belarus.
What do you mean by reposition then? Are they're moving further away from Kyiv?
Yeah.
Like how?
Yeah, they're leaving. They're leaving Kyiv and heading more towards the north. Yeah, away from the city.
And are they continuing as they're moving away? Are they continuing to launch attacks on the city? I mean, are they launching artillery from further away still? I mean, what would you characterize that?
No, I think the troops that we're seeing move away, that's their focus is moving away. But we still assess, as we did yesterday, that Kyiv is still being attacked by bombardment, artillery fire, as well as airstrikes. There's still, as I said yesterday, there's still a majority of the forces that Mr. Putin put around Kyiv are still there. Now, as I said a couple of days ago, they're largely in defensive positions. We several days ago stopped seeing any advancement on their part. They weren't moving closer to the city. From a ground effort, there was no more advancing on Kyiv, but the airstrikes have not stopped. Not at all. So Kyiv, as I said yesterday, is still very much under threat.
Had you said how many total BTGs there were around Kyiv before?
We never actually gave a number of the total, and I want to be careful about that. But again, our best assessment is less than 20% over the last 24 hours now. We've seen to start to reposition. And I want to hit it again because I think it's an important point. If the Russians were really serious about de-escalating and the way they spun this yesterday, that they're trying to take the pressure off, well, then send them home. And that's not what they're doing, at least not yet. David?
So just to be clear on the what troops you're talking about here. There were basically 3 lines of advance.
Yeah.
Kyiv, northwest, northeast, and east.
I would say from the north and northwest, those groupings are the ones that they're drawing from now.
So does that include Chernihiv?
Yeah, it does. We do think some troops that were arrayed against Chernihiv have also been part of this repositioning. And as well, further to the east, there's a town called Sumy, S-U-M-Y, and we think some of those troops have also repositioned into Belarus.
So John, is it wrong to say that, I mean, you're using the word reposition, I'm trying to understand the situation. Is it wrong to say that Russia withdrew some of its forces from around Kyiv?
They are beginning to move some forces away from Kyiv. If you want to call it withdrawal, I'm not going to argue with you on the verb. I'm using reposition on purpose because the way it's being spun by the Ministry of Defense is that they're pulling back and they're trying to de-escalate and depressurize the situation, and we just don't believe, we haven't seen any evidence of that right now.
If we separate it from the whole de-escalation, because clearly you're saying there's still bombardment, they're using missiles, they're using artillery.
That's right.
Not necessarily the center of the city, but Kyiv Oblast.
I don't know where they're landing.
No, this is according to our reporting. But the forces, regardless of the escalation, Russia is withdrawing some of its troops away from Kyiv.
They are repositioning some of their troops away from Kyiv, yes. Sylvie?
Yes. Do you see more troops going in the direction of Donbass, as they say they would refocus on Donbass?
Again, we haven't seen, of the small percentage of troops that we have observed that they are repositioning, we haven't seen any of them go elsewhere inside Ukraine. All I would tell you is that the Russians have said themselves they're going to prioritize the Donbass region. We have seen them become much more active there in the last few days. For instance, we think that the Wagner Group now has about 1,000 people dedicated to the Donbass. We have seen an increase, I shouldn't say an increase, we have seen them prioritize airstrikes in the Donbass area. So if you look at, again, I'm not, I can't count every single, and I'm not going to count every single artillery shell or missile strike, because they continue to bombard population centers through the air. That's Mariupol, that's Chernihiv, it's Kharkiv, it certainly is Kyiv. But generally, where we see them prioritizing the airstrikes now, it's in the north, with the exception of Mariupol. It's largely in the north. It's Kyiv. It's still Kharkiv. It's still Chernihiv, and it's in the Donbass. So when we're talking about what they're doing in the Donbass, we know they've added now private military contractors. We know that they're prioritizing some of their airstrike activity there in ways that they weren't doing before, and we know that they're considering other ways of reinforcing, as well as what I said yesterday is we can see them make a concerted effort to try to occupy more territory in the Donbass. Yeah.
Can you explain what the reason would be for them sending troops from the Wagner Group into the Donbass
region? Sure, but you have to tell me who you are and what.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for taking my question. My name's Liz Fried, and I'm with Fox News.
Okay.
Can you explain maybe the concerns that the U.S. would have about them sending those private troops to the Donbass region and their reasons for doing it?
Well, I mean, couple of things. They have used Wagner contractors in the Donbass over the last 8 years. So this is an area where the Wagner Group is experienced. So it's not a surprise that they would try to look at using private military contractors there. Number two, we think it's a reflection of the very tough fighting that continues to go on there in the Donbass, and Mr. Putin's desire to reinforce his efforts there. You guys asked me yesterday, show me how we think he's prioritizing. That's one of the ways why we think he's trying to prioritize the Donbass region. Yeah.
So the department has released its budget, and now we're in budget season. You've been going to the Hill justifying what you want to do with the annual budget. And I'm sure lawmakers will want to know what the department is doing vis-a-vis Russia in this new reality of Russia invading Ukraine and being an acute threat, what will be the department's response to Congress? How will it describe what it's doing to kind of counter this new reality with Russia?
I think if you look at the budget itself, and the reason why we wanted to do a national defense strategy in concert with the budget was to show that the budget is strategically aligned with what we're trying to do in this department. And of course, China remains the pacing challenge, the number one concern for the department. There's no doubt about that. But as you said, we refer to Russia as an acute threat. You don't have to look any more than what you've been seeing over the last month to see the threat, the kinds of threats that Russia can pose to international security. And so, if you take a look at the budget and the investments we're making, for instance, in research and development and scientific and technology, $130 billion, the highest watermark ever for this department in terms of R&D investments. A lot of those capabilities, cyber, space, 5G, artificial intelligence, hypersonics. You look at all that stuff, and yes, it will certainly help us against the pacing challenge of China, but it absolutely will help us against what we consider the acute threat of Russia. Let me go to the phones here. Tara Kopp.
Hi, John. Thanks for doing this. So, with the movement of the forces away from Kyiv, are you also seeing a movement of equipment and artillery, or is it just personnel that's departing? Thank you.
No, I mean, when we're seeing units go, so it's our assessment that they are also bringing much of their equipment with them, again, for refit, we believe, for refit and repurposing for future operations inside Ukraine. But look, I mean, Tara, I can't count every vehicle, every rucksack that these guys are moving with them. But it's our assessment that their intention is to reposition these units so that they can refit them for future operations. Oren Lieberman, CNN.
A question specific to Mariupol. Given the destruction that you're seeing there, would you characterize that as the Russians carpet bombing the city or conducting a scorched earth campaign there? Or would you not use that sort of terminology in terms of what you're seeing?
It's devastating what we're seeing there. I'll let experts decide how they want to characterize it or label it, but it is obviously devastating. You don't have to look any further than the imagery that your network is showing, as well as so many other news outlets, to see just how significant the damage the Russians are doing in Mariupol, and the devastating effects that it's having there on what can only be described as the civilian infrastructure, residential buildings, hospitals, recreation parks, everything. I mean, the place is just being decimated from a structural perspective by the onslaught of Russian airstrikes. Caitlin, Stars and Stripes.
Hi, John. I'm just trying to break down some of the jargon I'm noticing in the budget and the NDS explainer. Can you just describe for us what's the difference between an acute threat and a pacing threat?
Okay, we'll try this again. We call China a pacing challenge because in many of the military kinds of capabilities that we know we are going to need to respond to what is an increasingly aggressive China in the Indo-Pacific specifically, and the potential threats that those capabilities mean for us, that we're going to have to stay ahead of those capabilities. And again, you look at the budget, you can see the kinds of capabilities that we're.
Okay, interesting words there from John Kirby as he's taking questions from reporters in the briefing room today at the Pentagon. Talking about the budget priorities as well for the department. We are going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we will be talking about COVID-19, what you need to know about a potentially new variant, also vaccines for children under the age of 5, and also second boosters. Do you need to get one? What you need to know. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at President Biden. He got his second booster shot today. And many Americans are wondering if they need to follow suit. We're kind of getting mixed messages from the CDC and the administration about if it is necessary or required or recommended. We'll be talking about that with one of our great medical experts, Dr. Peter Chin-Hong. In the meantime, let's hear from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. They took a closer look at the second booster dose and what you need to know if you so choose to get one.
Recommending a second booster shot for the community's most vulnerable, but with restrictions relaxing and COVID-19 cases flattening, is it really necessary? Our Christina Van Zelst joins us live now in Milwaukee with what the health experts are saying.
And Steph, right now, a lot of pharmacies might not have those doses available right away because this recommendation was just made today. But in the meantime, health experts say, yes, people should consider getting double boosted. Life might feel on track to being normal as COVID-19 cases are flattening, but health officials say not so fast.
While the numbers have gone down, they're not down to zero. The disease is still spreading.
The CDC recommending people 50 and up and immunocompromised individuals to get an additional booster 4 months after their first. But is it necessary?
Right now, this feels nice. No masks. We're going about our business. School's back in session just like normal. And if we want to keep it that way, the best way to protect our communities against having to go back to those mitigation strategies is to be vaccinated and boosted.
Health experts say yes, vaccines and boosters still the best way to ensure a layer of protection, even as restrictions are relaxed. But that doesn't mean everyone is going to jump at the opportunity to get double boosted.
You know, I think some people wonder if there's harm in getting all these extra shots. Like it's unusual for our vaccines to need to get these doses in such quick succession. And it really is a function of the pandemic and how many different variants are being created.
Ascension physician Margaret Hennessy says it's safe and worth it. It's the small steps she's willing to take to ensure life as we know it today will remain on track to normal.
Personally, as somebody who is over 50 years old, I am definitely going to get this booster when it's finally approved and officially available.
Health experts don't believe people will need to get boosted every 4 months in the future. They say right now it's because of those variants. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Still unknowns. All right, Christina, thank you.
Kind of a great look there, a snapshot of this ongoing debate from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Joining me now to discuss that even further, along with some other COVID headlines, Dr. Peter Chin-Hong, infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Doctor, thanks for being with us. You know, last time we spoke, we were talking about whether or not we would need a second booster dose. President Biden getting his today, although I still think there is somewhat confusion on who is eligible, if this should even happen, because, you know, many Americans just got their first booster, and many Americans also didn't get a booster at all. What do we need to know?
Well, I'd say, Andrew, it's understandable why people are confused. So let me try to simplify the debate. First of all, if I had to do one thing and I was stuck on a desert island and I had to choose one wish, my wish would be that most people will get their third shot. The third shot is a lucky charm. It's what we do for lots of vaccines: measles, mumps, and rubella, hepatitis B, human papillomavirus. And the reason why is that there's a 1-2 punch, then you remind the immune system a few months later, and that seems to protect you in many vaccines for the long course against serious disease. Now, think about COVID. We know that in the only data we have so far about the efficacy of a fourth shot is in Israel, and they show different results. One in a smaller study of healthcare workers, average age of around 60, but a lot of younger people as well, found that there were no hospitalizations and no real benefit when you got the fourth shot over the third shot. And then last Thursday, there was a study released by Israel that raised a lot of eyebrows. And that study was a big study, over 500,000. They looked at people who got 4 shots versus 3 shots, older age group, age 60 to 100, average age in the 70s. And they saw that if you got 3 shots, you had, a lower chance of survival than 4 shots. But whether or not you got 3 shots or 4 shots, the bigger picture is that everybody did pretty well, and the overall mortality rate, even during an Omicron surge in that age group in Israel, was less than 0.1%. So kind of that's where we are. And it's kind of like, it's not like you should get this right now, but you could get it. But that could recommendation or could permission could change to should, depending on if we get a surge. And if, like my older mom, who's like in her 80s, I would definitely want her to get it because I don't want to take any risks. But for healthy 50-year-olds, they might want to wait until just before the surge.
Yeah, Doctor, that's why I was so confused today watching President Biden get a second booster, because there really is, no hard guidance from the CDC, from the administration. It was just kind of happened today, and I was kind of struck by that because we're hearing from so many people, oh, I have to get another booster. I just got my booster, and that was my third. We were told we were just going to have that 2-dose regimen, and so I think Americans are somewhat kind of exhausted by the prospect of having to, every 4 to 6 months maybe re-up and get a new vaccine. Do you think that sentiment is accurate and valid?
Yeah, so I think there's confusion because we're trying to prevent different things. If we're trying to prevent serious disease and people going to the hospital, right now it looks like 3 is a lucky charm for most older adults, and even 2 might be okay for younger individuals. If you're trying to prevent an infection, even though it mightn't cause you any symptoms or cause you very mild symptoms, you need to kind of top off the glass every 5 to 6 months to restore or reconstitute those antibodies. It's kind of like if you're at a cocktail party and your margarita is running low, the host comes in and tops it off. You don't get more antibodies by getting the 4th, but you just got a restoration, and that prevents you from getting a breakthrough infection. But even if you didn't get topped off, you still enjoy that margarita and your body is still feeling the effects. So you're going to still stay away from the hospital.
Doctor, let's move on to another topic, and that, of course, is vaccines for children under the age of 5. Because there's also been some back and forth. We know Moderna and Pfizer have, requested emergency use. We know also the doses in these children's vaccines much, much lower than the vaccines you and I received. So where do you think this is going? Do you think we'll see this spring an emergency use authorization? And also the efficacy of these because of the lower dose. What say you about that?
Yeah, so I think the results so far for infection, symptomatic infection, in both Pfizer and Moderna was less than optimal, but they only looked at data for 2 doses. And there were 2 thoughts. First of all, you had to guess the dose for kids. And for Pfizer, they said, I'm going to give 1/10 the adult dose. So instead of 30, they're going to give 3. And Moderna said, I'm going to give 25% or a quarter of the dose instead of 1/10. And so instead of 100, they give 25. And the Moderna results are the only ones that are kind of more public. And turns out that for 2 doses, the 6 months to 2 years old had about a 45% efficacy in preventing infection, symptomatic infection. And the 2 years to 5 years had about a 35% efficacy in preventing symptomatic infection. But if you look at the antibodies, they look pretty good and equivalent to what was seen in adolescent and young adults. But because the bar is set for symptomatic infection, it looks kind of bad. But if you actually look at, this was during Omicron, if you look at the performance of other vaccines for infection, not serious disease, you'd see that it's comparable. So they said, okay, well, it doesn't look that great with 2, and maybe we should give a 3rd at a lower dose instead of starting over the trial and giving a higher dose. So then we have to wait a little bit longer for that 3rd dose. But in the meantime, Moderna submitted its current 35%, 45% efficacy data to the FDA, seeing whether or not they'll approve it. My feeling is, if we're not in the middle of a surge, there's probably less urgency, and they would say probably, why don't you come back to us when you have the 3rd dose data? If there was a surge, I think we would probably accept like a 45% symptomatic infection efficacy because it's better than zero. And also the antibodies look very equivalent to what we would expect.
But even if we're not in a surge, or if we're in a surge, children, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're healthy, would you still recommend, should parents get them vaccinated?
It just depends on the context. For example, if you had a kid under 5 who lived with elderly individuals who couldn't get a vaccine booster, or maybe they lived with grandparents who were immune compromised and had a transplant or cancer, you might, you're right. There's probably like 1% or 2% chance of hospitalization in that age group. But, I think there have been lots of cases of kids bringing the virus home. So, it just depends on the context in which that kid lives. It's safe, and it probably will be effective at 3 doses. There are tons of pediatric vaccines that are given in 3 to 5 shots. So it kind of falls into that, that cadence. But, that's kind of where we are. It's, it's the risk and benefit at the time, given the data.
All right, let's talk about the picture overall nationwide. Where are we with cases? I've seen the numbers today. Deaths are down somewhat substantially, finally trending down, that lagging indicator. Where are we right now?
So we're still in the pause button lull, which looks good overall. There's a concerning increase in cases by a little bit, maybe 10% or so in more, a little bit over 10 states. And I think, is that spring break and people moving around? We expect a little bit of increase and reopening. Or is it like BA2 kind of like rearing its ugly head, the stepsister of Omicron? And we know that BA2 is 30 to 60% more transmissible than the regular BA1 Omicron. So, or we may have the two things working together, spring break plus BA2 will lead to a little bit of increase in cases. We don't expect that it'll be a huge surge. And even if we see a large increase in cases, many people think there'll be decoupling. So you'll see things in the community with infections and breakthrough stuff, but our hospitals will still be preserved because everybody was hit so recently by Omicron plus vaccinations.
Doctor, also just lastly on this point, because we're seeing still, last time we spoke, parts of China were experiencing huge surges. Still, though, that is happening, leading ever more cities to go into this, 2020 style lockdown. What does that portend, I guess, for us here, or is that kind of just localized to mainland China? Because that is concerning. And how do you think they're handling it?
I don't think they're handling it well because locking down a society in 2022 with so many options like Paxlovid, vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, even though they're probably not as great for BA2, but the other agents and treatment, it's, like you said, Andrew, it's back to the 2020 kind of management. I don't think we have too much to concern. We're very, very different from China. China, with its zero tolerance policy, never had any exposure to the population. So you're seeing, like if they're seeing it for the first time. So that's what's happening. I think the impact to the United States and others is less in terms of virus, but more in terms of the economy and, Apple products, for example, that are made in Shenzhen in the southern part of China. And notice in Shanghai, they didn't lock down the whole city because of the importance of the economy. They said, let's just try half lockdown, which we know in Omicron doesn't really work. Lockdowns don't really work in Omicron anyway.
Yeah. Doctor, stick around. We're going to show a story because we want to move topics right now. We got word today about a condition that the actor Bruce Willis was diagnosed with, causing him to retire from the profession of acting. It's known as aphasia. Fox News' Matt Finn has the latest on this diagnosis.
Acclaimed actor Bruce Willis is stepping away from acting after it was revealed Wednesday that he is suffering from a form of dementia known as aphasia. In a statement posted on Willis's Instagram, the 67-year-old's family unveiled his diagnosis, saying the die-hard actor will step away from his career for an undisclosed amount of time. Willis's daughter also took to social media, saying in part, quote, "To Bruce's amazing supporters, as a family, we wanted to share that our beloved Bruce has been experiencing some health issues and has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities." That statement was signed by Willis's wife, Emma Hemming Willis, his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and his 5 children. According to the Mayo Clinic, aphasia is a brain condition that affects speech, writing, and the ability to understand language, both verbal and written. A stroke is the most common cause of aphasia, though a tumor, head injury, or brain infections can also trigger it.
Could be very disruptive for Bruce Willis himself in terms of communicating with others and not being able to find the words to express himself. And it could be very challenging for the people around him.
Willis is coming off a busy last couple of years where he acted in more than a dozen movies. During his thriving career, he's been nominated for 3 Emmy Awards and 4 Golden Globes. The National Aphasia Association estimates 2 million Americans are affected by the illness. Willis's family did not immediately disclose the cause of the actor's condition. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Just kind of a great summary there of this condition now afflicting Bruce Willis. Doctor, is it, your assumption that maybe Bruce Willis did have a stroke? What do you think might have caused this? The family was mum on details.
Yeah, so, their aphasia, as the reporter said, is the inability to actually recognize signals like people speaking or writing, as well as potentially expressing it. So actually hearing something and then writing it down, hearing something or seeing something and then saying it. And it can be very, very frustrating for people who have it. It's really based on disease in the left side of the brain by the temple, and that's called the temporal area of the brain. And you can bump your head and get trauma, or like boxers can sometimes get it because that area is damaged. But the most common reason is a stroke. But there's also dementia that can cause aphasia as well. And I noticed in the report they talked about cognitive difficulties. So there's a form of dementia called frontotemporal dementia. People can look it up or Google it. It's called FTD. It can happen at a younger age. Of course, we can have early onset Alzheimer's as well. But frontotemporal dementia can also affect this part of the brain, in addition to maybe a stroke, etc. So, we don't really know for sure, but it could be one of those things that cause him to have damage to this part of the brain. Either it's degenerating or a stroke just didn't supply enough blood to that area and it died.
Yeah. Doctor, Bruce Willis, he's 67 years old. He's one of the world's most famous actors. Of course, now he cannot act because of this. We know there's no, cure for this, but what does treatment look like? How do you live day to day with this?
Yeah, so it just depends on the underlying cause. For example, if it's due to a stroke, you want to prevent more strokes. So you want to control the blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes. Those are very common causes of stroke, given aspirin, for example, or blood thinners, depending on the kind of stroke. If it's one of these dementias like FTD that can cause this area to be diseased, there's actually, unfortunately, nothing you can do except maybe therapy. So there's occupational therapy, physical therapy, language therapy, speech therapy, where people go through exercises of word recognition, fill in the blanks, to make things a little less frustrating for the person. Could you imagine, like, you can understand, maybe you can even see what's going on, but you can't express it. So that's almost like you're locked in, and that becomes very, very frustrating. So that's what the therapist tries to do in this situation.
Just lastly, we know Bruce Willis was a huge action movie star. We know he did a lot of his own stunts. Do you think this was progressive? Could this have come, the signs of it rather, a while back, or is it kind of sudden onset? Of course, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm just trying to tease out what what might have led to this. What do you think on that?
Yeah, so the fact that we didn't hear about it before, and I'm not sure how often Bruce was spotted in public, but it seems like it was kind of gradual, at least in my impression, kind of like looking at Demi Moore and Bruce walking around and stuff. And if it was gradual, it suggests that it was more of the cognitive dementias, that it's gradually progressive. Most people are familiar with Alzheimer's, for example, but this other one is similar to that. If it's more acute, like one day Bruce Willis woke up and he couldn't really express himself, that is more likely going along with either trauma, which he had no history of, or a stroke. So those are the two things, or the two ways I think about it. Was it really sudden, or was it really sort of like gradual?
All right, Dr. Peter Chin-Hong, we always appreciate you coming on to break down these top medical stories of the day, and plus COVID-19 news as well. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks a lot, Andrew.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll give you an update about some of this nasty weather going on down in the southeast. Fox Weather reporting that tornadoes have been spotted in places in Alabama. We'll have more on that. We'll also have an update on the slap heard around the world Sunday night at the Oscars. Chris Rock finally speaking out. Also, the Academy moving forward with their review of Will Smith's actions. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We've been following all day a lot of this severe weather in the southeast. Tornadoes have been spotted in places like Jackson, Mississippi, and in Alabama as of late. We're going to go out now to Fox Weather with the latest on where this weather pattern stands at this moment.
Very serious one. There's a special tag on these severe thunderstorms. So let me go through the counties here. It's a little bit hard to see, but here's the state line between Mississippi and Alabama. But we got this severe thunderstorm warning till 10:45 for Washington County, Alabama. We also have that in effect for Clark County, Alabama. And then we also have another one to the north. You can see that's Clark County as well, and also Washington County, Alabama. All until 10:45. So you've got about, roughly 20 minutes left on this one. And then even if we go to the south, so there's Mobile County, Alabama. Citronelle, you're dealing with some very gusty winds, some absolute downpours, by the way. And then as I'm looking at other counties here, George County, Mississippi, again, we're right on the state line there. And then here's Mobile, which is definitely a highly populated area, right? You can see the whole a little bit more clear. We call it the cone of silence. That's exactly where the National Weather Service office is. You can sort of see that a radar beam going around. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe this one right here is a new tornado warning, it looks like. Let me see the details on this. So it looks like this is northeast around 45 miles per hour. So let's put a track on this. This one is back till 11 o'clock. This one was for 10:45, right? Let's see what they're looking at. Again, this is Mobile. So here's the velocity, storm relative velocity. Again, we're a little bit close, so it can be a little bit tricky to sort of get an idea of that. And you can see there's a little bit of rotation. But again, it's very, very difficult to get a clear image. Too far away from a radar site is bad, but too close is bad as well, because you're sort of seeing a lot of stuff much too close to the ground. However, if you are in Jackson County, Mississippi, and your phone just went off, your emergency alert system just woke you up, I know it's late at night, 10:25 where you are, you got a while left on this tornado warning till 11 o'clock. You need to get up, you need to get the children, get your pets, and get to your safe spot. And again, I mentioned this earlier, a lot of locations, a lot of the people who live in this location, they're really desensitized to tornado warnings, right? And I know you get a lot of them, and I know it can be exhausting, especially the time that we're all going through right now, and you're very exhausted. But you have to treat every single tornado warning like it is an active tornado on the ground. Obviously, we've been talking about the difference between radar indicated throughout the night and also radar confirmed and also visually confirmed. This one, if I'm not mistaken, and let me know if I'm wrong in my ear, this is radar indicated, I believe. This is a tornado warning. So what that means is this radar right here is sort of seeing the twisting in the atmosphere. It's seeing those strong winds toward and away, and that's indicating that rotation, and that's why they have that tornado warning in effect. So this one is until 11 o'clock, and then a little bit farther to the north, we got 10:45, and it looks like we've got another one, which is an extension of this one. Notice the National Weather Service office is included in this. So a lot of the times what happens if the National Weather Service here has to take shelter, they actually have sister stations that take over. But Nick, Marissa, back to you.
No, Kelly, great job and really just painting the picture and really driving to home the fact that everybody should be taking these seriously if you're down south and in the line of these storms. So what you're taking a look at now is I-10 near Mobile, Alabama. So you can see some of the lightning strikes actually in the distance. So you guys are not quite under the threat of that main line moving through. The tornado warning is actually just to the north of Mobile. It won't be. The tornado warning is north of I-10, I should also say. But this area that you're looking at is about to get inundated with some very heavy rain and a whole lot of lightning. So that's what we're looking at. And more than likely, some very strong winds. Let's just go ahead and reset. Let's talk about all of the warnings that we're currently facing. They are south, and most of them are coming out of Alabama or Mississippi at this time. We have 7 current severe thunderstorm warnings, but we also have 7 tornado warnings. And I was trying to get a tally. I believe we have at least 3 confirmed tornadoes, and those were either radar indicated or ground confirmed. I'm sorry, radar confirmed or ground confirmed. We've also had the radar indication of some rotation, but we've actually had confirmation of some of these on the ground, which is really the point I want to drive home, especially, with the fact that we're following really a ripe environment for some of these storms. That tornado watch, could probably be expanded further east, but for now, these are the current watches that we're looking at till 1 a.m. further north up near Nashville, and then till 4 o'clock in the morning Central Time as you stretch from Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Mobile, Pensacola, and even down towards New Orleans. This may be shaved back in a little bit, and noticing we were just showing you Mobile, so you guys are still under the tornado watch, meaning it is possible to see a tornado warning at some point because you have the conditions that could warrant it and support it. But noticing where the line is setting up right now, this is a broader look. Look, here's Mobile, right? And then you follow on the line. Here's Tuscaloosa heading towards Montgomery, but also want to point out that this line where we do have those tornado warnings are just to the southwest of Birmingham, Alabama, where we do have some confirmation of tornadoes on the ground. And this is simultaneous. They're in different regions, but you are looking at some pretty active weather over here. We'll kick it off just to the north of Mobile. So this is that tornado warned area. Here's that radar site. I'm sorry, what was that, Cody? Our debris ball. Oh, okay. Yeah, here's our debris ball right here. So when we talk about the debris ball, we're talking about that signature showing you where debris is being lofted up.
Okay, Fox Weather, they're doing a really great job breaking down all of these tornado warnings and some confirmed tornadoes moving through the state of Alabama near Tuscaloosa. If we get any live pictures from the area there, we'll bring that to you. If we see any damage or get any reports of injuries, we'll make sure to get that here on Live Now. In the meantime, we did learn earlier today some more news about what everyone is still talking about. Will Smith slapping Chris Rock Sunday night at the Oscars. We learned earlier today that the Academy, after the slap happened, in fact, asked Will Smith to leave, but he refused. We now know disciplinary proceedings are in motion about what to do with, Smith's membership in the Academy, et cetera, et cetera. Joining me now to discuss all of that, legal expert Andrew Cherkosky. Andrew, good to see you again. We spoke Monday night, and we were talking about the fallout of all of this. More developments today. Just your first reaction.
Sure. So the Academy seems to have actually tried to do something on Sunday night when this occurred, tried to have him leave, and he refused to. I guess at that point, they could have turned to security or to the police. In fact, at that point, he could have been violating even trespass laws, and he refused when he refused to leave, but they didn't do so. So to some degree, there were people there paying attention to this and that were offended by this, but they didn't, I guess, take that additional step to get actual security personnel involved. That would have potentially been even a more unbelievable PR disaster had they done that. So very interesting development today.
Yeah, and Andrew, we're getting a statement in from the Academy. They say, quote, the Board of Governors today initiated disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Smith for violations of the Academy's standards of conduct, including inappropriate physical contact, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy. Andrew, though, he does not work for the Academy. He is a member of the Academy. How do these, I guess, codes of conduct even just relate to a member? Is it kind of like, bylaws in a club, and then if you kind of, disenfranchise or kind of go against that, they take some type of disciplinary action?
Exactly. This is like being a member of any sort of club that has a degree of membership to it, where there's some sort of qualification or some sort of adherence to a code that you agree to inherently in being part of a member of that club. And so when you are part of a private organization, they can handle things administratively. We talked about this on Monday. There's criminal action, which doesn't look like it's going to be taken here because Chris Rock doesn't seem to want to be involved in that. There's civil action that could happen in courtrooms for financial damages. That has yet to be seen. And then there's administrative steps that the Academy can take. And here they seem to be exercising one of those tools. And it could be anything from a suspension all the way up to actual expulsion from the Academy.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of game out some of those scenarios. The Board of Governors of the Academy is going to vote on whatever the discipline might be April the 18th. And we're getting some reports that there is some dissension amongst the board about whether or not to kind of throw the book at Will Smith. Will Smith has apologized since then. So I found that to be quite interesting. This is not as unanimous as some people might think it's going to be. How do you think they're going to come down on this?
Well, my initial read is that the Academy does want to take some action, and that there seems to be a degree of consensus around that. But when it comes to the severity of it, like I was saying, it could be as simple as a suspension or even just an admonishment, or it could be actual expulsion. And we have to think back to, I think it was 2017 when Harvey Weinstein was expelled from the Academy, the only person I believe to have actually been expelled, at least under the current code of conduct that exists. And when you look at his crimes, those are particularly aggravated sexual assault crimes that carry with them extremely high sentences. Those are crimes that are felonious in nature. I mean, I can't say enough bad things about what he's been both accused of and convicted of. But when it actually comes to what Will Smith did here, again, we've talked about this. Was it a criminal act? It was a criminal act in that it meets those definitions. It's not going to be prosecuted. Even if it were prosecuted, it would be something that would result likely in no jail time, other than perhaps the the night that you spend in the proverbial drunk tank, I guess. But it's probation or anger management classes would typically be how it's handled in the criminal system. So I don't know that the Academy is going to throw the book at Will Smith the same way they did Harvey Weinstein. You got to differentiate the two, I think.
Right, and Andrew, I don't know if you're an Oscars history buff, but Harvey Weinstein got to keep his Oscar for Shakespeare in Love back in 1998. So it seems like the revoking of the Oscar is off the table, at least for now, for Will Smith.
Yeah, I would think so. Revoking the Oscar for an act, the actual acting was before the criminal act or the act that they're offended by. So I wouldn't think that they would go that far. Again, this is all about how to have a measured approach. But what I hear more than anything right now in social media and the friends that I'm talking to is not that Will Smith should have the book thrown at him or that he should be in a jail cell, but it's that there is some degree of accountability here, because I think there is the impression that was left very strong on the public who are watching this, that he's a person of a certain status, privilege, being an A-list celebrity who is allowed to get up on stage after committing an act like this. It feels very entitled if you're going to allow somebody to do that, very hypocritical of Hollywood if they're going to stand by that. And so we're seeing signs now that the outcry is not has not gone past Hollywood, that some of the very top executives have seen this differently than perhaps some of those in the theater who were actually standing and applauding Will Smith as he took the stage to get his award on Sunday.
Yeah, and Andrew, of course, we're getting reporting tonight that Chris Rock, he's on this comedy tour. He was performing in Boston, and he finally addressed what happened. I'm going to read in part some of the quotes that he said to the audience, and he said this with tears in his eyes, that he said, "Let me be all misty and blank," and he kind of sarcastically added, "How was your weekend?" And then he said he doesn't really have a lot to say. So if you came here to, see the show for that, that would not be what you would be getting tonight there in South Boston. When he was performing his comedy set, he said he had written a whole show before the weekend and is still processing what happened. Just from not necessarily a legal perspective, but Andrew, just from kind of an observer, a watcher of this. Tell us how you think Chris Rock has handled this. Of course, we know he's not filing a police report. What more can he do?
Well, what I see in Chris Rock is a victim. I mean, he was victimized by this. He stood on stage and he handled it as gentlemanly as he possibly could. He seemed shaken then. He seems shaken in his most recent statement. I see that all the time in the courtroom when people are victimized. It's not necessarily just because something happened to you, you're breaking down and crying. People process it differently. But that trauma lasts an extended period of time with a lot of people, or it comes up in different circumstances, different situations. So I think that giving Chris Rock some grace in how he handles this, whether it's being on stage or in interviews, I think that's a very intelligent thing to do, because he is somebody who went through something. And even Amy Schumer, who was there co-hosting the awards, seems to have been shaken by what happened. It is scary, and to put yourself in the limelight like that and to be attacked, I think that's a terrible thing. And I don't think that this is over. The Academy certainly sounds like they're going to take action here. I don't think there's going to be anything criminal, but the last question is whether there's anything civil. Is anybody going to go after money against Will Smith here for the embarrassment that he caused?
Yeah, of course, there was that clip yesterday morning on CBS. They were interviewing the actor Jim Carrey, said he would have filed and sued for $200 million, those were his words, against Will Smith the next morning. Of course, Chris Rock is not doing that, at least not for now. We'll see what happens with that. I wanted to make a point, too, because essentially, and I saw kind of a funny tweet about this, that whole altercation is going to be Generation Z's moon landing. We're never not going to be able to see that over and over and over again. What does that do to someone's reputation?
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? And I think you and I could probably spend the next half an hour reading pretty funny memes that are out there on the internet about this incident. But it does really hurt his reputation, I think, in the eyes of many. He's a fantastic actor. He's entertained for years and years. He's got a great broad range of acting skills. And so I think it's really unfortunate for him. I think he's going to be seen in a different light. Everybody's going to reach different assumptions and conclusions. That's a tough thing, even for him, ultimately likely to go through. It seemed like he was going through a little ego battle when he was up there on the stage trying to give his speech after he got the actual award. So I wouldn't say that anybody should, at this point, feel badly for Will Smith, but I certainly think he is going to go through some tumultuous times here, dealing with exactly what this does to his reputation, and it's not good, I don't think.
Yeah, and Andrew, just last point. I mean, sometimes crowds, a lot of the times when they're hearing comedy, they don't like the jokes. There's a lot of hecklers in the audience. Just for, I guess, the future of stand-up comedy, do you think comics will feel, or maybe they'll have to, think again, or kind of turn their head and look behind themselves when they go up on the stage and they deliver their set? I can't imagine what some high-profile comics must be thinking like that.
Well, I would think the same. I mean, it's scary to be on a stage in the first place. It's even scarier to think that somebody might come up through the lights and attack you on stage. It's always tough to get a good host of the Oscars, probably because of the demands for political correctness on this issue or that issue. And so now we have to find a host for the Academy Awards that can maintain all of the politically correct causes that are there in that year, and make sure that they also don't get attacked. Maybe they need a little self-defense training before they get up there next year, something of that nature. Otherwise, nobody's going to get up there and tell the jokes.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds throughout the week. Andrew Cherkosky, we always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Good to talk to you.
Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. We have a few more stories left to get to here on this Wednesday night, including updates on Russia's war into Ukraine, also what the Biden administration is doing this week, and where was Vice President Kamala Harris tonight. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. President Biden today held a meeting with the parents of Trevor Reed. He's a former U.S. Marine. He's detained in Russia, during which he pledged to, quote, continue to work to secure their son's release. Joey and Paula Reed demonstrated outside of the White House today as they urged the president to do more to bring their son home. Their public efforts attracted media attention and resulted in the in-person meeting they'd been hoping for. Right now, we're going to show you some of the remarks from Trevor Reed's parents. He's been detained in Russia for some time. Here is that outside of the White House from earlier this afternoon. All right, we apologize about that. I don't know why that didn't have any audio there. If we do figure that out and get that fixed, we'll show it to you here on Live Now. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We will get to the story of Trevor Reed, the former U.S. Marine detained in Russia at this very hour. Once we hopefully can hear from his parents who were protesting outside the White House. They met with President Biden today. Right now, though, we want to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. She was speaking at her alma mater today, Howard University, talking about the need for African Americans to be their own entrepreneurs, become small business owners. She was joined by the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, talking about all of this. Let's have a listen.
30% of people who live in rural America, 50% of people on tribal lands don't have broadband. So we're going to fix that. The Commerce Department is in charge of administering the broadband monies that came out of the Infrastructure Act, $65 billion. At the end of it, I'm going to promise you this, every single American, everyone, no matter where you live, the color of your skin, is going to have access to high-speed, affordable broadband. Necessary. Close that digital divide. And the second thing we're doing for the first time ever in the Commerce Department's history is we're partnering with the business community. We're putting $500 million into a what we're calling the Good Jobs Challenge. It's a sector-based job training initiative. It's the first time Commerce has ever done job training. Some people have said, why are you doing that? That's the Labor Department. Wrong. You need business at the center because this leads to a good job. It's not about train and pray. It's about train and get a job. And we're going to make sure that half of these folks are women, 25-30% are people of color, and we're training folks who deserve these high-wage jobs in today's economy. So I don't want you to think we're slacking. We're doing our job in the public sector. I am completely excited to lean into this initiative and make it the success that it should be and that we all need it to be. So thank you for your leadership, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for having me. I have memories of so many moments in my life, including the day that I was here in the back of the room for freshman orientation. And in many ways, including my family, this is where it all started. So thank you all very much. It's wonderful to be here with you all today. Ellis Carr, thank you for that introduction and for your extraordinary leadership. We had some time, all of us, backstage to talk about the work that you all are doing, and I cannot thank you enough. And Wayne Frederick, I want to just thank you again for all that you do to lead this venerable institution. You know, there's so much about Howard University and all of our universities, our colleges, our community colleges that really do highlight what this is about, what this topic is about, which is creating a place and an environment where the talent of our nation can be nurtured and supported and encouraged. That really is the essence of what we're doing today, and that's what we're talking about today. And this, of course, is an institution that since its founding has worked to advance, as we are doing, all of us today, inclusion, growth, and equity in our country. Today we are, of course, joined by the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. Thank you for your work, Madam Secretary. And the Administrator of our Small Business Administration, Isabel Guzman. And thank you. You know, I've known Isabel's work, I must say, the Administrator's work, since her work in California. And you have a long-standing track record of supporting and encouraging community strength and growth. And so I thank you for that. And we are, of course, honored to be joined as well by a number of extraordinary leaders from the Greater Washington Partnership, leaders who have dedicated themselves to advancing economic development and economic opportunity for all our communities. So thank you all for your leadership and for being here today. I believe America is a nation that is driven by the ambition and aspirations of her people. And our economy, to a great extent, therefore, is driven by the ambition and aspiration of our small businesses. Small business owners work morning and night to transform an idea into a reality. And that energy, of course, drives our entire nation forward. It creates jobs. It drives innovation. It accelerates economic growth. And in America today, too many small businesses and too many entrepreneurs are also being left behind. So to start and grow a business, as we all know, entrepreneurs with these incredible ideas, with ambition and aspiration, well, to actually put it into effect, they need capital. Capital to buy inventory, to rent a storefront, to pay their employees. They need financial services to help run the daily operations of their business and to invest in the future. But far too many entrepreneurs are unable to access this essential support. Consider, Black entrepreneurs are 3 times more likely to report that they did not apply for credit for fear of being turned away by a bank. Black and Latino entrepreneurs are rejected at a much higher rate when applying for small business loans from traditional financial institutions, even when they have credit profiles similar to other applicants. People who live in rural areas, including many Native Americans, often lack access to traditional banking services of any kind. And many Asian American business owners, in particular immigrant business owners, face language barriers that limit their opportunity and ability to access capital and banking services. And let us acknowledge that when we think of the importance, the relevance, and the strength of traditional banks, we must also acknowledge that they've not always necessarily seen the vision of small business owners who are women, small business owners of color, rural small business owners, and small business owners who serve low-income communities. Community lenders, on the other hand, were created to see that vision. Community lenders, known as CDFIs and MDIs, predominantly serve overlooked and underserved communities. The people who run these institutions, now here's where the magic lies. The people, Senator, who run these institutions, because we've worked together, Senator Cardin's right here in the front row, often live and work in those communities. I'm going to repeat that. The people who run these institutions often live and work in those very communities. They know the people they are lending to. They understand their needs and their challenges and their strengths. And so when they make a loan, they personally feel the positive impact of that loan. They feel it firsthand because they're there. And so community lenders can often see the potential that others might overlook. Last year, for example, and I've been traveling the country meeting with our incredible small business owners, but I'll share with you one story because it is also in the place where I was born, Oakland, California. But last year I met with a small business owner. Her name is Rain, and she owns a catering company in Oakland, California. And when she started out, she was telling me about how she needed a van. And so she went to a traditional bank and filled out an application for a loan. And she was rejected. And she told me about a word that she heard then, that I have heard many small business owners tell me they were presented with as something that was supposed to describe themselves that they had never heard before. That word is unbankable. I've heard so many small business owners tell me they were told, as though this is their identity, that they were unbankable. So Rain, not being deterred by a word, went to a community lender. And that lender, of course, saw her vision to build a catering company that made fresh, local, and sustainable food, cooked with love and served with care. And they, of course, gave Rain that loan to buy that van. And today, Rain runs one of the most successful catering businesses in Oakland. She has catered for clients from the mayor to the Golden State Warriors, yes, from Google to Stanford University. So Rain's story is just one of so many. Since I took office, I have consulted with some of the most active community lenders in our nation. And I have seen the tremendous difference that these lenders are making in communities across our country. Latino communities in urban neighborhoods like Columbia Heights right here in Washington, D.C. And rural communities across the country like those in Oregon, like Native communities in South Dakota and black communities in the Mississippi Delta. In fact, I'm heading to Mississippi on Friday to be with Bill Bynum. Expanding our nation's investment in community lenders has been a priority of mine and ours for years. In fact, when I was senator, together with my colleague, the great senator from Maryland, and so many others, we helped secure $12 billion for community lenders as part of a COVID-19 relief bill. And now, with extraordinary partners, such as the Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, Administrator Guzman, our administration is working to broaden the reach of community lenders. And that brings me to one of the reasons that I'm here today, which is to share with you the development of all of this work. In 2011, the Small Business Administration launched the Community Advantage Pilot Loan Program. It was a pilot. Through this program, the SBA partially guarantees loans made by community lenders. It allows community lenders to make more investments in communities and to make entrepreneurs loans that others might have deemed too risky. Entrepreneurs like Rain. Since its founding, the Community Advantage Program has helped launch businesses, create jobs, and drive innovation across our nation. Originally, the program was scheduled to expire this fall. But today I am proud to announce that we are extending the Community Advantage program until 2024. And we are expanding it. So we will expand the number of lenders in the program and increase the amount of money that they can lend. So this, of course, means that more small businesses will be able to benefit from the program. And of course, our work collectively is not going to stop there. Since the President and I took office, we have held roundtables, listening sessions, and one-on-one consultations with business owners and community leaders. I was saying to the folks who are in the front row here that, the experience that I've had, I know we all have, is our small business owners, they're not only leaders in business, they are civic leaders. They are community leaders. They are the ones who sponsor the local softball league. They are the ones who mentor and hire people from the community. They're the role models, right? So when we talk about extending and expanding this program, all of that we have in mind. And to better understand then how programs like these can serve our best communities in terms of the best and the brightest, this is the work that we are doing. And today, informed by all of those conversations, we are announcing a number of improvements also, because we heard from folks when we had these meetings. So a number of improvements to the Community Advantage program. So for example, we are simplifying program requirements so lenders can devote more of their resources to serving their borrowers and spend less time on the paperwork. Let's get rid of some of that bureaucracy. There's the lender section. And we are updating program rules to allow those people who are borrowing to restructure their debt if they fall behind on payments. During the pandemic, community lenders demonstrated again and again how much good they do in their communities. So these reforms are intended to make it easier for more lenders to connect with more small businesses who need to borrow or make a loan. And this, of course, will unleash economic opportunity in communities around our country. So the bottom line is this. When small business owners have the support they need, they create jobs. When small business owners have the support they need, they drive innovation and inspire innovation. And they grow as a result of all of that, our entire economy. When we talk about how we are doing as a nation and the strength of our nation, and we look to, as a measure of that, the strength of our economy, then we must ask, how are our small businesses doing? And are we doing enough for them? Because after all, the answer to all of that will lead us to also understanding when they do well, it benefits us all. And so, let us continue to all work together to address the inequities that stand in the way of the ambition and the aspirations of our communities. Let us continue in the mission of encouraging the ambition and the aspiration. And that brings me, of course, before I conclude my comments, to the mission of the Greater Washington Partnership. The $4.7 billion investment announced today, over $600 million of which will go to community lenders, is a major step forward, not only for the capital region and the people of this region, but by example, the role modeling you are doing will benefit people around the country. It is truly a model, and it is a model that can and should be replicated around our nation. Our collective goal is to create an economy in which every person, wherever they live, has the opportunity to succeed and to thrive. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Vice Vice President Kamala Harris there at her alma mater, Howard University, also being joined by the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, talking about what it means to be a small business owner, especially if you're African American. And so just wanted to make sure we got in her remarks there from earlier today. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Right now, we want to hear from members of the House Armed Services Committee. They held a hearing today with top military leaders talking about the U.S. presence in Europe, especially in relation to the war in Ukraine. We're going to watch some of the interactions between House members on the committee and these military leaders with some pretty tough questioning. Let's listen in.
My main feedback to the administration since like December, January, and February is that we were being told, yes, Russia has decided to attack, and a lot of the emphasis is what we're going to do after the invasion. I always felt like we should have been put more emphasis on the deterrence side of that. Excuse me. I recommended long-range air defenses, I recommended anti-shipping missiles, but I was told that that would be provocative, and I think that put us behind the 8 ball once the invasion occurred. And now the Ukrainians are asking for MiG-21s, Su-25s, and we're resisting that, and we're saying that we need to do long-range air defenses instead. Now, I do agree that long-range air defenses have been very effective against the Russian Air Force, but it doesn't do much for the convoys, the tanks, and we got to be able to provide the Ukrainians the ability to hit those 5,000 or so armored vehicles. And so that brings me to my question, the Switchblade. I think it's a very capable system, but 100 is not enough. Would you agree that if they got thousands of these vehicles, we got to have to increase that ability to go after these convoys, these tanks, the armored vehicles? So that would be my question to Gerald Walters.
Congressman, I'm convinced that when we get the first set of Switchblades in, there'll be an immediate request from the Ukrainians for more. So no argument here.
It seems imperative that we give them the ability to hit these convoys and trucks 20, 30, 40 miles back. You know, the Javelins are more in the close-in fight, and I think that they could have a tipping point impact. My next question involves the F-35 to General Walters again. How important is the F-35 delivery to you and NATO, whether it's U.S. or to allies?
It's critical, Congressman, and we can talk more in a classified setting, and I know you're familiar with a lot of this, but the U.S. F-35As, the 4 that we have right now, are in use, and they've been very effective doing some elegant ISR activities, and it just reveals to us how much greater capability we're going to have once we get our full fleet on board. And as you well know, the disposition of the NATO nations with respect to the F-35 is dramatically growing, and our hope is we have 100 on the continent right now, and we anticipate in 2030 growing to 550, and that's a good fleet.
I'm concerned that the president's budget, for at least the American buy, is being reduced, and we're going to have to figure out how to do nuclear modernization, plus provide these kind of capabilities. I know it's hard to balance all that, but I think there's a real cost if we do reduce our F-35 buy. My third point is more of a comment. I'm on the Baltic Security Caucus co-chair with my colleague Ruben Gallego, and they do say their number one request is permanent U.S. presence. And I know you've heard that before. I just want to also footstop that. And also, there's a request for air defense capabilities to the Baltics and the MLRS. And I just wanted to make that for the record there. My final question really deals with Russian energy and its impact on our bases in Europe. Ramstein, Spangdahlem, the new hospital rely on Russian gas. I think that's unacceptable. How do we build this resilience into the U.S. bases so we're not dependent on Russian gas? And that question to either one of you.
Congressman, I'll take a shot at that first. As you will know, the Central European pipeline goes to certain nations. We'll continue to work ways to try to expand that to the max extent practical. And Europe itself gets 40% of their natural gas from Russia. We in DOD, as you also well know, over the course of the last decade and a half, have worked on stock reserve with respect to petrol and stock reserve with respect to generators, and in critical infrastructures like the new hospital and the current hospital, those have to be available so that we can appropriately sustain. And that's very expensive and a tough way to do business, but we have to continue to look at ways to take that Central European pipeline and get it out to as many folks as possible.
I've been preaching this concern now for about 3 years, because if Russia turns off their energy and Ramstein's so pivotal to what we're doing, it doesn't just make sense. So we got to come up with a better resilience plan. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and I thank you both for your leadership.
Thank you. Mr. Kim is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to thank the two of you for coming over here. And I don't want to retread too much of what's been asked and what will continue to be asked about Ukraine, but I did want to just point out my strong urgence to the administration to really follow through on the priority lists that the Ukrainians are providing us in terms of what security defenses are there, and for us to take that close look, including on the jets, including on the long-range air defense systems and things of that nature. You know, I think at this stage in the conflict, especially when we're seeing this, our own administration highlighting the war crimes that are happening against the Ukrainian people, that we recognize that, you know, some of this equipment, it's not offensive capabilities if their country is being invaded. You know, these are defensive capabilities that are trying to address this in that kind of capacity. It's not quite escalatory in that same way if we're thinking about this as that defensive effort. So I just wanted to say that, but look, I know you're getting lots of questions on that. What I also wanted to just raise is, I know that we have had so many conversations lately with our NATO partners about this new era of NATO and what this means going forward, this new posture that we have. I was with many of you at the Munich Security Conference when we were talking about that just before the war started. So as there's this greater solidarity within NATO, I guess I wanted to ask you, and I'll start with Dr. Wallander, when we look at this threat that NATO is facing and the investments and the increased investments that countries are saying that they're willing to make, what is that looking like right now in terms of the conversations? Obviously, there's the security threats that we face with Russia right now, and that's important, and that's something that we need to posture towards. But what we also recognize is that, you know, the next great threat to NATO may not necessarily come in the form of tanks rolling across, you know, Eastern Europe. You know, we have had a lot of concerns about cyber, about space, about hypersonics. And honestly, in this room, we've talked a lot more about just the greater threat when it comes to China and the Chinese government going forward, even more so than we have of Russia. So I guess I wanted to ask, when we're having those conversations with our NATO partners about this new mission, this new era of NATO, How is that factoring into the broader effort? Are we making sure that we're looking at this comprehensively across the topography of threats that we face?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, and the answer is yes. The Russian aggression has galvanized, and China's failure to stand on the right side of history in calling Russia out for its aggression, and reports that China may be entertaining the thought of helping Russia cope with the effects of sanctions and some of the restrictions, has really galvanized European leaderships and publics to understand that China is a global challenge and threat, not just one in the Asia-Pacific region, and that China, like Russia, extends its malign influence through corruption, through some questionable commercial and economic means, and through cyber as well. And so working with NATO and the EU, it is possible now, I think, to elevate U.S.-European cooperation on the global challenge that China poses. And those conversations are happening even as we speak.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. And in general, I love your thoughts on this as well, because, you know, as we are talking about NATO, obviously, yes, there is a immediate concern about NATO's role when it comes to this European threat. But what we've also known is that, yes, the transatlantic alliance and the effort there is focused on Europe as well, but there's a global role for NATO as well, and that's certainly something that we have in mind when it comes to even the Indo-Pacific area. So I love your thoughts, just kind of building off of Dr. Wallander, your conversations with NATO partners and whether or not they understand that gravity of not just thinking about this in terms of Russia, but more broadly as well.
NATO is very engaged in that area. The Secretary General will host a leaders summit at the end of June in Spain, and he will introduce with the leaders the NATO 2030 strategy, and it touches on this very issue by making sure that we look inside and outside of our area of responsibility in our European continent to grasp all of the issues that could impact security for Europe, and obviously the focus on China is part of that. And the Secretary has been very, very loud about that, and I'm pleased to report that the NATO 2030 strategy will take that into account.
Okay, well, thank you so very much. I think it's just so important that we think about this in that strategic plan, not just about, you know, the challenge and the threat right at our door, but also thinking about what's down the road, you know, what might be coming next. So thank you for your attention to that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Banks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, in layman's terms, can you explain what a escalation avoidance strategy actually means?
Do not enter into World War III.
But what does it mean specifically? I mean, what define it? How does it apply in this case?
Every action has a reaction, and if that reaction gets you closer towards sparking and starting World War III, you need to go back and readjust what your activity is.
Okay. On March 25th, USNI News reported that the president of Latvia, President Levits, argued that if NATO had reacted more strongly in 2008 to Russian aggression against neighboring Georgia and the Kremlin's 2014 annexation of Crimea, Moscow wouldn't now have invaded Ukraine. Additionally, he said that the appeasement tactics, quote, are not fruitful. General, has a U.S. escalation avoidance strategy with Russia prevented Russian aggression in Ukraine?
Ensuring that you have NATO unity has ensured greater peace across the European continent. With respect to your question as it applies to Ukraine and Russia, Russia gets a vote on this, and Russia's responsible for their invasion.
Okay. General, why did Putin decide to invade Ukraine right now?
I think he felt like he had...
Why not any time between 2014 and 2022? Why didn't he invade, but why did he invade now?
I think he felt like he had popular support of the citizens of Russia. I also felt like he was attempting to take advantage of fissures that could have appeared in NATO as a result of the post-Afghanistan environment. And I also think it has to do with his age and his efficacy. And all those combined together put him in a position to where he elected to go at this time. But the overriding variable, in my view, is the fact that he believes that he has popular support with his citizens.
Russia's invasion has heightened concerns about NATO's ability to defend NATO member states, particularly the Baltic states, from a possible Russian military attack. What is your assessment for NATO member states' willingness and capacity to respond to an intentional or inadvertent attack on a NATO member state?
We have changed and will continue to change our military posture, not just in Eastern Europe, but in all quadrants. And that activity, as you're well aware, is ongoing. And the degree of cooperation from the nations is as strong as we've seen.
The Washington Post reported on March 11th that President Zelensky pleaded for the MiG-29 transfer while having support from a bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers, including many of us in this room. And the Biden administration, citing assessments from senior American military commanders in Europe, has said the additional aircraft would offer only minimal value to Ukraine given the contested nature of its airspace. Do you still agree with that assessment?
I do, Congressman.
Russia is bombarding Ukrainian civilians. Ukraine obviously needs equipment for air defense. What equipment should the U.S. or NATO provide Ukraine for it to defend itself from Russian aerial attacks?
I'd like to address this more in a classified setting, but it goes directly to your point about defining what the problem actually is in the battle space and targeting that problem.
Understood. I look forward to those answers in a classified setting. The Trump administration was the first administration to provide Ukraine with javelins and significantly increased lethal aid to the Baltic states. Why is the U.S. or its NATO partners not supplying more anti-aircraft defense systems to Ukraine?
Sir, again, in a classified setting, I can give you the contributions per nation in this particular area, and I think it might clear the air a little bit about what is actually going to the Ukrainians.
General, is NATO too concerned with escalation to more effectively support Ukraine?
NATO is very concerned about effectively supporting Ukraine and also very concerned about ensuring that we manage escalation appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
We'll now recognize Ms. Slotkin from Michigan.
Thank you to both of you for being here. I know we're in hour 2 here, 2.5, and I can't think of two better people to come and talk to us about these issues right now, both of you. Many of us are very affected by this Ukrainian parliamentary delegation that's here in town that was sent to kind of advocate. I met with them this morning, and their position is that, in contrast to what the media is reporting about the negotiations between the Ukrainians and the Russians, that the Russians are not at all being benevolent about pulling back from cities, that in fact anywhere they're announcing they're pulling back are areas where the Ukrainians are kicking them out. Can you speak to that? Is that a correct characterization? Do we see anything that connotes any kind of pullback by the Russians at all in the name of peace?
Congresswoman, some small maneuvering of forces, I believe, for the purpose of adjusting the campaign to go into a different geographical region. And as a military commander, as you well know, I can't trust anything with respect to a potential foe. So we continue to remain vigilant in all areas, and we certainly anticipate that this area will be readdressed by the Russians in the near future.
Okay. We were also told that a new list of equipment and support requests was transmitted to the Department of State and Department of Defense. Are you two aware of this request? And either way, who in the Department of Defense is the senior-most person responsible for metering out the new request from the Ukrainian government?
We have a request from the Ministry of Defense as recently as yesterday. I do not know if it's the same list as the one you were handed. I'm guessing it is. The responsibility for security assistance assessment is managed in the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy, including my chain of command, and it is something we work on every day.
Is there a unit or a task force or some emergency group that's been stood up at the Pentagon that's specifically looking for the Soviet-era weapons that the Ukrainians have so desperately asked us for? And if so, who is the head of that unit?
That would be led by my office in cooperation with other components of DoD, including DSCA, Joint Staff, intelligence community, and diplomatic outreach.
So there is a task force or something that's set up, or it's housed in your office?
It's housed in our office.
Okay. can you just give us the official position? You've heard a bunch of us ask about the equipment, the planes, the Soviet-era planes. What is the official position of the Department of Defense on providing or helping to facilitate NATO, Russian-made aircraft that the Ukrainians have asked for?
The official policy is that countries that wish to donate, that have those Soviet legacy aircraft, it's their sovereign decision. We ask those countries, if they're NATO allies, to consider the potential escalation dynamics and that balancing of risk that General Walters has explained so well. And we are listening to the Ukrainians carefully on what they need and working to fulfill their requests as diligently as we are able.
Okay. Just a couple of additional questions. Dr. Wallander, you've talked about watching the China-Russia relationship, and obviously I think for a lot of us here, it's very interesting to think about what China is learning from all of this. We know that there's been some military cooperation exercises, those kinds of things. We know there's been talks between the Russians and the Chinese. Have you seen any evidence, classified or otherwise, just yes or no, that the Chinese are working with the Russians on non-conventional military means, so cyber attack in particular?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any other evidence that the Chinese are